Yeah.
It's all right. Kiki, you're up next.
I said 90s.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not listening.
I was
What website? What website was not around in the 90s? A. Amazon.
NXX.com.
No, that was actually around. B. Match.com. C. eBay. Or D. Book of Faces, as in Facebook.
Say that again.
What was not around in the 90s? A. Amazon. B. Match.com. C. eBay. Or D. Facebook.
Damn.
Come on, sis.
I think I know this one.
But I'm like, Amazon.
Everybody should know this one.
You better have the right answer, Kiki.
Was not around in the 90s. Not around.
Okay, Facebook.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Amazon though.
No, it was Facebook.
Yeah, Amazon came out like 97, 98, something like that.
Yes.
It started in the garage or something.
Just B.
That's when the stocks was low on
It just
That
wasn't
is
like
right.
popular. That's all.
It wasn't popular, yeah.
Yeah.
To the 2000s.
All right. What was the most have flip phone in the 2000s? A. A laser. B. A sidekick. C. A juke. Or D. A razor.
A razor.
It was I.
Was it
I was
Nokia
gonna
back then?
choose Razor.
That's the 90s.
Yes, it was the razor.
It was
Well,
I
definitely.
had one.
Good answer.
I had one. I had a pink one.
And what
I
year
had
I
was
had
this?
a red one.
I want-
That was in the 2000s.
I didn't
Because
have
you can
one.
change the case on it. Never mind.
Nokia
Annie,
was in the 90s.
you're up. The Nokia was a brick that you could throw across the room and still work. 2000s.
No, kid was a phone that never went dead.
Who
Weapon.
was the singer, the female singer in the Black Eyed Peas? A. Jessica. Jesus Christ, can I say some of these people's names? They also had Alicia Keys on here and now singing Jenny from the Block. Hey ho.
Jennifer.
Hey ho.
Chris, you're up next.
2000.
2000.
Oh my God.
What social media network was popular before the Facebook? A. Twitter. B. Tumblr. C. Instagram. D. MySpace.
We did time so wrong,
Our space.
but it's MySpace.
Yes, it was.
We did time
All right.
wrong.
We
We
hated
sorry, Tom. Come back,
Okay, I'm
Tom.
gonna say this about. Have you
We
heard about
hated
Tom
Tom.
lately though?
Nope.
No, no one heard from Tom.
Yeah, so Tom has
I
like
should've seen my
apparently a
MySpace
whole bunch
page.
of
It was so
was
cute.
like a whole bunch of churn all across the world made by like underage kids.
Oh,
Like he
What?
was getting like he was going to Thailand, Philippines, just kind of countries where he felt like he could get away. And supposedly it's like 30, 40 kids out there. But they can't prove it. Can't nobody find Tom.
So he the
Damn.
real Nick Cannon.
Wow. He doesn't
Damn. So, okay, so smash crawl so Nick Cannon can walk so Tom could run. All right.
Exactly. Pretty much.
All right, you're up next.
I'm ready.
80s, 90s, 2000, 2010.
2010, please.
2010.
She's so pleasant.
Yes.
Who did not get told thank you next by Ariana Grande? A. Big Sean. B. Post Malone. C. Pete Davidson. Or D. Mac Miller, sorry. All these words are starting to run together. Yeah.
Thank you next.
Yeah. Thank you. Next.
Oh, like beat, like it's over.
Thank
The
you.
song.
Next.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm gonna.
Who didn't she tell thank you?
I'm guessing here, and I'm gonna say Matt Miller.
Oh no.
Is that
We've got no time for excuses.
No.
We've got no
Anybody
time
real
for
one?
excuses.
Sorry, it was low. It was actually Post Malone.
I'm sorry. I don't know who Matt Miller is.
He's actually recently deceased.
He passed
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
Raw. You're kind of winning?
who's that? The Fast and Furious guy?
He is.
No, that was Paul Walker.
No.
Actually,
wow.
I'm winning.
You overdone.
I'm winning.
No, the
actually.
fuck you ain't. Stop lying to yourself.
Yes, I
We
am.
are all winning because we're going for the world
Yes, I
record. And
am.
again, thank y'all.
Don't you fucking lie to yourself.
I'm winning.
I actually lost track about 5 rounds ago. I don't even know what the
I
points
don't
are
lose
anymore.
track of shit. I'm a competitive motherfucker.
I'm winning.
Look, he looking at the whiteboard right now. I'm telling you.
Exactly.
We're up by 25 now. I want you to all hit hard and keep going. Raw. 80s, 90s, 2000s.
Let's jump
Kiki
back
found
in-
another
let's jump
salad.
back
How
into
does she keep
2010.
finding all these salads?
It's peanut butter.
That's not weird. Okay. I'm sorry I asked. What'd you say?
She just on a roll of eating the driest shit she can find.
Yes. Salad, no dressing, peanut butter, no jelly, grits. Let me get a pound of sandpaper,
No butter.
extra 35.
He said,
Put
I
butter
gotta-
on it.
I gotta stay woke all night. I'm gonna just eat dry.
I gotta
shit.
stay. I'm trying to get my fiber on.
The more I cook, the more I stay woke.
80s, 90s, 2000s.
We're gonna stay in the 2010s.
2010, he went back. And
said,
the
"I
movie
Dry
in
salad.
2010, The Social Network was about founding what? A, Twitter, B, Facebook, C, MySpace, D, Instagram.
You said the social network,
Yeah,
meaning like social media network.
the movie called The Social Network.
No, but that's what the movie was about, right? A social media network.
Yeah.
Sure, if that will help you get the answer. Whatever helps you.
I could not.
All right, we go on Facebook.
Oh my god.
Actually, it was because that was actually the movie about what's his name? Mark
Zuckerberg.
Face. Dramo.
Mark.
Which was actually a good fucking movie too.
It was all right.
It's an
It was a
absolutely
decent
good
movie.
movie.
It was okay. Dramo.
I'm
Welcome to the team.
The 2000s.
2000, you're right there. What teenage heartthrob was one of the first YouTube sensations? A, the Biebs. B, Joe Jonas. C, Justin Timberlake. Or D, Shawn Mendes.
Fuck.
Oh.
You said who was the first YouTube sensation?
Heartthrob sensation on YouTube.
Justin Bieber?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Good answer.
That's how
I
Usher
ain't like his
found
little
him.
ass.
Way to guess. Kiki, peanut butter and water. You're up next.
He said all these half matches. What's going on? Look, skate talk. See the water.
That peanut butter.
Peanut butter, right?
I got the water down.
Yeah. It went over the peanut
still
butter
stuck
through the
behind.
woods.
Right.
Peanut butter still stuck to the roof of her mouth.
Yeah,
You
she
already
was
know.
And why she keep licking her damn teeth?
That's why you keep seeing her mouth.
I'm so mad because it's still in there.
Yeah, I'm trying to drink my drink. Like earlier, I was trying to drink my drink.
All right, I'm good to go now.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Don't
I
choke
still
on
see
it.
peanut butter at the top of your mouth, but any good. 18, 90, 2000, 2010s,
90s.
90s, yes. What was the first Goosebumples book? A, Say Cheese and Die. They're only words. They don't control us. We control them. B, sorry.
What? What?
That's not an answer. All right, let me start over. A, Say Cheese and Die. B, Girl Who Cried Monster. C, Welcome to Dead House. D, One Day at Horrorland. The first Goosebumps book.
Shit.
Damn. Let me go to
talking
my
grade
handy
school.
dandy. I can't ask Google. Um,
You can ask Jeeps.
dang, goosebumps.
What happened?
Okay, repeat it again. I'm just gonna guess.
Oh,
Hold on,
I'm
did you just
jeez.
say
I'm so
who
dumb.
is that? You don't remember? Asking?
Yo.
No,
He was the-
it just connected. It just connected. Okay.
Don't worry about it. They hit you in the
Wait, so
car.
who know the answer?
What was the first? What was the first Goosebumps book? A, Say
I guess
Cheese
we
and
gotta
Die.
remember you was born in '91. My bad.
B, yeah, Jeeps died before she was born. A, Say Cheese and Die. B,
I'll be 32.
Girl Who Cried Monster. C, Welcome to Dead House. D. One Day at Horrorland. Horrorland. Horror.
Horror.
What's the girl who did?
Girl Who Cried Monster?
Cried Monster.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
No. It was actually Welcome to Dead House.
No, he said it in a way that made me think.
I was trying to give you a hint without giving you a hint.
Damn.
Welcome to Dead House.
He was trying to help.
Yeah, that was the
I
first.
think that was Ryan
Goosebumps
Gosling.
book.
Oh, book. You said
Sure.
book. I'm thinking of the TV
Yeah, it
show.
was the book.
I thought it was R.L. Stein.
I'm gonna say, Chris, you a nerd.
I am. Hello.
Just be. Just
I
be.
mean, look at the background.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, he got a
You know what I'm about to start doing? This is what I'm about to start doing. Just be, since you up. Where you at? There you go. Just be, you're up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm putting you on the main screen now. We're gonna put you on the hot spot. Just be, you're up.
Okay, I want to say in the 2010s.
Okay. Because I was for a second there.
But keep
She
going.
about to rock us to sleep. Goddamn.
I'm mad she blinking her eyes and shit like that.
What?
Batting her eyes.
Hold up, now I can see the CL in you now. Oh shit.
Oh yeah, it is
Look
there.
a lot of like.
He does look like her.
Once you get close, it's right there behind the eyes.
And the forehead too.
Let me get to the question. What was the highest grossing film of the 2010s? A. Star Wars Episode whatever. B. Jurassic World. C. Avengers: The Endgame. Or D. The Lion King.
Ooh, shit. I'm certain it's Endgame.
Are you sure?
No, because I also think it's Lion King. But I didn't.
But which one is it?
I didn't see Lion King. I did go see Endgame 3 times in the same weekend.
But ask yourselves this: was The Lion King in 2010?
No.
Nope.
Well, then there's your answer.
Wait.
You still look confused. You look more confused now. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's a
fucked her all the
conundrum.
way up.
But I need an answer.
Can I get the answer again? Because that's not what I thought it was.
Sure you can. Which one was it?
Jurassic, that one.
Jurassic World? Final answer? Lock it in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
It was actually Avengers Endgame.
You should have shut
it's
the
no
fuck
problem.
up.
Get off my screen. Annie!
I can't believe you did me like that.
Sorry, I cannot either. I apologize.
Oh my God.
Heartedly. Annie! You're up. 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010.
Welcome to my sex room.
They change colors
2000.
when you're happy. 2000. What was the highest grossing film of this decade? A. The Dark Knight. I'm Batman. B. Mean Girls. C. Avatar. The Way of the Water.
Avatar.
Or D. Castaway. It was Avatar. Yes.
Wilson, I love Castaway.
Hey, that movie was so good.
Thank you for playing.
That shit made me cry. I ain't gonna hold you. I was
Chris,
sad.
you're up.
That's right.
Well, he says, "Suck it, Trebek."
Yes, it's right there. 80s. Let's do 80s.
80s. Yes. Who was the first band to be featured on I Want My MTV? A. The Beatles. B. The Buggles. C. AC/DC. D. Bon Jovi. And E. BCDC.
What?
Yo,
What is
it's the
happening?
Buggles. It's the Buggles.
That is correct.
Getting sleepy.
No, actually,
was
because I hate saying
Bon-
Bon Jovi. That's just a weird ass name, and it don't feel like it should go together.
That's his
All right.
name or something like that.
It's
am
two
gonna
first
hit you
names.
in the morning.
Yeah, it's like their name.
Armrock, you're up. All right. Thank you for stopping by. Armrock, you're up
That was
next.
what, five? What was that?
I'm
5 for
ready.
5 on that one?
I'll take. I'll switch it up for 90s. Let's see what happens.
90s. Let's see what happens. Who was the first host of the TRL? You like that? You like how I said that? Who? Was the first? Okay, serious. Shut up, people. Serious.
My man said, "Stop fucking playing and ask the question."
Who was the first host? Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Oh my God.
That tickled me. Okay, who was the first host of TRL? A. Carson Daly. B. Ryan Seacrest. Or C. Downtown Julie Brown. Or D. Daisy Fuentes.
And the show was, what was the show?
TRL on MTV.
Carson Daly.
It was.
All you can remember was who?
Real tears hiding fake pain. Okay, let's there he is. Raw, you're up next on the big screen.
Oh,
You look surprised.
He just woke up.
Hey, mind your business.
I'm here.
Let's go back to the 90s. Let's get it popping. What's popping?
Let's go to the 90s. What did many girls do to their hair in the 90s? A.
Hold up. Many girls? Like small girls?
Many girls did this to their hair back in the 90s. Do you know the answer? A.
Stupid.
Your improv game is crazy.
Many girls. Many girls. Okay. A. Braid. B.
Who are you talking to, you little
Crimp.
bitch?
C. Shave their head. D.
Yeah, but if you keep talking
Straighten
to me
it.
crazy, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Oh, I got it.
What did many girls do to their hair?
That was
Think of Salt and Pepper's hair.
Are we talking about chicks in the hood?
in the 90s.
In the hood in the 90s.
In the 90s.
Yeah, but where
In
at?
the 90s.
There's a difference though.
No,
Yes, because they were in the 90s.
All I can tell you is in the 90s.
Think about
Indeed.
it.
I'm gonna say straighten.
No.
No,
Bruh.
I'm gonna take that back.
It's too late.
It's too late.
Hold up, she got to take her answer back 17 times, and I can't take mine
No,
back.
you can't take yours back. You said that because you heard people say no, and then no.
I ain't paying
I'll give him a
attention to
second
none of y'all.
chance.
Y'all trying to throw me off anyway.
Uh-huh.
I know how y'all get down. Y'all
This
want
dude.
the-
Yeah,
All right,
yes.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I don't even want the point now. I don't even want it.
But it was crimp.
It was
That's what I
crimp.
was going to say.
It was crimp as fuck.
Remember
Yes.
all them crimps?
Man, I wasn't
Hey,
paying
Jeremo,
attention.
welcome to
I
the
was
big
trying to fuck
screen.
hair up. I wasn't learning about
How you
your hair.
doing?
Drama look
Hanging
like
in there?
there?
You look like three sheets in the wind. You look like you're ready to go. But before you go, 80s, 90s, 2000,
You
2010.
got the raccoon eyes and everything right now.
Hey now, you look excited.
2010.
2010. Who was the first women?
First women?
Yeah,
Woman?
one.
Eve.
First women?
Yeah, woman.
More than one.
No, it was one. It was woman.
Eve.
You guys are not listening.
You
Wait,
said who was the
Eve?
first women?
Yeah, it's not Eve. Oh, okay.
Not the first
Who was the first woman to win a Grammy of the year twice? For album of the year.
Eve.
Kiki. Adele, Alicia Keys, Beyonce, or Tay Swift?
Fuck take
Adele?
BEYONCE.
It was Tay.
I was like
It was
Taylor.
definitely
Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I remember Adele saying she
Kiki, it's not Eve. Welcome to the big screen.
Well,
you said who was the
I
first
like
woman?
I like
Yeah,
to
yeah.
shout
Before
out
you,
to my
before
mom.
you, yeah.
Thank you for. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010.
Yeah. All right, whatever.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yes.
90s.
90s, excitedly.
Yes.
What was Sarah Michelle Gellar most famous role in the 90s? A. Buffy. B. Snooki. C. Willow.
Snooki?
D. Summer.
Why they get all the
And,
easy
and this
ones?
was this was the 90s.
This was 90s. Yes, that's what you picked.
Buffy the Vampire.
Slayer.
But yeah, but it was just
Fair.
Buffy. I didn't need all that extra. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yo, I just spit
Goodbye.
out my freaking-
Just me. You're up.
Nigga DC is awesome.
Having too much fun. Just me. You're up.
Yes.
Yes.
I going to
Hi.
Oh shoot! I'm supposed to start my audit.
Uh-huh.
2000, please.
All right. You're welcome. All right. Welcome.
I got
What
it.
pop star taught you how to spell bananas?
Big
B-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-S.
shit is banana.
Gwen Stefani, yes.
Yes. This
Yes,
shit.
And her Howard
It is.
girl.
It is bananas. Oh, wait. Did I go the right way? Oh, yes, I did. Annie, you're up next.
Hey,
Bow
boo.
Wow.
Annie in the multicultural Technicolor glasses.
I love them glasses.
They're so nice.
2000.
2000s. In what year, and if you get this wrong, we will all take your black card live on TV.
Don't wear that on Pride Week.
In what year? Listen to me. Look in my eyes. Smell what I'm saying, dude. In what year was Barack Hussein Obama elected president of the United States of Americas? A. 2000. B. 2008. C. 2013. And D. 2001.
Damn, I feel bad because I don't even know.
Stop Googling. Stop Googling. I need an answer. Stop Googling. You're
2008.
Googling.
I'm not Googling, nigga. I'm coloring.
Yeah.
Can I see that again, Annie?
Way to Scooby Doo it and switch it up. Yes, it was right. 2008.
I'm not remember I couldn't vote.
2008. I'll never forget that now.
That was the
I'm sure
first
you
time
will.
I voted, so I will always
Fresh out of prison. That was her first vote.
I ever voted.
I was 17.
Fresh out of prison and she got her voting rights. Amram, you're up next.
Oh, I gotta choose something. Okay, I'm gonna choose
Fresh out. Fresh out. Fresh
2000s.
2000s. Everybody loves a good 2000.
Saturday in.
What actor became the governor of California? A. Clint Eastwood. B. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold, that guy. Yeah, him.
He's gonna say nigger.
C. Chris Evans. Or B. Brad Pitt.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes, that guy whose name I will not
Why
pronounce
can't I ever get the easy shit?
because you're auditing and auditors don't win. Wrong.
We are
It went from we go from places.
All right, let's go back with the 2010s.
2010s.
What's that? A
What
fart?
was that?
That was the card of a winner. What company opened the first cashless store in 2018? A. Amazon. B. Walmart. C. Target. D. Kmart.
He said Walmart like Stewie.
I'm gonna
Walmart.
say you said cashless. I'm gonna say Amazon.
Cashierless. Yes.
Cashierless or cashless?
Cashless.
Cashierless.
Oh.
Kiki, you audit. I talk.
Yeah, I'm about to say you throwing me off. I think that was Target.
Target.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is that guy?
It was actually Amazon.
Oh, ain't that a bitch? See, y'all,
Yes.
you threw me off with the cashier.
It could have been Walmart.
Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
man.
know
Them
what
niggas
the
never
fuck.
got nobody.
Well,
Don't say
Kiki was
that.
audited.
Don't say nothing to Raw because when he lose, he be ready to shoot somebody.
Yep, I do.
He's competitive.
I do.
Dramo.
I don't like losing.
Hi, how you doing?
You're doing such a good job.
Yes.
Tired, but I'm kicking in.
You're hang in there. You ever seen the poster with the little cat and it says hang in there? You do that. Pick one.
What? The fuck?
You said that motherfucker.
This dude is loving his role, man.
2000.
2000 it is. Who said, let's play a game?
You.
In this 80s, 2000s horror film, Saruna Man, Jigsaw, Anakin Skywalker, or Shrek?
Jigsaw.
Yes.
Let's play a game.
That is correct.
I could have swore he said I.
Why can't I get easy shit like that?
Because you're an auditor, and auditors don't win! But you're up. Sorry for my outburst.
Let's try 2000s. Come on, let's win. Come on, big money.
But no whammy.
Big money.
Yeah. Which tennis player won the Wimbledon and the French Open?
It's like, huh?
I would hope you let me finish because it wasn't. Won the French Open in 2008. A. Venus Williams. B. Rafael Nadal. C. Serena Williams. Or D. Some cat named Andy Murray.
And it was the first tennis player to do what?
Win the Wimbledon and the French Open in the same year.
Venus.
Mars. I thought we didn't play this. Wrong. It was actually Rafael Nadal.
Oh, okay, that's why.
I think.
I cannot.
Just B.
Hi,
Hi. How are you?
I am well.
Good. Pick one.
The 90s.
All right. Which one of these was not a hit for the Spice Girls? A. Spice Up Your Life. B. Wannabe. C. Become One. Or D. Spice World. In a world where Spice Girls made a song, which one was it? Not.
I know this answer.
Spice World?
Yes, correct. It was not Spice World. They never made a song called Spice World.
That was the name of the album.
Movie, right?
Yes.
My Spice Girls
Yeah, it was
good.
actually a movie too.
Yep.
I love the movie.
Annie, welcome to the club.
Annie.
How are you?
Do you want me?
What the hell? How do you keep changing glasses? Who are you? Kevin
This
Samuels?
is my first time changing glasses. I had the other ones on the whole entire time.
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah,
He
he
did
changed.
that?
Never mind. Anywho, Annie, you're up next. Welcome to the club.
2000s.
2000s. Chitty chitty bang bang. Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie started in what 2000s reality show? A. Rich Girls, Poor Girls. B. The Simple Life. C.
The Simple
Crazy.
Life.
That was my shit.
I used to be a virgin.
Wait, what?
That's a weird show.
By the state, wasn't everybody one of those once upon a time?
I mean,
The Simple
Ow.
Life, yeah.
all right. The Simple Life,
Everybody
yes.
but Big Smash, huh?
Yeah. All right, you're up next.
He came out not a virgin.
Okay.
Which is
I
weird.
would do 2010.
2010s.
So you can
What month did the royal wedding of William and Kate take place?
Oh,
A.
man.
May. B. June. C. April. Or D. Saratharman.
What?
What is that?
That's an answer on the book. Saratharman.
Okay. I'm gonna go with June.
You were about 3 months off. It was April.
Oh,
That's when I was born.
April?
Oh, okay.
That wasn't a year, but okay. Raw!
Yo,
Make it work in the car and all in the dirt.
Oh.
Raw. An answer. I mean, a question.
I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna let Kiki pick for me because she gonna try to throw me off anyway.
Okay. Kiki, pick a year for Raw.
80s.
80. Oh, yeah.
See, I knew she was gonna do some shit like that.
What color was the ghost for Pac-Man to have to eat them? A. blue. B, teal.
Nigga,
C,
you better know the answer to
red.
that.
Or
Please
D,
know this.
fuchsia.
I was born a decade later and I know this.
Nigga, you better know the answer to that.
I was real
Oh,
wrong.
come on.
And don't sit there and act like you got to think about it.
He does.
I wasn't a Pac-Man dude like that.
Oh, okay.
Or E, white. Because I just felt
Hold
like
on.
throwing
How
that
you throw a fifth one in there? You
Did
trying
he
to fuck
say
me over
skeet
now?
white? He said skeet white.
A, blue. B, teal. C, red. D, pink.
Let's go blue.
Cerulean.
Correct.
He knew it was blue. Try to act like he ain't know.
I ain't playing
Right. He tried to flex
Dramatic pause inserted here. J-Mo.
I'm going to wear blue panties around Pac-Man.
You out of pocket.
I'm sorry, y'all. I get goofy as hell when I'm sleeping, boy.
Dramo's crying real tears to hide fake pain. It's so beautiful. She just watched The Notebook with Spanish subtitles.
What?
Yo canté the notebook, no notebook. Mi amor, where do you want to eat?
Hold on. When you got to pull out a whole child to wipe your tears, that means you been going to fuck in. Like, you ain't got a rag, no tissue, no nothing. Got an old sock, a whole fucking towel.
Oh, sock.
You're like the pastor.
Preach, pastor. Pick a year.
2010. I said 2010.
Oh, sorry, you were crying. I didn't know. I thought you was a Tin Man from the Wiz. A teen.
From the Scully. I'm trying to figure out which one.
One or the other. What movie released in 2014 took 12 years to film? A, 12 Years a Slave.
Oh
B,
my God, that's so crazy.
Boyhood. C, The Irishman. Or D, Roma.
Roma, maybe?
Get off my screen.
Can I do a fun fact?
It was actually B, Boyhood. What's your fun fact?
The Irishman was about Youngstown, or parts of it was about Youngstown.
So it was a shitty movie.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I actually was in Youngstown today. You know what I did? I got the fuck out of there. Hey,
good for you.
Pick one. What do you want?
I'm gonna
80s,
do
90s, 2000s, 2010s.
Give me an easy one.
Sure. Pick one. They're
90.
all easy. 90, yes.
Yeah, give me one like Pac-Man.
What Pokemon does Pikachu evolve into? A, Squirtle. B, Raichu. C, Charizard. Or D, EVE.
That's Eve. That's like
EVE is Eevee.
Yeah.
Go
They're only words. They don't control us. I control them.
Listen, so the answer
The answer is whatever she says it is.
What is that, Annie?
Mind your business, Annie. Fuck out of here.
Okay.
A, Squirrel Turtle. B, Raichuchi. C, Charizard.
That sounds like something he would say when he's like Rachuchi.
Yeah.
Let's do Rachuchi.
Wait, what?
Hold on. I'm gonna say these again the right way. A, Squirtle. B, Raichu. C, Charizard. D, Eevee.
Char.
No, you had it right the first.
Okay, go with the first answer.
Fuck out of here.
What was the first answer?
No.
Hey, y'all gotta make me stick with the first answer, so I won.
What was the first answer?
Or Rachacha, whatever you said.
Oh, Raichu.
Raichu.
Pikachu, just B. I choose you. Hey, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010.
I think I got a booger swinging from my hair in my nose.
The 2010.
Wait, what?
Like Tarzan. What quote from Dr. Phil spawned a meme? I didn't do that right. B, the Phils. C, Cash Me Outside. How about that? Or D, Two Turned. 2 Chainz. 40 rappers.
Probably Catch Me Outside. How about it?
How about that? You're right.
How about it?
Back to the land of banishment you go.
Dr. Phil.
Annie.
Chucky.
Yes. Oh, you weren't asking me a question. 2000s. No. I thought you were asking me. You had the look of perplexedness. Rihanna received her first #1 single with what song? A, Umbrella. B, SOS. D, Don't Stop the Music. B, Pandurible.
Umbrella.
Ella, no. It was actually... It was actually SOS. Somebody should have saved you on that one.
And I started singing it. I was singing it before I said Umbrella too. That's the crazy.
But you didn't say it. Bye.
Okay, nigga, I wasn't.
Her and Raw go crazy when they lose.
Competitive.
No, I'm not mad that I lost. I'm okay with that. I was just stating that I was singing it before I answered, and he was being an ignorant prick.
I've been one all night long.
He said,
and she put emphasis on the ick. All right, you're up next. 80s.
The 90s.
90s. Which who was the beloved teacher on Boy Meets World? A, Mr. Smith. Yes, which who? Just B. Yes, the who's are here. Who was the beloved teacher on Boy Meets World? A, Mr. Smith. B, Mr. Banks. C, Mr. Feeney. Or D, Mr. Andrews.
C, Mr. Feeney.
Feeney! Yes, it was.
Y'all know Feeney.
Why are you yelling?
She sounds like a real contestant. Hey, Mr. Feeney.
Yes. Raw, you're up. He froze.
Dramo, pick a year for me.
Feeling bold.
90s.
90s. Yeah.
Why ain't you cuss what them?
What?
Fuck me over like you did.
Actually, you might not want to jump ahead of yourself there, cowboy. What was the first Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen movie? A, Billboard Dad. B, It Takes Two to Make Things Go Right. C, To Grandma's House We Go. Or D, How the West Was Fun.
I know what the
first one?
Billboard Dad.
What was the second one?
It Takes Two.
Just because I like that song, I'm gonna go with that one.
Surprise, motherfucker!
It was To Grandma's House We Go.
Fuck Grandma and Dramo for giving me that damn.
Dramo, now that you've beckoned him, you're up.
I just want to say this is my last one. I can't from tapping out after this one. I have to get this one right or wrong.
But thank you.
But not at 1 o'clock.
Feel the rhythm. Feel the flow. Cool runnings.
For the finale for myself until 1 p.m. later on, I'm gonna pick 2000s again.
Yes, 2000s.
You cannot have it.
What year did the Iraq War begin?
Oh.
Yes, I know. Oh, A, 2005. B, 2009. C, 2001. Or D, 2003.
I know this one.
Oh shit! 2001.
I was actually there.
Shut your mouth and keep on talking.
Ross said, "I know this one." Yeah.
It was 2003.
Who had to check out?
Right.
It's me. I'm tired. Good night, guys. I hope you guys tune in at 1 o'clock.
We will.
We'll be here.
I'm sure I got some open slots because I ain't invite nobody like that. But you know, it's
we'll be here with bells on.
As she said earlier, yeah, I'm doing it with Annie. So
I didn't Raw. Like that. I'm sorry.
No, she completely left me out last time. Like,
the second time also.
Fuck him.
Anyway,
but it's all right.
1 p.m.
Take a Valium and knock yourself out.
I'm totally winging everything because I never did nothing live. So besides,
But it's all right. You know what you do? Bring Bells, Valium, and a glass of wine, and you'll be all right.
And bring back Lord Farquaad.
I just might, just because you keep asking about it.
Lord Farquaad. We love that. We love Lord Farquaad.
Four Locos, yes. Kiki.
Good night.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna do 2000s.
Are you really? What? Oh my God!
Really, really well.
What popular movie starred a giant green ogre? A. Oh. Well, you look. You asked for an easy one, and look at you.
You got it. Finally.
Look at you. You all right? Just B. That's a new baby. He grew up. These motherfuckers are aging by the minute in here.
She's just an older baby.
Oh, Stargate. Okay, just be. You're up. They just come out fully grown and ready to go.
You cannot have it, and if you ask for it again, I'm gonna fight you. Cállate la boca.
Oh.
Punch in the face.
Oh, please don't.
2010s, please.
Yeah. Marvin the Martian. Which country held the Winter Olympics in 2010? B. Canada. A.
A.
Are there any other answers besides Canada?
Oh, my bad. I thought you wanted the right answer. Okay, B. Switzerland. C. Norway. Or D. Russia.
Just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna say Canada.
Yes, that's why I didn't give you no other ones. I was trying to help you, but you didn't want to take it. You gonna front me out in front of the people.
You better help me next go round.
I did. I gave you the giant green ogre. What more do you want from me?
No, you didn't give me the answer. I knew that one. Okay.
See, I pulled the card. Annie. Neon lights.
Here.
I know. But what do you want to play? A game.
2000s, of course.
2000. What popular movie remake was made by Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis? A.
Freaky Friday.
Okay. All right. You know that one. You're on top of it.
No choices.
Oh, her room getting nasty now.
It's the red light special. All right. You're up next.
She was into something.
Yo, I was looking for more questions. I was trying to blacken it up.
I know that's right.
Exactly.
I will go for 90s, please.
90s. All right. Ooh, this is a good one. I like this one. Top 10 answers are on the board. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Dick.
All right, Mr. Harvey.
All right, now. Which of these racing games was one of the first PlayStation games releases?
I know.
Dirt. Do you? Because I don't even know, and I got the card in my hand. A. Derby Destruction. B. Gran Turismo. C. Ridge Racer. Or D. V Valley.
I lied.
I think I know that one.
Turismo. But go ahead.
Okay, can you give me those options one more time, please?
A. Destruction Derby.
Okay.
B. Gran Turismo. C. Ridge Racer. Or D. V Valley.
Why didn't you give me the answers like you normally give it to me in the answer?
Like Ridge Racer?
Yes, I'm going with that one, please.
Yay! I didn't totally cheat. Y'all didn't see anything.
What
I
about
had no idea. I
heard P Valley. I'm like, wait.
That's what I heard.
V Valley.
Oh.
Get your mind out the Delta.
Not the Delta now.
The Delta.
It's
Uh,
Dick.
I'm not even gonna pick an error. Just ask a question.
Okay.
Who was the first black man on the moon?
None of them.
Raw.
Nigga, where
They
my
don't put
choices
niggas
at? What
on
you
the
mean?
moon.
Oh, B. John Smith. D. Smith John. C. John Smith. Or D. Smith John.
I thought John
This
Smith was
nigga
the
is
one who did it
childish.
to Pocahontas.
First of all, John Smith is
How is
president.
anything that got to do with fucking you know the answer to? That's that's crazy. But I'm assuming I'm gonna say John Smith. I guess.
E. None of them, because I made that shit up as I went.
Yeah, I figured that.
I felt like that was a real.
I know John Smith was the Pocahontas dude.
It was, but Louis Armstrong, correct.
He
No,
said
it's Neil
Louis
Armstrong,
Armstrong
not
got
no
the big.
goddamn Louis Armstrong.
Louis Armstrong got the big cheeks.
It was Neil Armstrong, not no Louis.
He said Louis Armstrong.
Louis Armstrong was he was a vocalist and a saxophonist.
Oh my god.
Oh,
people
who?
are-
A vocalist and a saxophonist.
Oh, okay. I'm like, huh? Okay.
That's what I'm saying, because he had them big ass cheeks.
Anything that got to do with sexual, she know.
No, cheeks.
She definitely
No, that wasn't nasty that time. It was cheeks.
I
Uh-huh.
bet.
Well, I
You
guess
like
It can be nasty.
I
You
guess
like
butt
looking at
cheeks.
cheeks as they go down. I know, I get it.
Mm.
Two round butt cheeks.
I like big.
Okay.
butts. I can't-
All right.
Who farted?
So we're gonna blacken it up a little bit.
Yay!
Thank you, because you know Martin Luther King Day is Monday.
Hey, we were trying to get all the answers here. So it's a multiple choice. We're gonna start with Raw to go with this. Who is not a cast member of Living Single? Regine, Hillary, Khadijah, Maxine Sinclair.
Damn.
Please
should
don't
not
touch
have
me.
to think
You know
about
this
that.
answer.
Say the answers again.
Nigga.
Sinclair, Maxine,
Really?
Khadijah, Hillary, Regine.
Maxi pads.
Tampons.
Hold up. What show was this again?
Living single.
my
We
God.
are living
The Black Friends.
single.
Friends with
In
the
the
white living
90s kind
single.
of world.
Hold up. So you want to know which one wasn't on that show?
Yep. That was the question.
Nigga, you wanted black and now you can't think.
Oh.
Let's blacken it up a little bit. I do not know these people.
All right. Just because I feel like Living Single was one of those somewhat hood type of shows,
She gave you the answer.
I feel like man, which name don't sound Hillary don't sound hood, so I'm gonna go with that one.
But she is black because remember she was Will Smith's cousin in Bel Air.
That motherfucker wasn't black at all. So keep lying to yourself if you want to.
Oh my God.
Kiki.
Well, I bet you a little black dick made her.
That motherfucker was a light. That was a
Maybe it
brown
was a
skin
big one.
cracker. That's what that was.
Or maybe it was a
A
black
brown skin
Yeah.
cracker.
All right, Kiki.
Hey, how are you?
Not as good as you're about to be on this question.
Okay, all right.
NBA superstar Shaquille O'Neal began his career with what team? Chicago
Lakers.
Bulls. Who?
Never mind. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Okay. Yeah, because that was real wrong. LA Lakers,
Real wrong.
Chicago Bulls, Orlando Magic, or Boston Celtics.
Oh, Orlando Magic.
The Magic.
Correct.
And he can't throw no free shot if it saved this. Go
He
ahead.
can't throw no
A
what?
free
He can't throw
shot.
no what?
Free shot.
Say that
Free
one
throw.
more time.
Free
A free
shot.
shot?
A free
Oh,
shot.
she one of them girlfriends. They'd be like, "Baby, how many
Free throw.
home runs did John Elway throw?"
No, she,
No, he
she the one
couldn't. He
that's
couldn't
gonna
make.
say, how many people?
He could not
how many
make a
people in the
3-point shot
NFL
for
got
shit.
dreads? She gonna ask you how many people in the NFL got dreads. That's the question she gonna ask.
No, never mind. I ain't even gonna say nothing nasty. I'm just leave it alone.
All right, you're up
You
next.
can't help yourself. Don't worry about it. We know.
Ooh, I don't even know. Oh, okay, I think I know this one.
I'm ready. Am I getting
No.
a
You can't answer the questions when
She
she got
sounds
them
so
for you.
innocent. All right.
Oh,
I don't think you innocent.
Not at all.
No, she not, because you should have heard her talk about, I ain't paying for no dick. I ain't
Oh,
paying for
that you
dick at
goddamn
all."
right.
Yeah, I was mad about that.
Like, who pays for it? It comes free.
It
Yeah.
comes for free. That don't mean you don't pay for it.
It's
Smack
an
me on my
indirect
cheek
payment,
with it
but-
for free everything.
All right.
Am I getting the question? I'm confused. DC,
Yes. Sorry.
He was
Okay.
sold off for a second.
There's a lot going on. Okay, skip for now. Okay.
I have a question ready if you'd like me to go.
I do. I got it.
Yeah, I don't even talk after dark.
Toni Braxton featured what model turned actor in her 1994 music video? How many ways? Jaman Hussein,
Oh, I know who that is.
Henry
That answer too.
Simmons, Tyson Beckford, or Shamar Moore?
I want to say Tyson Beckford.
Absolutely.
That was his
Correct.
sexy black ass. Okay.
That
What
was
happened to
his ass
Tyson?
in that video.
Time.
You said what?
What happened to Tyson? Like, where is he?
Somebody tied him up, put him in the basement.
He's in a show in Vegas. He does the what is that? The black, I forgot, but it's the Chippendale. They all
I almost knew you was gonna say that too. That's the crazy part.
It's the truth.
I know you would know that though.
Oh, thank you. Fun fact.
That is weird. Did you know that? But it's not actually that weird. Okay. Just be you ready?
Okay.
Yeah,
You
I'm
look
ready.
perplexed. Okay.
The party will go, y'all.
Arguing with a toddler.
Finish the name of this black TV show. Everybody hates.
Chris.
Thank you. I can't believe.
This is easy.
Everybody hates DC tonight.
Damn. Well, that's
Oh, we
harsh.
don't hate you, DC. I don't.
At least
I appreciate you for still being here.
She's amazing.
Fuck DC.
Who said that? You gotta go. I lost my questions.
Oh yes, I'm finally done.
Are you?
Hey man, good job.
Right, that was nerve wracking.
All right. Annie, you're up. You ready?
She ready.
You sure?
Yeah.
Jada Pinkett got her start on what sitcom?
Keep her name out your motherfucking mouth.
I will.
Hillman. A different world.
Correct.
Oh, she is amazing.
Raw, you ready? This rapper's birth name is Dominique Jones.
Ooh.
The baby,
Oh, I know the answer.
Drake, NBA Youngboy, or Lil Baby?
The fact that you named three niggas I ain't never even paid attention to. You said Dominique Jones.
Yes, is his real name.
I know it ain't Drake, bitch ass.
No.
I don't know.
For some reason, NBA Youngboy, he too young, so I feel like he can't be a Dominique.
The baby, a little baby.
That nigga
Yeah.
said one of them babies.
Yeah. Both of them niggas from the country, so that don't help either.
Uh-huh.
Wait, isn't the baby from Charlotte? That's not the country.
To them,
It is
yes,
the country.
It is.
It
I believe it is.
Well, it is a city, but it's country than a motherfucker.
It's in the South.
I
That's
used
why
to
he said
stay
they
there.
from the country.
Yeah.
So that's how we feel.
I'm gonna go with Lil Baby just because I'm probably wrong.
You're
I might be right.
absolutely correct.
But you're right.
Oh, look! You ain't
He's about to say, look at
fucking with
God.
me, Kiki. You ain't fucking with me.
Kiki, when your grandma tell you to wrench it off, what do you got to do?
Put your ass in some water and rinse that soap out your ass.
I didn't get to finish, but okay.
Oh,
That
no,
was
finish.
was like 5 different answers in there.
Oh.
What are you wrenching off? Soap, a towel, the sink, or water?
What are you
Water.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah.
rinsing off?
Hold up, you rinsing off water? What the fuck?
Rinse it out.
Rinse it off.
Yeah. You rinse it off with water.
You're using water to rinse it off.
All right, you're next.
I'm ready. I'll take. Okay, yes, I'll take a black question, please.
Let's see. At what time was Usher cruising the drop top in the streets? 6, 11, 8, or 7?
It'll be 7 o'clock, please.
Yes.
On the dot. He's in his drop.
In my drop top.
Cruising the street.
Just B, are you ready?
If Usher really had herpes.
Yeah.
So that was confirmed. He really had it.
Yeah, he should probably go to he should probably go to Dr. Sebi because he can cure him.
Dr. Sebi did.
And he had a baby. And he had a baby after the herpes situation.
And herpes don't mean shit to these hoes.
It don't, because you know what? I heard somebody say, long as there ain't no flare up. I said, what kind of shit is that?
But that's true. If it's not a flare up, you cannot pass it along.
But why would you put yourself in the path of that, though?
That's true, but that is absolutely
correct.
Shit.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, boo.
Good timing.
Hey. Sorry, I got this talking. It was my friend. It was babysitting, so I was running my mouth and shit. I was like, "Oh shit!" I said I'd be back.
To wake your room up.
You good? Don't worry about it. Because Just B was just about to answer this question.
Talking nasty anyway.
Oh, good. I love talking nasty. I'm a hoe. What's up with it?
Nobody was talking nasty. She lied.
It wasn't.
It was actually just her. A pickled delicacy that kids may purchase from the local corner store or a lady in the neighborhood who sells candy. Pig feet, pickled sausage, pickled eggs, or all the above.
All
the above.
Yeah.
All
of them.
I don't know about the feet.
I've never had
of
people
them for
feet.
sure. It's in that jar in the corner stove for sure.
It is, and that's nasty.
Annie, at your cookout, your cousin asks who made the macaroni, potato salad, chicken, or ribs.
The potato salad.
Or
the macaroni.
There's 2 answers. Yes, you're right.
Good answer.
That's a good answer.
CA, welcome to the party. You get to answer this question.
Hold on. We're asking black questions, so I hope you got your black card.
I have my cis card. Does that count? I am cis.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Okay. I play
Good.
spades. I'm good, right? As long as I can sit it on the stage table, I feel like I'm good.
You're good.
All right,
Hell
cool.
yeah, girl.
You'll be all right.
I'm from Philly, okay? Like, we good.
You got a 5 and a possible 6. What does it mean if she dreamed of fish last night? Money coming, good luck, or somebody dead, or someone's pregnant.
Is that money? No.
Oh, you're not black.
It's the baby on the way with
No, I don't. No, hold on.
Somebody got did it to.
Somebody got did it to.
Definitely never heard that term before.
Yeah, if you dream,
it's not money.
Dream of fish.
No, it's babies.
If somebody
No, it ain't
dream of
babies,
fish,
is it?
that means
Somebody shot the
somebody's
club
pregnant.
up. Somebody shot the
You
club
shot the
up.
club up.
Yeah.
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 Shot the walls up.
Yeah.
It's someone's pregnant. Everybody
Someone's
gets pregnant.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means Big Smash was at your house.
Yeah. Raw. Who was Queen Naija going to text in her popular hit Medicine? B. Lorenzo, Brian, Ryan, or Keenan?
You know, I need to read my Bible. I thought it was a biblical thing.
I'm about to get my cis card revoked.
Shit, my shit.
Shit, I think I'm about to get everything revoked tonight.
My shit definitely about to get revoked on this one. Say the answers again.
Brian, Ryan, Lorenzo, Keenan.
I'm gonna just say Brian.
Lorenzo.
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about
I
that.
didn't even know.
No, as a side note, can we talk about how
like
dilemma
set me up on that one.
and Nelly was texting on an Excel spreadsheet and wondering why she wasn't getting an answer back?
Wait,
Watch the video.
Oh yeah.
If you watch the video, her text message is being sent on an Excel spreadsheet. She was typing into an Excel spreadsheet. Go watch it. I'll tell you.
Then Kiki speaking. How may I help you?
Oh shit!
Yeah, sounding all fancy
Damn,
and
she
shit.
put on her Karen voice.
Hi, this is Kiki. How can I help you? Welcome to the Southwest End.
Hi, I'm Barbie.
Hold on 1 second, please.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Her chest is popped up.
Yes, we have rooms available.
There's a rat in my room. Oh, we'll help you.
I'm pulling it up, but I had so I do a Q&A every season as a side note for my podcast, and I had a bunch of people submit a bunch of random ass questions. So I had those on the side. If you guys want to do them later, I know you're asking questions right now. I'm pulling them up.
Nah, I'm actually tired of reading questions.
All right, well, you know what? Since everybody's kind of half asleep, let's do a fictional thing, okay? And this is just brain work, and it's fun. I went on a podcast, and it's called If I Were a Tree. And the theme of it is, we all just won the lottery. It's called If I Was a Tree, because it's using your imagination. The whole show is just using your imagination. So, here's the scenario. We all just won the lottery. Beyond paying off family, friend debts, all that. What's the first thing?
Whoa. Time out. I'm not paying off nobody's debt.
Who the fuck said I was paying a debt? I ain't paying.
I'm putting that because the first thing out of my mouth is I'm paying off all my debts and making sure my family's good. So just ignoring all that, if that's somebody's answer, just ignore all that. For you, what's the first thing you're doing? All right, not writing you down and putting in clutch. Got it. Yeah, but so for example, my answer was I'm going to be topless on a yacht with a bunch of bitches and whiskey. Okay. Like that was the first thing out of my mouth.
Oh, that sounds
so like
fun.
if you had if you won the lottery, you could do anything you wanted to. What would be the first thing you would do?
Buy Facebook.
Disappear.
Buy Facebook, please, because them fucking
make it better.
Community fucking standards.
I'm going to a nude
real world. I'm gonna be off the grid like a motherfucker
in
somewhere.
Jamaica.
A new beach in Jamaica.
Okay.
Ooh, are you going to the resort?
I'm going to Hedonism. If you heard of it, girl, I'm going
that's
there.
what I was about to ask.
Yes. Yes.
I can't do that.
I'm gonna buy a really expensive.
It's a place where you don't have to get naked, but you're encouraged to.
It's
right, and the people who are encouraged who are going to get naked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy a really expensive lotion.
I'm ready to go.
Expensive lotion.
Yeah.
What?
I would open up DP University.
Lotion? Oh.
You said you're going to buy a bottle of expensive lotion?
She said I'm getting a BBL.
Yeah.
I said I'm opening DP University. DP University is the school I made up for a comedy skit.
Hold on, I got questions for Raw because, like, are you trying to like jack off like nobody has ever done before, or is this just lotion for your skin?
Yes, I want to have the most amazing jerk session ever. Why not? If you got all this money, you could do whatever you want, right?
That nigga said I'm about to have an expensive.
Why not do something different? Like, why not do something for yourself? I feel like I could do something for myself.
But you can have women. You can pay for a woman to come in there and do that for you.
You can do that now.
You can pay for that now.
I don't trust these hoes. So I'm gonna give.
It's just their hand.
Yeah, but when the last time you used a really good lotion and you jerked off on like the Swiss Alps or some shit like that? I'm gonna jerk off somewhere.
What?
I used an oat cream. No,
what are you doing? Eating a peppermint York peppermint patty while you do this?
Listen, no, I mean, I gotta tell you guys like this. Think about it like this. You watching what is called the Aurora Borealis or whatever. You watching those crazy ass lights, and you getting like the best of your fucking
Aurora Borealis.
So you trying to?
It'll be worth it. Like
you want a laser light show and some expensive Jergens.
Yo, I just want to let y'all know.
The Northern Lights.
It got to be a lotion that it costs like a couple $100 for a bottle. Like it can't.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Sure.
We need to own a hotel, whether it's a franchise or not. Listen to me. This is the year to date right now, and this is January. This is what, 2 weeks in?
Mm-hmm.
They have year to date averaged $51,240.
I already made 50 bands.
That's not a lot.
I'm I'm in the wrong
That's
field.
a lot. You want to make real money? You go board up windows for Fortune 500 companies. They make $1,000 in 15 minutes.
Damn.
Trust. My company $3 million last year.
Well,
okay?
I just want to sit back and chill and tell people to check people in while I'm out on the beach somewhere naked. In 2 weeks, make $50,000. I don't care what else.
Just imagine.
So then you open up a company.
Just
then I want to
moan on that beach with that expensive.
Then I want to moan on pornos.
It is fun. I will tell you, it is fun to do that. Hold on, I got a story for you guys though, as a side note. So I have a company that gives me samples that I give out my prize packs for my podcast. So when I go to events and stuff, I give out these little prize packs. It's really just like a hair tie because that's like the number 1 rule in my handbook, and like a little book for them, and then like a couple like lube samples. But she gave me this stuff called enhancement cream, and I don't give anything out that I don't try. Period. Because I don't sell bullshit products, or I'm not selling it anyway. But even if I give it out for free, I want to make sure it's cool before I give it out. So now, mind you, I don't use lubes and shit like that for that kind of stuff because I don't really need it. But this oat cream, I was like, let me try it. And it was like, take a dime size amount, put it on your special spots, and it's for men and women, and you'll have an enhanced right? I didn't leave my room for 2 days. 2 days.
Are you?
I killed 2
Are you saying for orgasm as nasty as your mouth been all day? You gonna say
Right?
She censored herself.
She said,
I'm trying to be a little less nasty than I was earlier. I'm trying because it's getting towards the early morning. It's Sunday though. It's the Lord's Day.
Well, I grew up as a 7-day Adventist, so we thought the 7th day was Saturday. So I cussed on Sunday.
Kurt Franklin. She fucks to Kurt Franklin. You ain't got to censor nothing with her.
Okay.
Stump.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
2 days?
2 days I didn't leave my room. Messed up 3 bed sheets. Figured out and learned how to make myself squirt, which had never happened before. As much of a sex expert as I am, I can make anybody else. Me? No, myself. And now I can do it on command. I'm like, oh, look at me go! Yeah. So that shit was crazy. So Pure Romance has an oat cream. Go get that shit and try it. That's the moral to the story.
Romance.
It's Pure Romance, yeah. It's called like the oat cream. I think I still have some samples sitting around. That's just dangerous.
I would be scared to try that because I would get turned off, and if nobody can't take me there, then I'm gonna be upset.
So no, what it does is it enhances what you're already gonna have. So even if you like go with a partner after that, like I've never had trouble after that, reaching the same level of orgasm that I always do. It's just like with that, made it that next level. Like I needed to change the bed sheets after. Not everybody's always in the mood to be changing bed sheets and shit every time they fuck. Okay,
but
so
you haven't put it on
like
weed.
So it's like the honey for women.
I can't smoke. What? It's for men and women.
Like the honey for women. What I'm saying, like how they got the honey for the men. It's like the honey for the women.
I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming so. Listen, but like how you're saying that shit's like dangerous. It's the same thing with the rose, man. I read the reviews where women are like, "My soul left my body." I was like, I don't need that kind of orgasm.
Oh, see,
okay,
no, hold on, wait a minute. It ain't even about the rose. It's about the squirrel.
The squirrel.
That squirrel will turn your life out.
Oh, the rose random names.
The
squirrel is what it's called.
The rose was amazing, but when
just bees having flashbacks of the squirrel.
I don't like squirrel.
Yes, it is. It's called the squirt. It's called the squirting squirrel, and it will make you squirt if you have not squirted ever in your life.
Squirting squirrel.
You will feel like as soon as you come.
I can make myself do it now.
Oh well, the squirting squirrel is my man. Okay.
I'm gonna look it up when I'm done here.
I haven't tried his tail yet.
Don't be using it at work.
Hold on a minute.
No, he's at home. On some real stuff, he died today. Like I gotta charge him up.
Oh, he done died.
This squirrel. Okay, have you ever tried the Satisfier? That's what that looks like to me.
Good night.
Listen to me. I don't know the name of it, but I'm about to go on xx.com, right? Because it's this little thing. It's like it's a mouth, right, with a tongue, and it licks the clit.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the bottom, C part goes like this, and it's like while it's licking the clit, and it's in there going like that. I want to try that, but hold on, let me see if I can find it.
I found it.
It doesn't say the name.
The tongue.
I literally typed in squirt and squirrel, and there it is. It's purple. It's got a little sucky thing, and it's got.
Oh, listen, that is my man. It's that same exact color. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's $45. Why would I pay $45 for something I can get my roster member to come do?
I paid $25 for it.
You got it off Wish? You got the Wish brand?
I don't know.
Yeah, if you're trying this off Wish, that might overheat or something.
It'll blow
No,
up.
you don't want the one from Wish.
If you using that,
Not the kind of explosion you're looking for, right?
I don't know. You know, it's actually a gift. I don't know where it was, but I know it was $25. I know it might have been off of what's the name of that?
I found one on Amazon for $32. Just in case anyone else is interested.
I'm not buying that shit. I don't buy stuff like that because I'm very sensitive, so I can't.
Yeah, that'll have you climbing up the wall by yourself.
Like I got this little. So I went to Walmart at one point. I went on vacation and I was in Walmart and they randomly had these bullets. They were on clearance for $1, and there was like 10 of them. I bought them and I gave them out as gifts and shit. I'm like, my little sister one. I was like, here, hide this, but like use it, like like shit like that. And it has like 2 or 3 settings. And like I literally can't even go past the first setting. I can't do it.
Damn.
So I put my rose on number 3.
Well, that's because you're using it too much. You gotta stop doing that. No man can do what he does.
I put it on number 3 from the beginning.
Yeah, I never tried it on the first setting.
Motherfucker gonna saw your clit off. Jesus Christ. Y'all are rough with your bodies.
Annie's room sound like a fucking construction site.
Hey,
kids be walking down the hallway.
Because when I did get some head, I didn't feel it at all. I was like, "For what happened?"
So I realized, like, more recently, because I am an nymphomaniac, just to start right there. So
I think we got that.
Yeah. Well, what? A lot of the times I'll talk about sex, but I used to limit it to twice a week. Like that was my limit for my nympho. Now me myself doing whatever I do alone, that's irrelevant. But with partners, I limited it to 2 times a week. So I noticed. Where was I going with this? I had a point.
Oh shit! Damn, you lost it.
I really did. What was I just gonna say?
Now I can't find it.
I totally lost my train of thought.
You still looking for the squirrel?
No, it's this little thing. I'm gonna show it to you.
I noticed when I had more time in between, I had a better quality of O than when I was having sex more often. So I think with that, because I talked to, I don't know if you guys know who Auntie Gina is on Instagram.
No.
She's great, so go follow her. But she pulled me on her show once because I'm white as fuck and was talking about how I used to emasculate men using sex because I was toxic.
There's levels of white?
There's very levels of white, yes.
What are the different levels?
I mean, there's even levels of Philly. Like, there's levels of everything.
Oh, yeah, definitely levels of Philly.
So, yeah, exactly. So, it's the same thing with the levels of white. So, levels of white is like, are you like, do you have your cis card? Can you play spades? There's that level of white. Are you trusted to make mac and cheese?
Cis card? I thought you meant like, I'm a cisgender woman. I didn't know where we were going with that. I thought
I identify as a menace. That's it.
Oh,
just
shit. Okay.
So, my pronouns are triple D and ADHD, baby, and BPD because I'm crazy. So, like, that's it. Okay. But, yeah. So, the next level would be, like, are you invited to the cookout? That level of white. So, like, you're still white, but, like, you're invited to the cookout. You're cool. Nobody bother you. Are you trusted to bring food to the cookout?
Or the top of the scale? Is being invited to the cookout at close to the bottom or close to the top?
Close to the top. It's right under cis card. Like, once you get your cis or bro card, like, that's it. And that means you can play spades. You can go anywhere you want. You're invited to all the cookouts. Like, that's it.
Gotcha.
That's it. You're ingrained in the community, let's say. Because you're invited everywhere. You know about everything. Because motherfuckers be private in Philly, especially about what's going on. Fact. Like, if you don't know about the cookout, you don't know about the cookout. But that shit was popping. There's probably like fucking 400 people there, but you didn't know about it because you weren't ingrained. Because you didn't have no friends. Or you don't know how to play spades. Spades is a big deal in Philly. Period.
No, it really is.
This is a big deal in
This is for white people trying to have black friends?
Yeah, she was explaining the different levels of white, but I think it's interesting because as a black person, I'd be offended as fuck if somebody was telling me a different like level of black.
But there are.
Yeah, if somebody's trying to define my
like, girl, I'm like, you can just come, long as you friend. Like, black people don't think like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just think it's interesting.
Because if they think you're with the cops, you're not coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's in Philly. In Philly, it takes you got to be a specific type of white to come to the bar, to the party, to the cookout, or any of that shit.
Yes, you do. Because some of these motherfuckers, some of these white motherfuckers are the devil in Philly. I'm telling you, they'll come just to bust that shit up.
You can't just walk in some fucking what you call them, boat shoes and Dockers, and think that you about to be rocking out.
Toy, damn it.
Yeah, you can't just walk in anywhere you want to. You have to be invited.
If you come in with the fucking with the super tight chucks, everybody gonna turn around and say, "All right, who the fuck is that?"
A cop? That's what they're gonna say.
Why your strings so tight, nigga?
Facts.
If you come to the cookout and medium, you're getting sent home.
How the fuck did you get them that tight?
Is this a northerner thing?
Maybe. I don't know. I've only ever lived in Philly, so I only know Philly.
It's a Philly thing.
I'm from Youngstown, Ohio, and we are not like that at all. Pretty much like now, you just got your to me you just got your white people who don't like black people and they stay away from us, and then you got your white people who cool with us and don't have a problem hanging with us. Or you got your other white people that's just scared of us and don't know shit about us.
Before gentrification, for the most part, you was a certain demographic if you lived in a certain part of the city. Like that's just was what it was. It's not necessarily like that no more. Everybody is more so integrated now, but it used to be like you could kind of look at a person and tell, like, all right, they from Northeast, they from South Philly, they from West Philly. Like you used to be able to pretty much could tell. It's not as bad as it used to be though, because everybody like been moving around.
It just sounds so effed up. It just sounds effed up, like because I know
it's literally like walking into a lunchroom and all the different tables have different cliques at them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Same thing with Philly. Philly's made up. It's made up of little neighborhoods.
Yes, nobody ever said Philly wasn't fucked up. I can guarantee you that shit.
I was definitely fucked up. Home of where back shots to gunshots is a love story.
You know, that's what Martin Luther King had a dream.
That's what I'm saying. I love this conversation today.
Yeah, but he ain't make it to Philly with that dream though.
He did not.
He did it.
He skipped Philly.
He didn't make it to a lot of places. I
stayed in the South with that one.
The who?
I guess I took it as a race thing because it's just like I know that black people are more accepting of white people than white people are accepting of blacks.
That's
true. I'll agree to that.
So it's crazy. When I first joined the Navy, and I tell people this, and they look at me like I'm crazy. When I first joined the Navy, the only white people that I was ever around before I joined the Navy was teachers. So I wasn't around, like I didn't know how a lot of white people act because the neighborhood I grew up in, you didn't see them. They wasn't around. We didn't hang with them. Even in school, it was all black, some Spanish, some Indian, but all the white people was teachers. So all we knew was them as that. So when I joined the Navy and I started seeing white boys doing like weird shit, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, what the fuck is you doing? Like, but then I met some that act like me. So it was like, all right, I'm fucking confused now. Like that shit had me wrong. I ain't gonna lie.
There are a lot of levels. There was a traveling robot that went around the country to different cities, and people were all excited, and they would take pictures with it and all this shit. That shit died the day it got to Philly.
Yep.
They destroyed it immediately.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
It made it like a long way too. And as soon as it got to Philly, that shit got destroyed. People do not give a fuck in Philly.
And you can look it up.
That's because they thought it was the police for sure.
Yeah, that shit is not a game.
No, it's the people in Philly don't give a fuck. Like they just really don't give a fuck.
No.
Oh, I know.
Yo, I'm telling you, when I first joined, a lot of people used to look at me like, "Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you?" That's how I figured out. Like, when people say black people can't be racist, I started looking around. I'm like, "Hold up, man! Black people can be fucking racist. Like, we may not want to admit it, but it's the fucking truth."
I met quite a few.
It is what it is. I met a couple guys in there where it was like, "Damn, bro!" Like, but they was from the South, so they saw shit differently than what I don't think
it's racist. I don't think it's racist though. I think it's.
As black people, we tend to not want to use the term racist, even though
I guess you could call it that, but it's just like it's not, because racist is actually looking at a skin color and hating them for their skin color.
Yes, I knew a lot of people.
Let me just explain this, because like me growing up, I will cry if anything, and I will go to any kid that's hurting, whether they're white, black, yellow, blue, period. Whereas a white person is like, oh, that little nigger, you know what I'm saying? They can look at a child and call, you know what I'm saying? And then if I'm in public, I have white people grab their purses like I want their shit, or you know what I'm saying? Or I got beat up by cops for no fucking reason. So it's just like once you are put in situations like that, it's not that you hate that race. You expect to be treated a certain way when you're around that race.
I could tell you now.
Because like when I go, if I'm the only black person, if I'm the only black person in the white area, I'm gonna feel like I need to get up out of there.
Yeah, I feel out of place.
I'm gonna feel out of place, and I'm not gonna be myself, no matter how nice they are to me, because I've met some nice ones, and I've met some not nice ones that hang with the same people. You know what I'm saying? So it's
that goes to show you the difference too.
I can't call it racism. It's like a conditioning.
Trust me, I've met some dudes that was from the South, and they had no problem even admitting, yes, I am fucking racist. I hate all white people. That's just how they looked at it. Like it was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And like when they said it, I'm like, holy shit! Like I didn't know that was even possible. But that's just what they was.
How come it can't be possible when they kill us every day?
I mean,
and you brought up a good point too when you said that.
Not saying that, but I'm just saying it's like a conditioning of the mind. That's why I'm just like, how could you not understand that when they're literally like killing us and then slandering us on the media? Although I have nothing to do with that, I give everybody a chance. But I don't know, it's just different. I'm gonna feel that way, and I'm so sorry because I know it's wrong to hate anybody for their skin color, but can you imagine? You don't know what that person been through.
The fact that we do the same exact thing to ourselves, but we look at it as normal. But when somebody else do it, we look at it as fucked up. I can't do that. I know I done been fucked over. I've actually been fucked over.
Wrong is wrong and right is right.
Yeah, I've been fucked over by way more black people than any other race. So it is what it is. But am I gonna sit here and say I hate them? No. I've been fucked over by white people. Do I hate all white people? No. Some of them.
I just hate everyone equally.
Some of them Indians ain't.
I give everybody a chance.
Yeah, me personally, I feel like every person I meet is one moment away from fucking me over anyway. So when you fuck me over, I cut you the fuck off. It is what it is. Like I don't. Really
Did DC fall off?
No.
No, he's still hanging out in the background.
So here's a good point that she brought up earlier. She said,
I just don't like people who's going to hurt people because of their skin color. That's my only thing. To me, that's a racist. That's a supremacist. That's what you call racist. When you just walk up to somebody and just start hurting them because of the skin color.
I've watched people not physically do it, but emotionally and all of that. I've watched black people do it, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, they ain't do nothing to you. They ain't even worrying about you. Yeah, but they fucking white, so fuck them. It's
yeah,
like,
I got a cousin like that, but I understand where he's coming from because he's been hurt.
You brought up a good point earlier when you said that, like, if you went into a crowd of white people or a room of white people, you wouldn't feel comfortable. And that just goes to show the difference right there. Because if I went, first of all, most of the rooms I go into are mostly black people because I'm the one that answers the door if the police come. You know, I got triple D titties, and I'm going to talk us out of it if we're getting in any trouble. So I'm comfortable. I never have an issue. And that's the big difference where you can tell the difference because I could see why you wouldn't feel comfortable because I don't even feel comfortable in a room full of white people. Motherfuckers are snakes. You know, the lady I pulled in her live, she told me 7 out of 10 white women are the devil. And I was like, I have never agreed with somebody more.
This is the one thing that is so weird to me because I believe that it's like it's cliquey with white people. Because I was on a vacation and I mean, me and this dude was drunk as hell. And when we were drunk, that was my partner. That was my ace boom coon. We kicked it. Me, his wife, my friend and him, we kicked it. We tore the night up. And then they had to put both of us to bed because, you know what I'm saying? Me and him was just drunk and just doing the most.
Girl wasted.
Right. So the next morning, we seen him come down for breakfast. And I was like, hey, white husband. And he looked at me like, and he had his entourage with him. And they're like, who is she talking to, man? And it was like, he and his wife did not know who I was. And how dare you sit and talk to me? And that to me was just like crazy. I'm like, oh, wow. You know what I mean? And I had a great time with them. Like, I'm just like, so if you just let your hair down and don't worry about what nobody else think about you, you would be an amazing person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think
trouble. It's even in families. So for example, like I had an issue last year where I made an attempt on my life. Irrelevant, but because I went to the hospital, it was discovered that I was doing, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I was doing coke. I had a coke problem. I developed it after my little sister died. It was just to run away from things I didn't want to face and just to be anything but sober. But when I went to the hospital, I got diagnosed with mental health conditions. And as soon as I got diagnosed with mental health conditions and I no longer wanted to pretend I was okay, I was excommunicated because I was no longer picture perfect. I didn't fit into that picture perfect society anymore. That's exactly how white people are. If you don't fit into the box they made for you, you are excommunicated. Most people are okay with that. Like, I'm okay with it. Fuck them. I'm the hot sister anyway, so it didn't matter. I'm just kidding. But, you know, but that's exactly how they are. That's how all white groups are. Friends groups. Like, I have friends that I've been friends with for more than 15 to 20 years. But other ones, I've been friends with you for 5 years. We'll talk every single day. And then all of a sudden, you'll hear something from somebody else. Now you don't want to be my friend anymore. And now I'm the enemy.
Okay, so
that's a lot of how it is.
I want to text something Ross said because it's weighing on my mind no matter what. I try to get it out of my mind. But I cannot stand when I hear Black people say we do it to ourselves and then get mad when somebody else do it. When if you look at the bigger picture, how people are conditioned, and then it's not a such thing. I mean, yeah, it's Black on Black crime, but it's white on white crime. It's Japanese on Japanese crime. It's all that shit happening in the world, but that's what the media condition us to believe. And if you're not woke enough to understand that and then see why they're programmed, that's the part that pisses me off when people say Black lives don't matter. That shit is a joke. I hate to hear another Black person say that because Black lives do fucking matter to people. There's ignorant people in every group. Black people, white people, all that. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have your ignorant Black motherfuckers. But it's such a big problem with us because we are the people in the media. We are supposed to be the lowest of the low. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we look at it like that. And it pisses me off because when somebody says that, I say, you're conditioned too. And I hate to say that, but in my opinion, you're conditioned too to even look at that.
I personally don't watch the news at all. That's just me. So I can only speak for what's around me. So when I say we do it to ourselves, what I mean by that is me personally, if I keep stabbing myself in the leg, I can't get upset when you keep seeing me stab myself in the leg and you try it too. At the end of the day, when I say we do it to ourselves, is because I watch people, motherfuckers I grew up with, kill a motherfucker that we all grew up with. Then when they get locked up, everybody be like, "Oh, free the boy." Didn't he just kill 3 motherfuckers?
Hell
we grew up
no.
with, but we saying free him?
Yeah, let's leave him in there.
Yeah, I grew up in Youngstown, Ohio. I grew up in Youngstown, Ohio. I seen a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? But still, if you don't open your eyes to see what's going on, then
no, I see. Listen,
you can feel that way.
I'm not saying I don't see what's going on. What I'm saying is this: I personally don't pay attention to color. I pay attention to energy and vibes.
Right, which is a good thing. Hold
on, let me finish. If your energy is right, I fuck with you. If your energy is off, I'm staying away from you. I don't care what your skin tone is. I don't care what your sexuality is. I don't care what religion you fuck with. I don't care about none of that shit.
As you should.
And I don't give a fuck about it. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is,
I just didn't like the phrase you said because everything you saying now didn't go with the phrase you said earlier. So I just attacked the phrase that you said earlier. But I agree with everything you just said. I don't
always say things in a way where it's PC or it's plurable to everybody. I say things the way that I feel. I can't help that. It is what it is.
That's just the part that I said what I said. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. You don't have to change it for me. But
I ain't trying to knock. I'm not knocking your opinion at all because everybody got their opinion. It is what the fuck it is. I'm not the dude that's about to tell you, oh, you shouldn't feel that way. You can't. Oh, fuck no. That's how you feel. That's how you feel.
Right.
Rock the fuck out and stand on that shit. Now, if you don't stand on it, then I got a problem. That's when I got a problem when you don't stand on how you feel. But in the environment that I grew up in, it's different. And a lot of people say, oh, well, where I'm from, it ain't like that. I can't speak on where you from. I can speak on where I was raised at. When I tell people that I grew up in a neighborhood where I didn't see white people, everybody, oh, you fucking lying.
I grew up in the same neighborhood. I grew up in the same neighborhood.
In the fucking 80s and the 90s, that's just what the fuck it was. You might have one one white family that might move in for like a year, but they getting the fuck out of there.
But nine times out of 10, it's a hood in every city and state. That's how United States is designed. Yeah. There's a hood. Around the hood, there's white people and it thrives. And then you got your black people that move out of the hood, which takes our resources out of it. You know what I'm saying? So 9 times out of 10, there's more black people that knows what you went through rather than what you believe or not, because I grew up in the same situation. But all I was saying, like I'm gonna say it again, because you believe what you want to believe and how you grew up is cool. But I just didn't like that phrase that you said, and because it's a lot of black people that say that, and I'm just like, before you say it, make sure you know what you're saying mentally, because people don't look at the big picture. They just say it out their mouth, and I'm just like, that's crazy, because everybody in the hood ain't like that. You got your assholes, you know what I'm saying?
No,
but
everybody in the hood.
That's all I was saying, you know what I mean? So
everybody in the burbs ain't the same. Everybody, I met motherfuckers that was from the country that was more fucking city than motherfuckers that was from the city. So trust me, I get it. Everybody is not the same.
I totally agree. I said, everything you say, I'm cool with, except for that one phrase. I was gonna shut up because everybody know how passionate I am about my people. I was gonna shut up, but it just kept saying like, you can't. So I just had to.
I'm a
hell yeah.
Well, we can agree to it. We can agree to disagree.
No, I'm a very firm believer in Black Lives Matter. I most certainly am, because I feel like for everybody else to matter, we have to matter too. And it's a lot of us.
Big fact.
It's a lot of us that don't take care of us. Like, it's just that simple. So trust me, I'm with you 100% on that. But I still do believe that in order for us to assume that other people is going to protect us, we got to protect ourselves first. I hear people all the time. They'll say, oh, well, I'm not supporting black businesses. What the fuck you mean you're not supporting black businesses? But the Chinese store ain't never gave you a fucking discount, but because your cousin don't want to give you a discount, you ain't fucking with him no more.
You're conditioned that way.
Black people, when they got a business, they ignorant. The Chinese people ignorant as fuck. They hurry up and buy. They don't give a fuck what else you talk about. Spend your money and get the fuck out. It's just that simple. But we don't look at them and say, I'm boycotting all the Chinese stores. Fuck no, they popping up more and more. I grew up in a neighborhood where it was 4 stores in the neighborhood. 2 of them was black owned. The other 2, they was flip-flopping all the time. Now, the same neighborhood I grew up in is nothing but poppy stores. You stop going to the black stores, but when the poppy bought it, now you start going to that store again. So, like I said, we got to support ourselves. We got to back ourselves. We got to fight for ourselves before we can assume that another race or another person going to step in and do the same exact thing, because they're watching us. They are watching us regardless. Most of them want to be us. Like, it's just that simple. And I agree about whites, blacks, whites, Puerto Ricans, Asian, they all want to be us. Our culture is the strongest culture on the fucking planet right now.
And they don't want the truth to come out. You know what I'm saying? But this can go deeper than we wanted to go. That's why I'm saying I was just talking about that little phrase, because I know Annie asked to be knocked out somewhere on shit like this.
She probably is
knocked out.
Yeah. That's why she
out. I was on my phone. I was like, I have nothing to say. I got nothing to pertain to this conversation. It's not about.
Yeah, no. That's just the way I feel. Like, a lot of people just, it's kind of it kind of breaks my heart.
Girl, I was just saying. I was just saying my business.
But yeah.
Anywho, so
that's why I had to mind my business for a minute. Because I'm not putting into that conversation. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I was like, I'm in my phone.
Go ahead, Amarai.
Kanubi? I'm sorry. Am I fucking up your name?
So I have questions that people send me in. I'll pull them up now. I actually should have been doing that the whole time. I got sidetracked.
Is that it? Kanubo?
Yes. Yeah, Kanubo.
Okay. What are these questions?
So the first question was, what's your favorite food?
Oh, simply like, what's our favorite food?
That scared me.
What was that?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Mine's a little, it's lagging.
Oh.
My phone. I'm going to reload because mine's lagging. So I'm going to reload
My favorite food, just so everybody can know, is pizza.
What kind of pizza?
Vegetable.
Okay.
No fish, no fungus, and no veggies on my pizza ever.
No fish, no. Oh,
no fish, no fungus.
You talk about mushrooms.
Yep.
Okay.
Far away.
First, I'm like, who gonna put my fungus on there? I'm like, oh, I like mushrooms on it. I like all of them mixed together, and I just don't like banana peppers on there.
Nah, fuck that. Don't fuck my cheese up adding that extra shit to it. Oh, don't put no goddamn fruit on it either.
No, my mom.
Sweet and salty.
My mom likes pineapple and chicken. Ain't that nasty?
I tried the pineapple one time because everybody said, "Oh, it's so fucking amazing." Yeah, no, I'm good.
I know a motherfucker that was eating olives and pineapples together, like a sweet and salty mix. That shit's weird. I'm cool on the pineapples on my pizza.
I don't like my vegetables mixed with fruit anyway, because I be seeing people with strawberries on their salad. I'm like, how does that work?
Yeah, no, that's good. I love a strawberry salad.
I ain't fucking with the strawberry at all. I'm good.
I don't like warm fruit.
Oh, that's banging.
For real, my mom loves it, and she be have granola in it and everything on her spinach. I'd be like, what is going on?
That I can do.
I would have to try it. I didn't try it because it just looked like no. Because in my head, like a salad supposed to have like all this ranch dressing on it.
Ugh.
You defeating the purpose of the salad.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
She drowning her shit in dressing.
I don't drown it, but it wouldn't be as dry as that salad was today.
I was about to say you
definitely that motherfucker definitely was motherfucking fresh out the motherfucking
like it didn't have
ground.
nothing on it. Like at least give me some moistness, you know.
But that's the point of the fucking shrubbery. It's supposed to be all water.
Yeah, but I don't think that not weigh it down with salad dressing. I don't think just the salad dressing will mess it up. You know what I mean? I know it'll probably add like a couple of calories, but I don't think it will. I know what kind of salads that black people make.
I love a nasty salad.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a nasty salad?
You know, it's like all the meats and cheese and
fries, cheese,
just nothing healthy.
So basically, a hoagie without the bread.
Pretty much. Delicious.
I try to stay away from them nowadays. I'm trying to change the way I eat. But honey, my salads used to go hard. I used to have the fries on top.
Salad.
I don't eat meat, but I would have like the little.
Time out.
I eat Morningstar chicken, but it's not chicken. It's plant
just
chicken.
The fact that you said you don't eat meat. Anybody else would have said that, I'd have been like, all right. But the fact you said it.
No, I said, you're trying to get me to go there. I not to get nasty because I don't want to run nobody away.
This whole night been crazy. I don't eat meat, but I mean, salads is cool. I don't know. You had a dry salad and peanut butter and water. That was just like the weirdest combination after each other.
Sometimes when
you were trying to cough her way to stay woke.
No, it's just my way of trying to because before I was on this little diet thing, I would have like 2 sprinkled donuts right now. And I think like 3 tablespoons of peanut butter is better than that.
Yo, so I used to work at this place, and they used to.
But honey, Dunkin' Donuts is right there by my job.
They kept a big ass jar of peanut butter, and like every 30 minutes, everybody would just get a big ass spoon and just be eating the peanut butter. And I'm like, how the fuck is y'all just eating peanut butter all day? But to them, they was like, well, I'd rather snack. I'd rather eat this. Yeah, I'm not about to sit here and eat peanut butter.
No, because my dude,
if you have too much peanut butter, it's pretty much kind of the same thing, but you just gotta know your tablespoons and when to stop.
Nah, these motherfuckers, they had like the plastic spoon, but it'd be like a mountain like this. And it'll take them like 20 minutes to finish that fucking spoon. Then 10 minutes later, they getting another one. I'm like, man, you might as well have just ate a fucking donut and called it a day. At least you won't have to keep eating.
But a donut is like almost, depending on a donut, it's like 1,500 calories.
But it's fucking delicious.
Right. Sure. And that's what pissed me off because my brother, like, he just big time vegan. And when you tell certain people that's on the right path, and he be on me, like, I'll just be eating something. He'd be like, yeah, this is XYZ and ZYX. And he'd be like, all right, I don't want it no more.
I had a vegan donut.
You ever had a bacon donut?
Wasn't bad.
No, but no.
Yeah, that's good.
There is one. The Amish people keep telling me that the Amish market got the best donuts, and I've never tasted them.
Fuck that. The raspberry Krispy Kremes. Best donut on the
I don't like Krispy Kreme. They're too sugary.
Get the raspberry Lord. Them shits is fucking amazing.
I ain't gonna lie, when that red light on, boy, them fucking hot fresh ones.
I heard.
Wow.
I never had a fresh one.
Oh shit.
That should have changed your life. Yeah. That should have had you rethinking your
it's like that orgasm cream what girl was talking about. That was fucking fresh and hot, fresh out the pan, please. I miss those.
Change your fucking life. I'm trying to told you.
Yeah, I've never tasted it hot. Like I've always caught it at the truck stops.
Oh, like the ones already in the box?
Packaged. Yeah.
They still good too.
It's still good, but you gotta warm them up a little bit.
They're so sugary.
Yeah.
It's worth it though.
Shit.
You only need one. You only need one. That's like 7 cups of coffee, but those bitches be worth it.
You have good willpower. For only getting
Who, me?
No, for only getting one hot Krispy Kreme, that's good willpower.
Oh, I'm about to say, girl, you do not know my willpower. I'm struggling every day.
We see you struggling with that salad.
All right, so we eating pizza with Kiki. What's your favorite food, Raw?
I'm either Alfredo or pizza. They like neck and neck for me.
Ooh, Alfredo with I'm sorry, I'm all on your topic.
I could go chicken Alfredo or sausage
Alfredo. Broccoli. What about broccoli Alfredo?
Man, keep that shit to yourself.
Nobody likes broccoli Alfredo?
Fucking up my Alfredo with no goddamn
I love broccoli.
Don't be fucking my shit up.
Hey, Canuto, I'm glad you came back.
Only time I really like broccoli is chicken and broccoli. I can eat chicken and broccoli all day. It's something about that sauce on broccoli that's fucking amazing. But keep that shit out my Alfredo. You fucking the game up.
It is so good. And I tasted it for the first time last year at what's the name of that place? Italian restaurant known all over. Olive Garden, yeah.
Olive Garden, all right.
That was the
I do have some questions. Olive Garden is just microwave Italian food.
Yeah, that shit was watered. That shit was wet, white water. That's all they Alfredo sauce is.
Well, you got to get them to put all that cheese in it. I had a whole bunch of cheese.
That's the only way you could taste it.
All right. I got questions if you guys are ready.
Come to my taste buds. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So you guys ready for your questions?
Yes.
All right. What's the last lie you told?
Oh,
I like this job.
I was a virgin.
When I went to the doctor, I said I had stopped doing some stuff that I didn't. They gonna find out when they do my blood work.
I lied to my therapist and told her I was fine.
Oh, they know you lying. They know you lying.
Oh, I know. No, I never said. It doesn't say whether or not they caught you in the lie. It just says what's the last lie you told, and I'm not much of a liar, so that's like really all I got. So I'm terrible at it. So bad.
I told somebody it was cool.
No, I'm not gonna lie to somebody about that. If you wet sock energy, you're gonna get told you're wet sock energy. That's just it.
What is you doing? Is you laying down, DC?
Nah, I'm good.
Well, why would
you going to bed?
Huh?
When you going to sleep, DC?
Why can't we look at you?
Because I'm ugly at this hour.
Oh.
Hey, according to the scale, nigga, you ugly every day, all day. It don't matter.
True.
All right, so what about you two fellas? What's the last lie you told?
I told somebody it was cool. I told somebody that was doing their job cool, that even though they wasn't, I just couldn't hurt his feelings because he thought he was doing the best work he could. So I was like, you know what?
You want to kill the spirit, I get it.
I'll let you feel it out. Yeah.
Now he knows.
I'm really thinking, and I can't honestly think of it. I don't know.
You never told your boss you really work to get a nice coffee? Told him you got a flat tire or something?
Did I tell somebody they got a flat tire?
No, I was like, you never lied to your boss or nothing? Like you went to go get a nice coffee, you were a little bit late, so you're like, I got a flat tire, I got stuck in traffic?
Oh no, I don't believe I'm not lying to y'all motherfuckers. I was on break. It is what it is.
5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I thought if you're late to work.
Every boss that I ever had to tell you that motherfucker, he gonna tell you where he was at. I don't give a shit. Like I was taking a shit or I was smoking a cigarette. Like the fuck. I work my ass off. I believe I deserve an extra 15 to 20 minutes of break time throughout my 8-hour period. Because when I'm working, Leave me the fuck alone. All my bosses know, leave me the fuck alone. Because if I slow down, production gonna be a bitch today. Like it is what it is. But I'm really sitting here racking my brain, and I honestly can't think of nothing. I don't really feel the need to keep fucking lying about shit all the time. Like that's just me. So I can't really think of nothing.
All right.
And if I did, it was probably with something fucking stupid just to make somebody shut the fuck up type shit.
What's the best compliment you've ever received?
That I wasn't as ugly as I thought.
Somebody told me that I had a beautiful personality, and that they felt real comfortable around me. It was like something it went into depth, but it would sound real nice. Like if they was at my funeral, I would be happy to have somebody say that about me.
I think I would cry if somebody told me some shit like that. I get told I'm an asshole like at least 5 times a day.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Raw,
that's a compliment for me though.
If the shoe fits, Raw.
Hey, you don't even know what size shoe I wear. Mind your business.
See, just mean.
I ain't mean. I'm not mean. I am a nice person.
He's a nice asshole.
Yeah, there you go. Like I'm a nice fucking person. Like it just.
Yeah, you could be a good person. That doesn't mean you got to be a nice one. Like you know.
Exactly.
So for mine, I actually screenshot it because I made a post about it. I had sent. It was when I first started my mental health project. I made a prologue for it, and I sent it to somebody before I launched it to get them to review it. And their response is probably the best compliment I've ever received. And he said, "I think it's perfectly said. You sound confident in what you want to say and how you're going to explain it over the course of the podcast. I know you'll touch a lot of people who are seeking what you were and will affect a lot of lives this way. Just be prepared that you're going to save a lot of lives and you have no idea." So that kind of a compliment, knowing that I'm going to help people. It's like, I matter. Look at me. Like, you know,
like you'll be crying.
Usually I'm just like, hey, nice bits. Yes, you know,
I cry when people say stuff like that.
I don't get, I don't come from a very emotional family. I don't understand emotions very well. So to have somebody like that raw with me is probably the best compliment I've received. Because usually, like I said, it's all physical. Nice eyes, nice ass, nice tits, you know?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
From your son, not give you
no problems.
Compliments.
Pretty girl problems.
I'm sorry, Canoodle, for your son, does he not give you compliments? Because that always warms my heart, because I know my daughter, she's not lying. She's telling the truth.
Well, yeah, I mean, my son does, but at the same time, it's my son. This was somebody who I went to high school with and never spoke to, and we were friends online for years because they were in the military. So even though they'd never met me, they were watching the work that I'd done, and when I trusted them enough to send it to me, you know, to have somebody who doesn't even like know me in person, in reality, who has seen all the host stuff that I post and still formed a good opinion about me without even having to meet me, you know, meant more to me because my son sees everything I do. He knows I work hard, so he does compliment me often. You know, sometimes not the best way. You know, I'll put makeup on to go to a comedy show. Be like, "Wow, Mom, you look good." Like, what do I look like shit every other time? Damn, you know. Hey, Mom, you look real tired today. I'm like, bitch, savage. You know. So it's not that I don't appreciate.
They just, especially young boys, they when you're dressed up and you look, you're gonna get that from them.
Yeah.
Like they're just gonna look like deer in the headlights. I'd be like, well, damn, I just came out here 2 minutes ago, but I put makeup on. You all would like.
That's because you're a whole different person at that point,
right?
Yeah. I listen when I really like because I do makeup.
Is that
I play
actually
makeup.
my mom?
Because I do special effects makeup too, so he's used to seeing like if I'm putting makeup on, it's for something. Or doing somebody else's makeup for something in special effects, you know, like skin and like all the crazy stuff. So him seeing me do makeup in a nice way, because I'll do my makeup for podcasts, but it's not a lot. But when I go out to like comedy shows, because I'm on film and that's just 4K HD, baby, you really got to beat that shit on your face, all right? I beat this face to the gods when I'm on camera, like real camera,
Period,
not this kind of camera. Period, poo, and I do makeup real well, okay? I be contouring the shit out of this face. All right. If you see some pictures of me, you'd be like, that's not you.
Contour.
I don't know how to do that either.
I just know how, when I grew up I'm an 80s baby.
You gotta.
So when we grew up, we ain't have all this extra stuff. We
brush.
just knew how to make it look natural, and that's all I do.
Now you gotta use.
I didn't have anybody to teach me.
I don't have people. I don't know how to make my nose look smaller.
It's that
I don't
brush.
do all that.
You gotta use that one brush.
Then you gotta make your cheek look.
Yeah, it is.
I just be thinking it's
Basically,
like for
the way I kind of figured it out was playing.
Like how drag queens do theirs to make you look softer, so their face can look softer like a woman's. That's why I don't really get into all of that, unless it was like
I only contour because I have a
I would get it professionally made for some like sexy pictures.
I do take those. I have an OnlyFans, so
yeah. So I would definitely.
I gotta do makeup like that sometimes. Yeah, I do like whole photo shoots. I'm a photographer. Like I've had a photography company with my mom. Makeup. What I've learned from makeup was either sitting in the mirror and playing with it and figuring it out myself, or watching YouTube videos, fucking it up a million times, and then finally getting it right. Yeah, because I told her sister, not fuck with me.
I want to learn it.
So what I learned, and the best thing I can say,
be looking like like it'd be like concealer right here.
Yeah, concealer goes under your eyes.
Yeah, and then something goes here. I've been paying attention. It goes here. Like I want somebody to make my face that one day.
So DC, how you feeling?
I got you, girl. You come to Philly, I got you.
Huh?
How you feeling today?
Alive?
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know how to answer that. Like,
no, I didn't know if we were supposed to have our own conversation without contour.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh,
no, you're supposed to do what I did.
I like having the conversation.
No, but all I was going to say is, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
What was DC's favorite food then? DC, did you ever tell us?
All of it.
Oh.
I don't have one. I mean, I ain't picky, you know what I'm saying? I grew up in a house where we was just eating, you know what I'm saying? Whatever's made. I would say chicken wings.
What won't you eat? Will you eat chitlins?
Hell no.
Okay, well that works. Because I'm about to say anything.
My what won't you eat list is fucking ridiculous. I won't.
Yeah, that's just long. No, I mean I'm a good chicken. Give me some good chicken wings.
While you're eating ass, but won't eat chitlins.
True, but I'm good.
I'm just saying.
On the booty noodles.
We're not ingesting ass. I'm just saying.
Some people inhale it, but that's different.
So wait.
I mean, even if you're eating ass, you're still swallowing your spit, so you're still ingesting ass.
I'm just technicalities. The technicalities.
I'm just saying. These are facts. But what I was going to tell you as a side note before we move off makeup completely is shadows. Anywhere you would see a shadow go across your face is where you put the contour.
Right here.
On your cheeks. So if you had a depth put right here, like you'd put it in there. So act like you're sucking a dick real hard and then put the line and then just blend it. That's it.
Yeah, see y'all. I ain't talking
with another question. You guys want another question?
Sure. I mean, Kiki collapsed her jaw.
All right.
My favorite food is crab legs.
I'm not a seafood guy.
I like fish. I like
crab in general.
What do you consider your best physical feature?
My best physical feature?
I love crab legs. What do you consider your best physical feature?
I would say my smile.
My brain. I was playing sexy.
I would say my eyes.
Physical.
I guess I don't know.
I got some nice thighs. I got some nice legs. I'm just saying what I like about myself.
I'm the dude that don't really look at himself, so I couldn't even answer that question, to be honest with you.
I've never seen my body.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to my features. Like, I just go by life knowing that I'm a 3.5, so I'm okay with it. I don't really pay attention to it.
Man, why would you say a 3.5?
I'm good at my 3.5. I'm okay with that. I could rock with
it.
3.5 is a good number if you ask me. I feel like once you get over that 5 mark, you kind of gotta live by a certain expectation at that point, and I don't want those expectations on my life. So as a 3.5, I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm comfortable there.
That's interesting. Because I think if he was a woman saying that, we would feel in like, oh my God, why do you feel that way about yourself? Even if he was hurt for real, if it was a woman saying that, it it would be like, oh no, you're beautiful.
Yeah, that's why I shut up, because I didn't want to say that to him, because I know he's gonna be like, don't come at me like that. Because I already started.
That is your perspective. And it is entirely skewed.
But I'm gonna say honestly, I don't think you're a 3.5. I think you all are beautiful for real on the inside.
See, when people say shit like that, that's when you know you were 3.5.
That's when you know you got a face for radio.
So what she did was she certified.
No, the bitch is ugly. Bitch is ugly. I'd be like, I mean, you're not a 3. You're at least like a 4.5. Like, you're at least.
You know what? You're not ugly. You got a face for radio.
The thing is, people will tell you ugly without telling you.
No, I'm saying if a woman said that, I'd have the same response.
It makes it easy when, like, she smoothed it over. Like, you're not
I've only
ugly.
had 2 people in my life that I would categorize as a 3.5. Okay.
Like, you look better.
2 people in my life.
Like, it's okay.
And they both still ended up having children. So obviously,
small spotlights on you. Really, really tiny small spotlights.
Time out. Being ugly ain't got nothing to do with having kids. There's a lot of horrible looking baby moms out there. So we ain't
Seal. I mean, Seal had a model.
I think ugly.
I got kids.
I think ugly is so deep.
No, I'm just saying.
I don't think it's.
Like, I've met.
And a lot of people may think that I'm retarded for saying this, but I just don't think God made. I don't think God made any mistakes.
You see Seal?
Yes, he did.
You
want to see my health? You want to see my health reports?
It's different kind of like, okay, like there's different kind of tribes of people. Like people have distinctive nose. Like I don't know where my nose came from. They're like popcorn. You know what I'm saying?
I love a big old nose.
People have distinctive foreheads. You know what I'm saying? It's like different tribes. So like, I don't know.
You got some sexy nostrils.
I think ugly and cute comes from the media. Like what the media says is beautiful, everybody follows.
Have you ever seen Seal?
So I can't agree with that.
I don't think Seal is ugly.
I can't agree with that because
he just has something wrong with his face.
A lot of people, the media wants you to believe that
he is at least a 4, but he's not attractive. But he's still a 4 at least.
I can't remember when it came out, but they said the chick with the greatest ass on the planet.
Oh yeah, it looked. It was small.
Pancake. It was like a pancake, but they said she had the greatest ass.
It was it was symmetrical.
Yeah, but the media wants you to believe that.
Do you remember? Do you?
They obviously never seen volleyball players because them bitches got ass.
If y'all know this lady's name, please let me know because I wish I can call her name because I feel so stupid talking about her and don't know her name. But it was a black lady and she had a humongous ass, and they put her in circuses. And
back in the day,
yeah. And now I just wish that like
circuses.
It start with an S.
I pray to God that like her soul can see what, like her
Sarah
soul
or something.
What's going on right now because it's so many people buying butts.
Facts.
And put it on, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
this was like back in the 1800s.
With trueness.
Yeah, they put her in circus. I think she killed herself because of that, right?
I believe so. But this was it was back in like the 1800s or something. She was like,
this is a while ago.
They had her on display because she had a big ass.
A 7-footer was considered like an anomaly. Now everybody fucking 7 foot.
Well, I've gotten that all my life. I am 6 foot.
Sarah Bartman.
I am 6 foot, and as a woman, you hear so much dumb stuff like, "Oh, after 5'9", you're a man." I'm like, okay, I swear I had a pussy, but okay, I'll be that.
Maybe they were saying that so they can try to check. He's trying to reverse psychology you.
Yeah, let me see.
Whip it out on the table for him.
Like you lying.
I don't have anything. Huh?
You're 6 foot tall?
I'm 6 foot, yep.
I would love to be that tall.
Me too.
It took me a while. It took me a while to enjoy being this tall because I heard so many jokes in school, giraffe, pussy, all type of stuff.
Can you dunk?
I could palm a basketball.
No, I said, can you dunk? I ain't asked you about palming no basketball.
But I just said that because that's a yes. That was a yes for me.
Ah, damn.
You know what? I can't dunk. I can't dunk.
I mean,
I wasn't ready to share that.
Oh shit!
Jeez.
Don't worry. It's a lot of 6-footers that can't dunk. It ain't just you.
But it is just you. I was just like,
I'm so jealous close to height. I'm only 5'2". I would love to be tall.
Well, I can reach things.
I'm 5'2".
I can't. I have a step ladder.
I'm closer to hell.
Closer to hell? What
She said she's closer to hell. What the hell?
She's on the short side. The smaller side.
Well, okay, I'm closer to heaven.
I'm right at like dick level for most men, and that's exactly where I want to be anyway.
Oh shit!
You
right at
wrong,
level.
you think about it
I think
positively.
he's trying to take Kiki's spot at this point.
Dick level.
I'm 5'2". My sister's 4'9".
She's
Damn.
got
I'm 4'9". My sister's 4'9".
Damn.
She's tiny as hell.
Yeah, definitely. She's at Shaq's
All right,
waist.
I got another question.
What you
got? What are the top 3 things that stress you out?
Top 3 what?
How did Armand?
My shit's lagging? Sorry.
Armand hear that and we didn't?
Did you get my question?
I thought it was just me. She real quick.
See, Amron got it, and we all like, huh?
Yeah, so the top 3 things that stress me out, money.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Not having enough time.
Try through my phone.
Like I feel like I need 40 hours in a day.
Maybe I should try through my phone.
You could try it, yeah.
And I'm trying to think something else that stresses me out. You know what? Being a parent, this shit is hard. This shit is hard, and no one told me. Nobody told me.
Things that stress me out is people, it's persons, and it's him and hers.
Him and her.
I can't hear anything.
He said people's, persons, and
him and hers.
And him and hers.
Yeah, all of them get on my fucking nerves and stress me out.
So is it something directly that people do that stress you out?
No, just in general.
Some of them just alive.
Okay.
You know how some people just walk in a room and it's just like, God damn it, why the fuck are you here?
Yeah, Jim from accounting.
Yeah.
Me,
like
usually.
People, especially like at work, it's always that one.
It's usually me.
Why are you not on vacation? Like, why are you here? You know they just gonna get on your fucking nerves at some point before this day is over. Like, it's just inevitable that they not gonna get on your fucking nerves.
Usually somebody from HR.
Nah, it's usually
no, I'm really blessed to work somewhere where I don't have that problem no more.
Yeah, I work for myself.
I work from home too. That might add that in.
I work for myself, and I work in a hotel at night on the weekends, and it is gravy, baby.
Today was the first time I left my house in like a month. Other than go to the store, you know. Yeah, I don't go out in the winter.
It's been about 6 months for me. Outside of going to the store or the gym, it's been about 6 months.
Yeah,
I was just outside today.
Oh, I need to be in the gym.
No, you don't. I lost 145 pounds twerking in the mirror. You don't got to go nowhere.
Yeah, I'm not about to do that.
I'm gonna make that ass.
That's not even an option for me.
Yo, that would be the weirdest thing. Bro, in 6 months, we're all be like, yeah, I lost 60 pounds twerking it off.
No, I lost
sweating into the oldies, Richard Simmons style.
Wait, but you can do that's an inspiration to me because I can't wait. Girl,
to twerk it off.
I gotta get the bottom of the stomach going. It's like I want my whole body.
I started with 10 minutes a day, and it was really just because we were stuck in the house, and I was like, I am going to learn something while I'm here. And because
I'm sorry. What about you? See that Chinese? They be doing stuff like pumping from the side.
Yeah, you just have to be careful with that because you could really injure yourself that way.
By pumping?
Yeah.
It depends on yes.
From the side, what the fuck is that?
So they clench their stomach muscles really tight and then thrust.
And thrust. Yeah, like that. Girl, all I seen was titties. I ain't even gonna hold you.
So I saw that in a little small thing. I'm like, y'all ain't seeing what I'm doing.
No, we all saw you. Don't worry.
I hope she know that they looking at.
First of all, you got men on here that like world feeders, so trust me, we saw you.
So I started with 10 minutes a day, 2 songs, just trying to throw this ass. I can't throw it in a whole circle. I don't got the materials back there, but a semicircle. I got you on a semicircle.
Did you
all right.
sing the same song each time?
Yeah. Different song each time, different tempos, so I could learn different rhythms, you know, because even though I'm like white, I'm not like white. Remember, we went over to level, so I do know rhythm. So I'd like to, I used to give Wallies back in the day. All right, I know how to throw this ass, but I wanted to learn how to twerk, like professionally, I guess you could say.
What's a Wally?
What? That's my favorite. That was my favorite move. That was my go-to move.
It's where a guy's against the wall and you throw that ass all on him.
That's what you call that. So it's not just grinding. It's called a Wally.
Well, grinding can be anywhere, but Wally, the guy was against the wall specifically.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that.
It's a Philly
that shit was
thing.
love because you could bend down, put your hands on the floor, and really get in that shit.
I'm really starting to think that was a Philly thing because when I
in the basement,
I did it in college, and I was in Bloomsburg.
Dude would always grab you by the waist and pull you like that, and it just felt so nasty.
Hell, you get your ass.
He was nasty when we was kids. I needed
get over here.
Yeah, we were
just grinding all through jeans.
Facts.
That was fun.
Oh man, I knew a guy. Okay, I ain't gonna say no names, but so dude was at a club, girl was grinding on him, and this dude busted.
Wow,
that's embarrassing.
No names, please.
That was a hell of a Wally that nigga got.
I got a question after her. Can I call you? Can I call you something else? Because I don't like messing up people's names. Can I call you Nunu?
Nunu? How about Christy? Is fine. That's my actual name.
I'm gonna say no.
I just want to tell a quick story, okay?
Kanobo, I gotta get used to saying it. Once it get in my head, I'll call you Kanobo, but
it's Kanobo.
See, that's why I don't like messing up people's names.
Christy is fine. CA is just short for Christiane anyway. And that's when people fuck my name up a lot. So, when I was in college back in the Wally days, okay, there were two types of parties. You had your frat parties, which consisted of mostly drunk white people that paid $5 for a beer, and then they trade the beer in for a new beer, and so on and so forth until they were blackout wasted. Regardless, then you had the other parties, which were everybody cleared out an empty apartment. There was barely any white people in sight usually, which was my place to be because I do not, believe it or not, get along with white people very well. So, especially in drinking atmospheres, I do not.
That's when I love them.
No, listen, because white guys tend to forget who the fuck they're talking to when they drink, and I'm not the one. Okay, these hands, buy one get one free. I don't like to be disrespected.
Can I steal it?
Absolutely, go for it. I do not like to feel talked down to or disrespected, and a lot of those guys think they're like alpha males. Alpha male's not a real thing. You're just an asshole. You're either a dom in a BDSM world, or you're an asshole in every other realm. So just to clarify. Asshole. And I'm an asshole too, but I'm loud about it. I don't pretend not to be. And I don't talk down to people. That's the difference.
You need some coffee, DC?
No.
So I go to this party, and usually you pay like $3 at the door, and all they have, there's no lights. There's no furniture in this apartment. There's one light above the DJ who was always smoking a blunt and always had a girl on his lap. Always, standard. Then you had one light above a container, a Rubbermaid tote full of jungle juice.
Oh, yeah, the jungle juice.
That jungle juice, man. Every
just
time
don't eat the fruit.
Man, at all.
Yeah, I used to soak my fruit for 48 hours before I put any juice in it.
So this party, like anytime I took a friend, as a side note, I told her, like, if you have 2 cups, go to fuck outside. Because I promise you're more fucked up than you think. Right. And she was. But I go to this party, there's a girl. Now, she had a cataract in her eye, okay? Wasn't a big deal. She was a beautiful girl. She had a good singing voice. She was a nice girl. Nobody really gave her any issues. Well, she's giving this dude Wallies all night. And I mean, he's like thrusting into her. They're like going at it all night. But they're by the window, right? So I don't know how it happened, but the light from the moon shone in through the window and hit her cataract. Dude threw her like yesterday's fucking garbage. Threw her out of his way. Like, she flew across the room. And it was hilarious. Because everybody stopped.
The cataracts, don't it look like just gray eyes?
It was a white eye. Yeah, and the light shone off her white eye, and I guess he didn't know she had a cataract. Because it was dark in there, remember? There's only one light in there really above the DJ where everybody's dancing. She fucking flew, dude. He threw her bitch like a football.
Ugly dudes I danced with in the club and had a ball doing it.
I really think it was just that it took him by surprise. I really think it just took him by surprise, to be honest.
Or maybe I don't know, but I wouldn't have pushed it. That's crazy.
No, he didn't push her. He threw that bitch.
Oh, wow.
That bitch went flying. It was hilarious. But that's just a little story I wanted to tell. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun times in college. and then not so fun. So
I don't go to therapy, but I can't wait to tell mine. I got a question, and I'm gonna go last. Okay, so what is the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you?
Okay. 7th grade, just got back from winter break. Okay, where I'm from, we don't have ice. I mean, no, we have ice. Let me explain this. We don't have snow.
I'm about to
We don't
say,
get
how
snow.
the
I
fuck
live
is
like
that
right
even
on the
possible?
beach. So we had like a little frost outside, and I was like, I had some Tims. I had some remember the blue field Tims I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I was skating on the ice, just sliding. I bust my ass. Okay. When I fell, my co-host, you'll meet her on Monday, people started laughing. So now she's yelling, stop laughing at her. Stop laughing at her. And I keep falling. Like I can't get up. So I fall like 5 times. Oh, it gets worse.
Gotta get the life alert button.
I go to the office and I'm trying to call my mama because I'm not staying here. Come get me. Come get me right now. So she's like, why I need to come get you if your pants are wet? Because my pants are wet. You got to come get me. My whole jeans are soaked. So the lady in the office was like, you can go to the special education room and they can just put them in the dryer. So I'm like, well, what pants I'm going to wear? That don't even make sense. So they gave me these gray sweatpants that were like 3 sizes too small. I always been thick. So now I got these tight ass sweatpants that are also high watered. And they made me go to gym class. So if people didn't laugh at me for busting my ass 5 times before school, as soon as I walk in the gym with these tight ass, high watered ass pants, and then for some reason I ain't put on lotion, so I'm ashy too. It was just too many things in a row. So then everybody start laughing. DC, you can go to bed if you want.
Oh no, I'm trying not to picture it.
It just, and it's one of those things that really bothers me because even people I went to middle school now, like randomly if I see them in the grocery store, you remember that time you bust your ass and you came to gym class all ashy?
Was you cracked skin ashy or just a
I
little
was cracked
powder on the
skin
leg
ashy. I was cracked skin ashy with looked like my little sister pants. It was just too much. It was just too much back to back to back.
Yeah, that was a bad day.
It was a bad day.
Oh, yeah.
My mama ain't shit for that one. I'm gonna say it. She should have came and got me.
Mama, you ain't shit for that one.
When you say
Never
embarrassed in it, was it like, well, you mean like in front of people or by yourself?
No, I was in front of
to be
everybody.
embarrassed, you have to, like, somebody has to see it.
It wasn't just like 4 or 5 people. It was everybody. Because you know, like before school, like everybody would be like outside and like the little like courtyard type area. So if you didn't see me fall the first time, you saw me fall 3-4 times. By the 3rd or the 4th one, you looking at why everybody laughing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. I'm over it now. Sort of.
I don't know. You sound kind of mad. You got some unresolved shadow work you need to be doing there. Some unresolved trauma.
What y'all got? Somebody can beat it.
I got 2, but they're not really like
mine.
That's embarrassing.
I hope somebody can beat mine. Like
I got 2, but I'll go second. Somebody can go before.
Mine's just happened like yesterday.
Now I gotta know.
It was Friday. Okay.
Now I gotta know for sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Share with the class, Kiki.
No, because I wanted to be last because it's so.
This is fresh. This just happened.
I've never been the type of person to really.
If I tell mine, this is gonna shut everything down, and
I've never been the person to get embarrassed by anything. I laugh at myself, so I can't really think of nothing that was like embarrassing, if you will.
So you never raw. You just raw.
Yeah, listen, I'm the type of motherfucker, like if I did some dumb, I might fall and you didn't notice it, and then I'll make you notice it because that's just me. Like,
but that's you being embarrassed.
No, it's not. That's
why you're dealing with
it.
And
I want somebody to laugh with me. I don't like laughing by myself.
If you're laughing, you're embarrassed. Go ahead and just
not really. I always been clumsy, so that was never nothing new for me. I still fuck myself. I'm 40 years old. And I still be fucking myself up.
Okay, tough guy.
I got a couple I could tell.
Okay.
All right. So the first one, I was in, I think it was like middle school. I bent over to get a pencil and I farted real fucking loud. Like that shit, there was no cover, there was no coughing. Like it was loud. That shit echoed.
In a quiet room.
And it was during a test. Yeah, it was dead ass quiet.
She's making me feel a little better here.
Yeah, it was loud. And I sat next to my crush at the time. And it was in his direction. Yeah.
And that was crucial. Oh, that was crucial.
Yeah.
Because usually the loud ones don't stink. So I want to hope that.
I mean, I don't think it stank. Nobody complained about the smell. They were just laughing at me because I fucking farted in the middle of a test and it was loud as hell.
And then for her to be in middle school and
I ripped my whole ass open, yo. And this was during the time that my mom tried to give me a perm. I looked like Hermione fucking Granger. My hair was like out to here.
Oh, shit.
My hair don't curl like that. And the second time was in high school. So when I was in high school, I graduated in 2009. This was back around the time where people had a thing with shanking, like pulling down people's pants.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody used to wear shorts underneath their sweatpants in gym.
Definitely.
And the one fucking time I forgot, we were all outside. The entire senior class was outside for whatever reason. And they pulled my fucking pants down. And I was not wearing cute panties that day. And it was embarrassing. And you know what? Every time I talk about it after, no one remembers or knows what I'm talking about. So I think that's a good thing. But yeah, you pull my pants down in front of the whole fucking crew.
You know, because you was embarrassed. Everybody else.
Oh, that day, yeah, I was mad as shit.
You know what I mean?
I never grabbed somebody by the throat so fast in my life. But I sure did. I grabbed the shit out that man. I was like, I will fucking kill you, literally.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. All right.
I'm still here, by the way.
All right, I get to laugh. Okay. So kind of excited without giving too much away because I am like kind of excited. So I get a call out the blue and it's almost like 4:00 p.m. And they're like, okay, so if you want this opportunity, we need you to go get a drug test and you have till 7:00. I said, okay, I'm about to get dressed, I'm about to go. Boom, I get there, I can't pee. And when I peed, wasn't enough. So I had to sit there and drink all this water. I mean, almost like a gallon of water.
Inconclusive.
Oh, all this. And so I'm just drinking. So now I'm sitting there, I'm waiting to pee. And like 45 minutes go by and I'm like their last person. They're like, okay, please, do you have to go? So finally I get up and say, I gotta go. So as I'm walking back there, it's a man taking me back. And I told him, I said, listen, sir. I said, sir, I think I might have to poo. He said, what? I said, all right. He said, you'll be fine. All right. So I get back there. So now at this point, I know I have to go. And I'm holding it in with all my might. I got this cup up under my private part and I'm trying to hold it. And before you know it, it'll just explode from both ends. You know what I'm saying? I do get my sample. I got like more than enough, like over half, like I filled the cup up. But now here's the thing. You're not allowed to flush the toilet. You're not allowed to do none of that. So he had to come in and see the murder scene. I'm like, oh no.
Fuck that bathroom up.
But you could be the only person to do that.
And I don't give a damn. It's not cute at all because it stank. Because I know I had to step out for him to get in. So I can smell it coming out. I'm just like, oh my God. And so all I could do was like, sir, I am so sorry. I was like, but I couldn't hold it. I was like, all that water I drank. And he was just like, it happens. You could tell he was just writing. If I had to initial my pee sample, you could tell he's just writing like, I can't wait to get the fuck out of here.
This motherfucker blew up the bathroom.
Fuck this shit.
I've seen many of those discarded candies in the club bathroom, so you're not the only person.
Blew it up. I don't know what it is, but I don't think nobody ever told me that drinking a gang of water will flush your colon out, but that's what it did.
Yeah, they say do that in the morning. Like when you first wake up, drink some water, and then it should help you like naturally go.
I mean, it was like I took a laxative. I mean, it was horrible in there, y'all. It was horrible. And then, mind you, I'm squatting, so it's not like a pretty scene.
Ooh. How'd you get shit on the top of the toilet?
All right, people, I'm out of here. I'll see y'all in a couple hours.
I know that will put somebody to sleep.
I might be able to get a couple people to come in.
Good night.
Give a break. But yeah, I've had a lot of embarrassing moments, to be honest, but I don't like feel embarrassed after. I'm not like the kind of person that like I'll sit up for hours at night and be like, oh, it's so embarrassing.
You're embarrassed like the whole time. Like I was embarrassed probably like literally about an hour afterwards because I had to tell my story, so I called my mom. Like I had to get the story out so that I can feel better.
Right.
Like once I get the story out, then I start to feel better because like if I was to see him today though, and I know it was him, I would feel embarrassed still.
Oh, I wouldn't. I used to park in the supermarket and blame it on my sister. She used to get so fucking
because he knows
embarrassed.
me how no other man has ever known me.
Yeah.
It never happened.
Imagine being in the club and a dude grab you and start dancing. You look back and it's him.
Yeah, he like
yeah.
And then he just slowly walk away from you.
Oh, shitty draws.
I've seen many discarded draws in club bathrooms. Okay.
Oh, that was ew, yeah. Whoa. You know what's crazy? Like men's bathrooms are disgusting, but women's bathrooms be having some shit like just don't ever happen before.
Can I ask you, have this ever happened to y'all, right? And I was in a club, like I will never forget this because we had to leave and nobody knew why we had to leave. But when we left, everybody was mad. But I'm like, I would have left for y'all. So I'm standing up, I'm drunk, and I'm peeing, like squatting over the toilet. I lose my balance and I fall. My bare ass touches the toilet.
Yeah, I've done that drunk. Yeah.
So I'm like, at this point, because I'm like kind of a germaphobic when it comes to public bathrooms.
Facts.
At this point, I'm like my private something like I'm feeling like bacteria just growing on my butt or something. Like, we gotta go.
I gotta
go.
Burn this motherfucker down.
That's why whenever I go to public places, I take wet wipes with me.
Okay.
I always carry them in my bag. Because I don't have the stamina to hover for that long. So like if I can, I will, but I blew my knee out in track in high school. So since I blew my knee out, I can't keep it in one position too long, like, and 10 seconds could be too long, which is why I ride dick on my feet, because I can't do my knees.
I love her.
So I have a question. So with your twerking, how's your knees? So
I wrap it. That's why I can only do it in 10-minute intervals. I was going to say that earlier. I started with little 10-minute intervals. So I do it like 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes and that would let it go because I was like 270 pounds at the time. I wish I could pull up a picture to show you guys. I might be able to on my computer. I was like 270 pounds at the time.
You are like.
No, but if you got to see the difference.
One sit up tonight if I don't do nothing.
No, you got to do like 10 minutes. So I did 10 minutes in the morning and then I started doing 10 minutes in the afternoon and 10 minutes in the morning. Okay. And then before I knew it, I built my way up. I was doing 60 minutes a day, but I was doing 6 small 10-minute booty shaking sessions. And I started eating more. So once I started eating more, because I was only eating like once a day, I've always worked 2 jobs and I'm usually out of my house for 12 hours a day. So being home with COVID, I was eating more and that just completely flipped my metabolism at the same time. And now I'm like 160.
Okay, you go, girl.
Because I gained a few pounds back during the holidays. I ain't even gonna pretend I didn't. I got lazy after that. Like the last couple months, I've just been lazy. Seasonal depression.
At least you ain't touching 270 no more. You doing good.
Yeah, I'm never touching 200 again, let alone 270. Well, fuck that.
I have a problem with that area right now.
Well, my titties weigh like 30 pounds apiece. It's too much on my back.
Oh.
I got big ass titties.
Have you thought about a reduction?
So I was going to get a reduction, and it's actually the reason, like, I was really amped to start losing weight because I kept making plans to lose weight and then never did. But when I talked to my doctor about it, he said because I've lost so much weight that I should wait until, because they say, like, your body shifts after you lose a bunch of weight. So you should wait up to a year after you lose the weight to see if your body shifts around. But no matter how much weight I lose, these fucking titties won't go away. Like, they just will not go away.
That's dope because, like, if you have huge titties like that, and then you get that's like a lift. That's like
mine sit high for being
surgeries. That's 2 surgeries in one. Like you get to get some nice titties that just sit up like you 18 again.
Mine don't sag.
Did you breastfeed?
No, I wasn't able to.
I said because I felt like mine deflated after breastfeeding because I felt like they used to be like real full and up here, and they not no more.
Yeah, Mine's just like a
when
shelf.
I lose weight, my titties deflate.
No,
Mine
mine's like
too.
a shelf.
I just felt like contributing to the conversation because I was like,
no, I know, because usually like girls take off their bras and their titties drop like a mixtape, but mine don't do that.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I think it's because like I had like because I was so chunky, mine used to just like I did say drop like a mixtape. So, but for mine, like they always had that like shelf of my stomach to sit on, so they never really sagged to begin with. Even when I took them around, because they just sat on my like, on my little stomach shelf, as I like to call it. So now that I don't have it, they're still sitting in the same place because they've always sat there,
Muscle memory.
Sure, yeah. Just know, calm your tits. Like I get that. Having big titties is a problem.
There's some shit that you can't make it out.
Listen, big titties are a fucking problem. People don't understand that. I can't run. I can't jump on a trampoline. I can't calm my
Knock
tits.
yourself out.
Literally. Even in the bedroom, I gotta hold them bitches down if it gets too crazy because they be flying all over the place. Like, ma'am, get back to your assigned seat. You should be flying all over the place.
G Black, what's up, man?
What's she doing?
Oh my God, she was trying to reach for the titty reduction.
Yeah, too. But yeah, they told me not to. So if I could donate some boob, that'd be great.
But the lottery, I think I would do a whole mommy makeover. Like I want my breasts lifted. We gonna get some snatching, and I'm gonna have some ass. I'm telling you, ain't gonna be telling me shit.
Yeah, I've been eating tasty cakes. Them motherfuckers made my ass round as hell in the last year.
I've never had one of those.
I love tasty cakes, yo. I know I had no butt. Please understand, I had no butt at all. Nothing. Flatter than a pancake.
Thanks to tasty cakes, I'm a man.
But between the tasty cakes and twerking, man, my butt's been getting there. I could scoop it now. Like, you can hold the butt cheeks. I can actually hold my butt cheeks now. Couple butt.
This is so insightful.
I've always been able to spread them.
Well, I would hope so, because otherwise you can't wash your ass. If you ain't spreading your cheeks when you in the shower, you ain't washing your ass. Men.
Yeah, men too. Like, I'm so sick of men. You gotta get between your butt cheeks. I don't care if you ain't got to spread them, but just you gotta get in there.
No, they gotta spread that shit. Get in there.
Rinsing it, you gotta stand and put your back towards that water and spread them so that water can go down and crack your ass.
No, last time I said it to a man, he was like, "That's some gay shit. I'm not doing."
I was just about to say, it's weird how so many dudes be like, "I'm not doing that. That shit's gay." Like, nigga, washing your ass is gay. Nigga, do you even white, bro? Like, you raw dogging toilet seats, raw butt toilet seats, but you ain't washing your ass.
And I believe it because I've seen some dudes' draws and it'd be like doodle streaks back there. Like,
nah, if I see a dude with fucking doodoo streaks, I'm calling his mother and the police.
She said, and the police.
Don't call the fucking police, dude. Fuck that. If a dude came to my house or a dude I was with had fucking shit stains in his drawers, I'm telling you right now, number one, it's going in the girl chat. But I might even post that shit on Facebook, because if you're a grown-ass man, you got shit stains in your pants, that's a problem.
Indeed.
Yeah, it is.
That's a fucking problem, dude. Grown-ass fucking your 30s and up, and you have shit stains? Nah.
Yeah.
That's the same dude, raw butt in the toilet, just raw butt.
Nah, fuck that. I'm trying to raw dog a woman, too.
Somebody in your family should have grabbed you at a young age. I remember mine was 12 years old. I must have been stinking because I walked past my aunt. My aunt grabbed me up, and she said, "Stand right the fuck here." I said, "Yes, ma'am." I was very respectable.
What happened?
She ran water, and she looked at me. She said, "Obviously, ain't nobody teach you how to wash right, so I'm gonna wash you up." And I was 12 years old, mind you. When you're 12, you don't want nobody in the bathroom, let alone touching your private parts. And but I'm happy she did it because I wasn't taught right. You know what I mean? She got in there. She got inside of there, and I said, "Oh, okay, all of that, all right." But let me tell y'all, you won't smell me.
Hell no.
You won't smell me, and that's one thing that I always bring it up to her. But like, "Do you remember that time?" She said, "Yeah," and I never had to wash your ass again. I said, "Yes, ma'am."
Fucking right.
That's why I be like, little girls do need help. I think that women don't, because we want to keep them babies for so long.
Yeah, for me, like my sister
You
said,
have to teach them how to get in that thing, because like I know, if you let it go, it's gonna stink.
My sisters let me use fucking deodorant as hairspray, and I didn't know any better, and they didn't teach me nothing else. Like they didn't tell me that was wrong or nothing. I was just fucking around with shit, trying to figure it out, and nobody was like, "Yeah, that goes on your armpits." Like I literally had to figure it out for myself, and we didn't have YouTube back then. You know what I mean? Nothing.
We used Tussie back then.
Well, I use deodorant apparently.
I hate digging my hand in it. No, that was horrible.
I hated it.
Ain't doing it.
That shit was the worst.
So what about DC? How about men? Like, when do you find out, or who taught you how to clean your ass and your balls?
Who told you that you were wafting?
Life. Like,
where's that? Where's that remind me of?
Who taught me? I don't know. I mean, I guess I just was like, you know what? If it's on my body, it need to be washed. I'm gonna hit everything with soap, and that's just what it is. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I just was washing. Like, I wasn't trying to leave no stone unturned.
Like the art to it, or you just get in there.
You got to wash it like you about to put it on eBay. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Period.
Yeah, because like I learned how to wash the man up because I was an STNA, and like it was a while ago, but I was an STNA, and they teach you like when this time. It made me uncomfortable to actually clean a man because you gotta hold it, pull it back so that the head is out, get that clean.
Yeah, he wasn't circumcised. That's a difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, or some men just aren't. Some people have innies. Let me just say that.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Some people have innies.
I don't fuck with them.
I'm good.
It was a rich. I ain't even gonna hold you.
I have a question.
It was an older.
So they were circumcised, but they still had a trunk?
Yeah, because it was in. And like when you pushed it back,
you'll
see the head.
No, they just didn't cut it enough.
Okay, it was okay, let me tell you. It was this white man. He was rich as fuck though. Rich as fuck. And he told me, so while I was cleaning it, he was funny. He was just like, yeah, my wife married for money. I started But you have to press. It's like it's there, but it goes in, and to clean it, you have to press it so it pops open. Like, you know, it pops up. Or if he's aroused, it might stand like that much out.
Like the fucking thing on a turkey when it pop out when it's cooked.
Yeah, like seriously. Other than that, it's like skin just inside. Like literally. You're looking like the inside, but if he's aroused, like when you wash him, he got aroused, you'll see like this much penis.
That's my penis.
Like literally the size of a clit, like a clit.
Okay.
I'm good, yo. I'm good.
That's
That's some more information that I needed about that man. I feel like I know him now.
Right. So I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it, but I'm going to try to turn my camera on.
But if you about to show me that man's penis, I'm out.
No,
I'll
you don't show other people's dicks.
Oh, I was about to say, because if anybody put their dicks out on the yard, I'm out.
Head game laughing.
Oh, yeah. A little Papa Whack-A-Mole.
I don't know if you can see how big I am here, but your girl was huge. It's not a very good angle, but.
Oh, that doesn't look like the same person.
It doesn't. It doesn't look like the same person at all.
He looks small there.
No.
Like a small person.
And you got little titties. I mean, your titties ain't that huge. Like
no, they were still triple D's there. That's also because I'm trying to show you the picture from my phone.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I have one. You can see it. Oh, yeah, you can see it. You can see it in my face mostly too. In this picture, I'm going to show you. I gotta go. It's on my wall. I haven't taken it down yet. But every time I bring someone over, I'm like, don't look at it.
Why would you? I wonder if I would take it down if I got small. Will I take pictures down of myself? Because I'm so cute. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not saying that like.
Oh, I was still cute. I've always been cute.
Like, or would I look at myself like?
That's not you anymore.
Okay, so I would take it down. Okay.
It depends.
Look at my face, not that I am. I got like 6 chins. And look at that hair. Who the fuck let me do that hair? Like,
oh, I would get that done too. You know, you can get that done. You can just take it away. You see that? You see my chin? Look at that. Look at that face. That would be nice.
No, you could just lose weight. And
I'm just saying.
Right.
If I had like an extra $3,500.
So I basically went from a size 18 to a size 7. I'm a size 7 now.
Okay.
Oh, that's a big jump.
Yeah, it is.
Hell yeah, now I'm like snatched.
I know it feels good to walk around, knees not hurting.
Yeah.
I know it feels good to walk around in that bikini on a beach, girl, because I know, like, I'm not at the weight where I should be wearing it, but I don't give a fuck. You don't have to look, babe.
Oh, no, I still wear a bikini.
Well, no, I'm going to say, hold on, because Retribution taught us that you don't need to see the bottom.
I think her name was Respucia, actually.
I'm not good. I love Norbert. That is
I've been calling her Retribution all this time, so that's her name, because I probably ain't going to get it right. I told you I fuck up people's names.
Now, she loved herself at any size, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, no. I can't love that. So, yeah, so...
I'll show you how to slide. Let me...
I love that movie. I was just watching it. I have it on DVD. So, I can look up, if you want, like, different people's, like, toxic submissions. If you guys want to, like, give our opinion on it or do something like that.
What's like toxic submissions?
So there's
submit to your ass.
Yeah, like people. There's a page, something like I'm toxic or something like that, and people submit like toxic things they've done, and people talk about it in the comments. Like, damn, bitch, you wild. So like for me, for example, I had a 3-day block rule. I just took it out of my hoe handbook because I realized how toxic it is now that I'm in my 30s. So I wrote a book in my early 20s called the Hoe Handbook. Mm-hmm. It gives tips and tricks on how to please and be pleasing.
You've been hoeing for a minute.
I've been hoeing for a minute. Yes, I have. But I was slutting for a while. So that's the thing. I'm a hoe now, but I was a slut then.
After we do this toxic thing, I really have a question about that.
We can do the toxic thing after. You can ask me now.
Because we have a lot of similar characteristics. I'm not saying I'm a hoe on the go.
You can be a hoe for everyone or a hoe for someone's son. Hoes are hard to fuck. Okay.
But so
I need therapy.
You too. So
I don't know if I'm a slut or a hoe or if I'm just human.
I identify as a menace. I'm not human.
Don't mind me. Listen, this is what I do around this time. I'm kind of.
I'm sorry. So both of you mentioned earlier, like your rosters and like, you know, you people you kind of got on the shelf. But do you not miss intimacy when it comes to sex? Because I'm at a weird place right now where I straight up don't like to do intimate things with someone I'm not intimate with. Like, it's kind of like, it's not as fulfilling. Like, I love a nut. Trust me, I'll take one all day. But it's kind of like, womp womp. I don't really like you.
I don't have a romantic...
That's called post-nut clarity.
So, he's not wrong. I don't have
it's a real thing.
Oh.
Right, but here's...
Okay, so I'm so used to you joking. I'm sorry. And his face is so serious. Okay.
I get uncomfortable.
Wait, can I ask this question before it goes on? Because I really want to understand this. So, you're not an intimate person, is what you're saying?
No. I like to do intimate things.
Okay.
With somebody that I want to be intimate with. Like, I love to fuck. I face down, ass up, let's do it.
Okay.
But my whole thing is, I want to like you too. Like, if I don't really like you, I don't want you to get the cookie.
I think that's called demisexual.
I know the term. Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of pansexual.
Like you can't have sex with anybody unless he has a connection with them.
Relationship with them?
Not really. I guess. I just
have to have a bond with them. Is what demisexual is.
I want to keep like we can't do pillow talk if you just decide, dude.
Here you go. So
I can't take you to my mama house on Christmas. We're not gonna get to the matching sneaker phase, but I'm wearing you out like we are. Like, it's weird to me.
So a demisexual, let me explain real quick. A demisexual is someone who identifies, they only feel sexual attraction to someone after they've already formed a strong emotional bond with them. So they can't have just promiscuous sex. They have to have a bond with the person they're having sex with.
I might do that. Or like, I feel like this. If you're not like my man, I can't fuck you like for real, for real. Like you only getting like a level 5 fuck. But if I really like you, we going to.
Yeah, okay, so I think I'm trying to see where I fit in here. Because I am let's say, so I'm fucking somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we have no title. We
know
what it is, but at the same token, he cool as fuck. Like we can have sex and sit afterwards and talk for a minute before he goes. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm cool with that. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I want more.
Right.
But then somewhere in the back of my mind, I don't want more. Do that make sense?
Right, but it'll be like, I want more, but you realize you don't want more with that person.
Yeah,
like
with that
you
person.
do X, Y, and Z to me. It's amazing, but I don't really like you. I hate
why
you stupid.
You see all the confusion between you two? This is why I'm not friends with my roster. That's why we don't sit and have conversations. That's why they don't text me. We're not friends. Don't add me on Facebook.
But hold on. But there's no confusion when it comes to him.
There's confusion when it comes to you, and that's too much for me.
I think the conflict is within myself. What do you want? And I think it comes with age, because I remember I could be young and I had no feelings. I'm like good with this. Like I could bang you out, be on about my way. Now it's like I'm feeling bad for the way I'm moving, if that makes sense.
I agree. So I went through a whole phase. And see, I also have a borderline personality disorder. And my therapist was telling me that like
So you're splitting with people.
I was playing with people. I was very manipulative. Oh, I'm toxic as fuck. I'm real toxic. And
but I just mean your emotion with the guy or how you're feeling. You're
emotion. There was no emotion. Like, I see you as dick. I'm going to be honest with you. It was either dick or money.
I used to be like
that.
And
if it was a mix of both, I done hit the jackpot. I was legit in a situationship for like 6+ years. And I was tricking this man into like my fantasy is when you come over, don't say nothing. Because he was dumb as fuck. Like, if you speak, you gotta go. And then, like, one day we had a conversation, and I was like, I can't never fuck you again. Like, you stupid. Like, I do not have equal opportunity pussy. Like, this can't happen no more.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Because that's like he was dumb dick. He was like, you cool.
He was. This man couldn't read me. I was concerned. It's like finally like a light bulb went off, and I'm like, I can't do this. Like, I gotta get my life together.
You cute, but just shut the fuck up.
Yes, that was the rule. If you say one thing, you gotta go. And I like tricked him, like, this is my kink. I like it when you come over, we have sex, and you leave. Don't say nothing. And we did this for a very long time. But like
now you just want different things.
Like the older I get, I realize that I actually want a companion. But like I kind of want this other shit too, and it's weird. It's like it's not.
I wonder if it's like growing. I wonder if it's like growing pains, though. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I'm sitting here.
I think it's a borderline thing too.
I think I'm horny too. Like when you hit your 40s, you're so horny.
It gets worse in your 40s.
So horny. Yeah. Oh,
fucking Christ, man! I hope I don't make it that far.
No. Let me tell you.
I ain't gonna make it, guys. I ain't gonna make it.
You're so horny. Like it's like it's constantly just throbbing down there. It's ridiculous.
I ain't gonna make it.
And so like,
I remember you were talking about the toy.
I'm barely hanging on now.
My suitcase, and I'm good. I'll leave him alone with my suitcase.
Yeah, it's you gonna need something to enter you. It's like that type. Like even though I can play with myself with my clit and everything, but it's just like if I don't have something to ram me,
I'm gonna have to have like vibrating panties at the standard. Like
crazy.
Those are fine. Those are fine.
But,
so for my roster,
what am I?
Divergent.
Just
you're pansexual. You like pans.
Yeah. Yeah, you like fucking pots and pans. So when it comes to like that, so when it comes to like pansexuals and demisexuals and stuff, I honestly know nothing about that. The only reason I knew what she was talking about.
I ain't gonna lie. When I first heard somebody say that shit, I was like, "This chick like fucking pans. That's weird as fuck." But whatever. If you like it, I love it.
I thought it was a Peter Pan fetish. So you know,
I don't know.
So when it comes to that stuff, I don't know anything about it. The only reason I knew demisexual is because I know somebody who is a demisexual, and they explained that to me because I had approached them about a threesome, and they were like, I can't do that because I need to have an attachment to everybody I have sex with. And I was like, I don't. Ew. So can we just like grab a girl and like fuck her? Or like, no.
What
and he was like, no, I can't do that.
Like, it's not
someone who likes fucking pans.
I just prefer it.
Peter
like,
Pan
I would get off, but it's kind of like, you know, you eat like a steak and cheese hot pocket.
I'm looking it up.
Oh.
That's not a
sexual. It's just a way of saying bisexual. It doesn't matter what you are. If you're attracted to them, you're fucking them.
Yeah, they're just gender blind.
But like, let me explain this. Like, I can get off, Christy. Like, I can still, you know, meet up, do it, shebang. But my whole thing is I'm not fully fulfilled. Even I could get off, it could be amazing. Out of 10, it could be like an 8, but it's never gonna be a 10 because I don't really like you. Like, you alright, you cute, I guess.
I think it's like your lifestyle is getting old.
I think that's what it is. I think I'm just getting older.
Like, and I'm saying that because that's the realization that I'm coming with. I'm like, what you doing is getting old to you.
So
I'm bored.
She had asked me a question though about, like, for me, why I do what I do. So my lifestyle is never going to change. I have my lifestyle the way I do because I'm a borderline. So with my borderline, because you know no two borderlines are the same, I get very obsessive.
What's a borderline?
Borderline is borderline personality disorder. It's a mental health condition. It's the hardest to get diagnosed with, and it's the most painful mental health condition. Because, say, for example, something that would disappoint someone else, like not getting a text back or getting left on read, could lead us to wanting to kill ourselves or actually trying. So 1 out of every 10 borderlines actually kill themselves. But it is treatable, and it is easy to treat with intensive therapy.
Well,
and I'm on meds too. I take a couple of them.
I need to go get diagnosed because it's not that.
Most borderlines only get diagnosed by a specific borderline therapist or psychiatrist or in a mental institution.
Listen, I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot in life without telling y'all my past because I don't feel like just going down that road right now. But I've been through a lot when it comes to the opposite sex and the same sex too. But it's like okay. I could say my heart got broken. Let me use this. My heart got broken. The one dude that I fell in love with broke my heart. Like, I could say this. Slept with like every girl that I hung with. Family, everything. And I didn't know until it was over or, it happened. And then he had a baby with one of my friends that I was the godmother for. So like, scarred. Okay. So when it comes to men, like, I don't let nobody in because I'm just like, nobody can make a fool out of me. And so for a very long time, because I'm 41 and I'm still single since then, it's, that's just how I felt. And I think that's what put me into the bubble that I'm in now, because it's like, although I want somebody to be comfortable with, to be mine, like all to myself, I don't trust. And then when you said that you had that disorder, it kind of reminds me of myself because like I could be dating somebody and like we already have our boundaries up or whatever. But if you play me, then it's this whole other crazy chick that comes out.
That's from hurt. That's trauma. That's a trauma response.
She is fucked up.
Here's the thing. With borderline, you have a fixated person. And this does not have to be a romantic partner. It could be a friend, a family member, some random person on the street. If they give you too much affection or attention, you'll put them on a pedestal above everyone else. The problem with that is within a second, that person could become your mortal enemy. It becomes an entire flip. It's called splitting. And you do it to your friends and family too. So they could be your best friend, and in 10 seconds later, you're flipping the fuck out. You're degrading them. They're disgusting to you. And then 5 minutes later, you don't even remember it happening. So you split on people, have no idea it even happened. Now they're looking at you like you're nuts. Because with borderline, so say for bipolar, you're on a road and there's a fork in that road, right? And then like one emotion's on one side and one emotion's on the other. That's why they call it bipolar, because you flip between them quickly. With borderline, it's one road. All of the emotions are at the end because your emotions are constantly fluctuating. That's why you have to use mood stabilizers. Because like, for example, I'd be sitting at work and I'd be happy and smiling, my normal bubbly personality. And then I'd take a customer and I'd just sit there. And then all of a sudden tears are streaming down my face and I'm forming a suicide plan in the back of my head. That'll last for 2 hours. And then by the time I'm getting on the train to go home, I'm happy again and I'm smiling. And I don't even remember being that, I could write out a whole suicide plan in those moments and then get out of there and go home. Or even 5 minutes later, it could be any amount of time. It could be a month later. It'll change completely and flip. So your emotions are rapidly changing. So a lot of the times you either can't pinpoint, like I have an emotion wheel. I had to sit at 31 years old in a mental hospital and go over emotions because I knew none of them. I cried 3 times in my entire life up until that point. 3 times. Because I was numb. You either feel everything and you can't figure out what it is, or you feel nothing because you feel too much.
Everything, but I thought it was because I'm an empath.
Well, that too. But with this, like your emotions are rapidly changing. It's hard to figure out what you're feeling. And for me, I had no understanding of emotions because my emotional avoidance runs rampant in my family. That's why I have borderline to begin with. I was never validated. Nothing I ever said was validated. So I didn't trust what I was saying to myself. So I have a hard time getting my point across to people when I'm trying to say something, like especially through text. Oh my God. I'm the queen of sending 18 paragraphs and getting none of the things I tried to say across. Not anymore. Now I know and recognize that myself. So I write it on a notepad instead. And I'm like, that sounds kind of crazy. Because I would, if I had a fixated person, like last year, when I got out of the hospital, I met up with a friend that I'd known when I was in high school. And right after I got out of high school and went to college, I was attacked horribly and left for dead and had no memory of most of it. So when I unlocked those memories last year, I had just met up with him after and we formed a trauma bond because to me, he knew me before I lost who I was, my identity. Because when something like that happens, you lose your identity and who you are as a person.
Yep.
So I formed an attachment to him. So whenever he didn't message me back or left me on red, I would literally harm myself physically because it literally made me, it kind of feels like when you go to crack a knuckle and it doesn't crack and you're doing anything you can to get that knuckle to pop. You know, that feeling, it just drives you crazy. Like you have to do something. That's what it feels like, but there's no release.
Talking to you is like making me.
There's no release though. So it literally makes me feel like I need to claw my skin off. I just want to rip my skin off and crawl out of my body in those moments.
Okay. So the guy that I explained about who hurt me or whatever, like right after my trauma that's who I latched on.
That's a trauma bond.
Oh, I latched on to him for years. You know what I'm saying? And, wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a trauma bond. That's not BPD though.
I don't even think it was love. I think I just latched on to him, but I think it is. I think it was love. I don't know.
It's a trauma bond. So for me, like I don't do affection because I've never been shown affection. That's why I don't do romantic relationships. And then my trauma on top of it is why I don't do romance. I don't understand it. It's uncomfortable to me.
I don't like to be touched unless. That's probably why I don't got nobody.
I don't even kiss on the lips.
I don't like to be touched. Like as far as cuddling and stuff like that, like it feels weird. Even with my babies, like, okay, after a certain age, they can't lay on me. Like, okay, let's say like.
My friend Frank's coming in, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hey, Frank.
Hey, Frank. So they can't lay on me or I feel some type of way. And I don't know if it's because of what I've been through or whatever, but I don't like for nobody to just like, okay, like, okay,
that sounds like trauma response.
Somebody has sister, like you have sisters, right? Like I got cousins and it's 3 sisters and they're very close and they can sleep in the same bed and be all intertwined together. But the moment you do that to me, it feels sexual. And I'm like, don't touch me. You know what I mean? I'm like, back up. Even
do you think there's a possibility that maybe you were touched inappropriately?
No, I was. I mean, that's
so then that is all a trauma response.
Yeah. And it's like kind of messed up because how do you get past that? Because
therapy.
Yeah, I'm gonna say because at some point you have to let, especially if you're gonna be in a relationship, you have to let, especially guys that love to be like interlocked. Like I'll do it, you know what I mean? I have done it, and they'll hold on to me like, but I can't stand the ones who won't let me up. Like if you know how you about to go to the bathroom, and it's like, where are you going? Like I hate that.
It's a
like,
control thing. You might do well in BDSM style relationship.
What's that?
BDSM?
Yeah.
Like with the dom.
Like a dom and sub. Yeah. So hear me out. Because you're like, oh hell no, bitch.
Part is I like to be dominated. It's just like after sex, okay, you have your side and I have my side, and we could probably talk, and I could probably put my leg on yours. But
so
I don't like
cuddling.
Yeah, like it
so
feels
hear me
weird.
out. A lot of people who have been assaulted turn to BDSM style relationships because even though there is what they call a TPE or a total power exchange, the control and honestly most of the power is all in the sub. So at any time you can put your hand up and everything stops. So being in that kind of relationship or having that kind of arrangement with someone might calm that subconscious for you. So even when they pull you back, you'll be like, I'm just going to the bathroom. You know, it won't bother you as much because you know you're fully in control. I think in the situations you're having with your relationships, you don't feel like you're always in control, especially when they pull you back.
It's just like
in a dom sub,
it's just weird. Like, let's just say somebody cuddles me, and I'll be like, okay, I'll let him cuddle until he falls asleep. But if they hold on to me, I'm going to stay up all night.
All night.
His hand is off of me, and then I'll be able to sleep.
That's therapy. That will fix that.
Yeah, ain't that crazy? That's horrible, though, Larry.
So for me, I can't have guys spend the night because if they smile at me a certain way, I will trigger. Like, and it'll be an accident. So, and like for me, I have night terrors sometimes, and I didn't want to have to explain to somebody why, because I didn't know up until last year why I was having night terrors. I thought I was just kidnapped up until that point.
So we all need therapy.
I'm in therapy. I'm in intensive therapy. Actually, I've been in there since April of last year. So
it's just me trying to find the right person, I guess.
It takes a bit. You might even do good with group therapy. Having other people who've been through situations like yours might make it easier for you to talk about it.
I don't have no problem talking about my trauma. I have a problem with talking about the fucked up shit that I know that I do. Like, that is the part that I have to get out now. Like, that part, me telling y'all this
we have a whole therapy session.
This is me saying it out loud for the first time. But, like, my nephew and all them, like, my nephew will let you know, like, I'll hug her out the blue just because I know she's going to go crazy and she doesn't like it. You know what I mean?
Why would you do that?
He just play too damn much, and he bigger than me. Like, he like 6'5", it's just huge.
Because you don't hold firm to your boundaries.
Yeah, but it's just crazy.
No, my sister used to do this. So my sister, and I don't condone this because it's not the proper way to handle it.
He doesn't like. That's why I want to get rid of this, because he doesn't do it like to be.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't know what I've been through like that. You know.
But he knows that it's uncomfortable for you, and he still does it anyway. That's a situation with boundaries. Beyond that, my sister used to do that. So I took 7 years of Muay Thai growing up, but I also had a very traumatic childhood. My sister used to drop me all the time. She would just come up and just drop me all the time. And I would never do anything back, but it would drive me nuts. Till finally one day I grabbed her fucking head and I put it through the drywall in the bedroom when she tried to flip me. And she never tried to flip me again. Sometimes, and it doesn't have to be violent, you need to be firm with your boundaries. I told you I'm uncomfortable when you do that. Please stop. If you're not going to stop, I can't see you or have you around anymore. I need people around that are going to respect my boundaries.
And then speak up too. Sometimes I don't speak up.
Speaking up is important. You would really benefit from my Talk It Out Tuesdays. I do Talk It Out Tuesdays with my mental health platform where I relate things to mental health. I did one I just had a special drop on Friday with the boundaries expert that talks about boundaries and why it's important to have them and what you should do. Also, I had one on like ghosting and how that affects people, why people ghost others, what we feel when we get ghosted, what you can do instead, or, just things to talk about. I'm doing one on empowerment on Tuesday, how to feel more empowered, why you should feel empowered. I did one on the different,
because I got a question because I think I got issues with this. Okay. Let's say I'm talking to a dude, right? And
no, I'm just kidding.
I don't hear from him. And I'm like, who the fuck, automatically, I'm just going off like, who the F do he think he is not to hit me up? Boom, boom, boom. Then he hits me up. All that ceased because I feel like I'm the last one. He called me last, so I got my power back. But it's so dumb to think like that because it's never that. And I remember saying it to this dude, and he's like, "Man, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, it's not like that. I had X, Y, to do."
You're spending too much time worrying about other people. That just means you need to invest your time better. So if you're waiting around for someone to message you back on your phone, the best thing that you could do for yourself is to put your phone down and go find something to do that does not involve your phone. Because the longer you're on your phone and the longer you notice they didn't message you, it's going to bother you and it's going to fester. Whereas if you just put your phone down and not even worry about whether or not they texted you back, because it's a blessing for them to speak to you in the first place. You gotta look at it like that. Put your fucking phone down and like go fucking jerk off or something. Go watch TV. Go do something that does not involve your phone. I'm making a joke, but I am serious about it.
I'm listening.
Because that was a big thing.
You got my full attention.
But that was a big thing for me. Because for me, I get, like I said, obsessive.
I know I get anxiety. I definitely have anxiety.
Well, yeah. Well, I do too. But mine never stems from me having issues with my self-confidence, because I have to look in the mirror and tell myself I'm a 7 out of 10 to humble my ass, okay? Because I know I'm blessed, But obviously it took a while to work up to that. But for me, if I text somebody, I have to put my phone down and go find something else to do. It doesn't matter who it is. Because otherwise I'm sitting there waiting for a response, which triggers my BPD. And then I start splitting on people and sending paragraph after paragraph after paragraph. Because in the back of my head, I'm not like, oh, well, they're at work right now. And I know for a fact they're at work and they can't text me back for another 3, 4, 5 hours.
Yeah, I do that with people.
I need an answer right the fuck now, right now, if I'm sitting here waiting for one.
It's not even now that you're saying it's not even with men. It's just me with people. Like, okay, let's say, I don't know what's wrong with me. So it's this making me look at me and it's like, oh my God, yeah, I need help. Okay, so.
But yours, I think, isn't like a disorder or a condition.
Let's say Amron, me and Amron cool as hell. Okay.
Yep.
And
I'm here.
I just get off the phone with Amron.
I'm here.
When Amron says something to me, that is not bad, but it's like a friend just being real.
I'm that friend.
So when I hang up, I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck was that about?"
And
so I'll text Amron in the morning, "Good morning," you know what I'm saying, and then she won't get in touch with me. So now I'm just like, oh, so it must be a problem. You know what I'm saying? I'm going through all these things in my
anxiety.
Head, and it's none of it.
Because you're spending too much time worried about what other people are doing. Girl.
That's a problem.
You are spending way too much time worrying about what everybody else is doing or what they feel about you instead of doing shit for you. Damn. You better learn to paint or something. Write a book, read a book. You know what I mean? Learn a new skill. You gotta keep your time busy. You're spending way too much time in the social media loop that a lot of people do, where you're too invested on everybody else's lives and not your own. Serious. That's a real thing. It's escapism. By talking to them, you don't have to deal with the shit you got to deal with. And you know you got shit to deal with. You just don't want to do it.
Damn. Say it.
I know. I might as well go get my license and become a therapist.
Yeah.
Well, when I got out of the hospital, nobody gave me any information on borderline. So I spent months locked in my room studying mental health conditions, disorders, and phobias for my podcast and recording.
Taking y'all with me to the kitchen.
So for my podcast, like the first season is the 12 main mental health conditions. I basically explain them in let's say bite-size episodes. They're 15, 20 minutes. They're for people who want to know just enough to know whether they have it, someone else they know has it, or how not to trigger somebody who has it. And that's it. Because a lot of people don't give a fuck about mental health, and that's just the reality. But if I can encourage them to at least listen to that so they know a little bit more, it might help the world and end the stigma. The second season has disorders, and then the third has phobias. But because there are over 400 disorders and 300 phobias, they're ongoing. And I had some trouble with the name, but I can finally upload them. I just wanted to re-record because I got new equipment. But yeah, I put like poetry in the middle, and then I have the platform itself. I made a website. I do my Talk It Out Tuesdays every week. And we go, like I said, over different mental health topics. And then I've been doing interviews with people around the world since May of last year with different mental health conditions and advocates, professionals, friends and family, all that, to give a real full in-depth look at mental health conditions, so that there is no confusion. And I put it all in one place so that anybody can be a one-stop shop. Resources to other websites, the links to all the interviews, everything on the YouTube page. It's all in one place. But by doing that, I've learned essentially all of this shit. And anything I had questions on or needed clarity, I asked my therapist and she would answer for me. So I basically have a degree, just not officially, because I'm not going to school and paying for it. Fuck that. I'm not going back to school. Fuck that.
I'm definitely looking for one. Like I knew something said in December, right before this year was coming in, and I got a post that says it like right in the new year. I said I have to get I said I've done the shadow work. I just need
You have not done the shadow work, girl.
There is shadow work.
Accepting what happened to you is part of it, but there's a lot more there, girl, that you need to unpack. I'm telling you. Trust me on that one.
I think so.
Trauma narrative.
Dang.
Trauma narrative is important.
It's hot in this kitchen, though.
It's hot in hell, too. No, I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, because like, for example, when I thought I was just kidnapped, I really was embarrassed about it. There was a lot of shame.
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta run. I forgot the telephone in case somebody called.
You're fine. Because for me, like, I thought I was kidnapped, and like, that's embarrassing as a grown-ass woman. You know what I mean? I was like 18. To me, that was a grown-ass woman. My mom always told me not to get in the car with strangers. But for me, this person, I'd seen him every day for 6 months. I genuinely thought this person like went to my school and we made small talk. I thought I knew him. So for me, I lived with a lot of shame for not listening to the very first rule our parents tell us. But finishing my trauma narrative and unlocking all those memories of what actually happened and realizing that I am actually a badass bitch and also a solid 10 out of 10. But rewriting that trauma narrative helped me look at things from a different perspective. So whenever I'm in any kind of situation where somebody's having trouble with a certain situation, writing it out will really help you get a different point of view on what you're feeling. Usually helps shadow work wise, accepting and moving on. I always say that for people who have trouble when they're staying up at night and you have something bothering you and it's always the same thing over and over again, it's because there's something you're not remembering to give you closure. So in order to get closure, you have to write it out.
I have a question though, Chrissy. As a parent, like I'm big on, because I feel as if growing up, I didn't really have much of a choice of my feelings and my emotions, and I couldn't really share anything. Like you just weren't allowed to. You were seen, you weren't heard.
Suck it
up.
I
was told how I felt. So, especially without having like, ability to have an emotional connection, like how are you with your son? Like, do you like pretend so he can try to like emulate that? Because I truly believe like kids learn what they see.
So my son is probably more intelligent about mental health than I am, because before I got diagnosed, like full disclosure, my little sister died in 2020 and it really badly affected me because she was the same age I was when I got attacked and should have died. And because I was 5 weeks into seeing a therapist and really starting to get into talking about what happened to me. So because I'm basically going over my trauma for the first time 13 years after it happened and being quiet about it and her dying on top of it, I started disassociating a lot and a lot of like bad, just really downward spiral. But my son is very vocal about how he's feeling. And that kind of encourages me too, because I started being more vocal about how I was feeling. Like, I need 5 minutes and you're not giving me my space. I need you to go in the other room or I'm going to lose my shit. Like that's how I explain it to him. I'm going to lose my shit if you don't leave me alone for 5 minutes because you're not giving me my space. So now if he says, you're not giving me enough attention, I need your attention. And he'll say it straight like that. He's 10 years old. He don't give a fuck. And part of me wants to be like my mom and say, who the fuck are you talking to? But then I'm like, he's talking to his mother and he's angry because I'm not giving him attention and it's deserved. So instead of, you got to look at it from a different perspective, like hitting. When my son was younger, he had a lot of trouble with harming himself because he got frustrated. He had trouble communicating, like speaking. He had to have a speech therapist. And he's fine now. He's got severe ADHD and anxiety, but yeah, he's fine. So for me, he did something and I don't remember what it was. I think he like went to grab a knife or something and I slapped his hand, and it was the first time I'd ever hit my son. And he was like 18 months old at this point, a little under 2. Because I don't like really putting my hands on children, but a slap on the wrist, I thought, it's fine. And it wasn't even hard. He cried for so long and it took me hours to calm him down. It made me realize that I'm doing the same thing my parents did to me, slapping the shit out of me without even telling me what I did or why. Because he got so upset about the fact that he was hit, he didn't even realize what he got hit for by the end of it. It didn't matter that I hit him because he didn't remember anything else or why he did it. So in all actuality, he probably grabbed a knife again because he didn't remember the knife was the reason he got slapped in the first place. All he knew was I got hit and I'm upset. And he cried for hours. And when he cried, he would like throw his head off the walls, on the concrete. He would like hurt himself. So that taught me a lot too when it came to parenting, to be more expressive. I have an emotion wheel. I do understand emotions, just not in depth. I knew 3 emotions. I knew ecstatic, depressed, and furious. And that was it. So it's not that I didn't teach him emotions or that he didn't know what they were. Now I can just explain them more deeply, which I do. I explain a lot of things mental health wise to my son. He notices when I'm triggered because I have sensory issues. So if my TV's on or I have something playing and he has his game going, he'll hear me. I'm turning it down because he knows that means I can hear it and it's too much for me. Because I only do that deep sigh when I'm overwhelmed. Like he notices things that I don't even have to explain to him. He just notices signs. I hope that answers your question. But he is opposite of me because my emotions were never validated. I constantly ask him, are you okay? How are you feeling? What's going on? Because that also helps me understand emotions a little better. Because if he has trouble explaining it, then I'll say, well, let's pull out the emotion wheel and we'll look at the emotion wheel together. And I'll go, are you very angry? He'll go, no. I'll go, are you like a little bit angry? He'll go, yeah, I'm a little angry. So we'll go on to the lighter mark on there. It's like, which of these 3 do you think you feel? And if we need to look, we'll look online. I'll look up YouTube videos. I don't give a fuck. I need to know, I didn't even know disappointed was a thing. I really didn't. I would get suicidal. And I'm like, oh, I'm not suicidal. I'm actually just disappointed. A lot, actually. And mostly by men. So, it was a little bit of a struggle, especially with him because he has ADHD. But he knows emotions better than most at this point. And I also ask him every night before he goes to bed, do I have anything that I need to apologize for today? Because I want to know. I want to know. And most of the time it's no. Or sometimes he'll go, yeah, I wanted to play video games and I'm upset by that. I'll go, I'm really sorry. And then I'll pinky promise him to do it the next day. And then I will. When I pinky promise my son something, that's law, period. That's our thing. Pinky promises are our thing. So, just open communication with your children as a borderline is very important. And using the tools that you have. An emotion wheel is a very important tool for a borderline. That shit was the background of my phone for a long time after I got out of the hospital. Because I didn't understand anything and I was on a lot of medications because I have other mental health conditions on top of it. That affected it. So, yeah, it's a struggle, but it's not that you can't have kids or that they won't have their needs met if that's what you're worried about. You just have to do the work and, explain it to them the best that you know how. And then eventually they'll start explaining to you emotions so that you understand them better.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
It does.
Okay.
It does. So I feel as if we went somewhere when we were talking about being toxic.
We were, and then we got into mental health. But I get very passionate about mental health. So
all right, that lets me know that I have mental issues.
So do I. I'm psychotic.
Change the subject.
Legally.
I think everyone has something.
Yeah, but I'm diagnosed legally.
I just think sometimes people I think self-diagnosing yourself is kind of a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
Because you check 1 box, 2 box, doesn't mean you have that label. And even if you have that label, you're still an individual, and you, Kiki, are still Kiki. Everyone who has these boxes aren't going to be exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah, no two borderlines are the same.
I'm not self-diagnosing.
Yeah, that's why I was like, a therapist, go to a therapist.
Well, I know I need therapy. I came a long way because, let's say about 8 months ago, you couldn't tell me nothing was wrong with me. You know what I mean? I was just that denial person. And I had so many of my friends, because I had a drinking problem. And when I drank, everything came out, whether I was angry, crying, it was, I was a mess. You know what I mean? And a whole bunch of my friends kept telling me, you need therapy, you need therapy. And
everybody needs therapy.
I will go off on somebody who say I need therapy. You feel me? Like, I mean, cussing, all type of stuff.
My dad does that too.
I'm just an ugly person when you say I need therapy. So me recognizing it now, I just listen to you guys speak. I'm not self-diagnosing, but I'm just like kind of like in agreement, and I can like,
you recognize some of the things.
I can recognize things in myself, and that's why I'm telling her, like, because I think that she's smarter in the area of that, because clearly
the mind that matters, baby.
Yeah, you know how to say them, and it's making me feel like actually kind of comfortable to look into myself.
Good.
And it's okay for me to say these things, you know what I'm saying? Whereas I would have never told nobody none of this, you know what I'm saying?
And I thank you for sharing, really.
Right, and I'm not trying to take away from your connection you had with Christy. I'm just saying, like, when I scroll through TikTok sometimes, it's kind of like
flipping the tarot cards.
Dang,
this message is for you.
Right, I got a left foot, a right hand. Obviously, I'm bipolar. Like, it's just like some certain things that, like.
But to add more onto what you're saying, borderline is basically a mystery bag full of symptoms from every other mental health condition. So that that's why she's saying, like, don't just assume you're a borderline. It's the hardest to get diagnosed with. Go check it out, because it could be something, like it could be a OCD thing. It could be, an anxiety thing. It could be schizoaffective. You never know.
Somebody says some stuff like I know my one friend, she was diagnosed with PTSD,
post-traumatic stress disorder. So there,
I was like, how did that happen? But
I have CPTSD. So basically, post-traumatic stress disorder is when something traumatic happens to you and you're constantly in a fight or flight mode. The full is fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Like overly pleasing a situation because of a real or perceived danger. Or, you freeze in situations where you think you might be in danger or you actually are. Or, things like that. Or you fight, constantly because you feel like your body is just basically on high alert all the time when it doesn't need to be, and you can't bring it down. And you get things like flashbacks, and you get things like flashbacks and all that, night terrors sometimes for some people. It's not just people in the military or in like police and fire that get PTSD. A lot of the time,
I was like, how the hell you got PTSD and you ain't never been to war?
Right. And for me, because I was talking about my trauma and then another trauma happened, it triggered CPTSD, which it's complex, which means you start dissociating, and there's other things to it as well. I just posted something about that on my page. So if you want to go check that out, you can read the difference between the two. I'm not going to get into that now because I think the mental health topic should be moved on from the other. And he's back there falling asleep.
Ooh. No, I was
take a nap whenever he wants to.
I'm gonna thug it out. No, I was making a list of everybody who went so far, just trying to keep a track of making sure.
Okay. But
actually, I am gonna take a nap because I gotta be back at 8.
Well, why don't you make a Google Doc so that way whoever's in the live, you can give them access and they can update it while you're gone.
Oh, I won't be gone long. I'll be back.
What if somebody pops in while you're gone?
I'm not leaving.
She's not leaving.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying if you had a Google Doc, you could both update it.
True. But I'm lazy and tired. So I'm not going to do it right now. So I'm just going to Apple Note it right now, and then I'll be back in 2 hours.
Good night.
Not good night. Well,
good morning. Good morning.
Whatever it is, I'm going to throw a pot of coffee on. I'll be back because I'm a soldier.
All right. Whatever. It's your body.
I know. And
See, for me, I sleep like 8 hours every 2 days. So I don't sleep very much to begin with anyway.
I go to sleep at like midnight, and I would usually get up at like 3.
I go to sleep at like 6 in the morning and wake up by like 7:30.
Oh, well, you got me beat. But it's not a competition.
It's not
That's
enough.
why I
It's
like
a
it.
shitty way to be. It's not a good
Oh
thing.
yeah, trust me, I know.
Terrible.
I probably should sleep, but I don't.
Sometimes I can.
I've just always been a night owl, so I'm always usually up late.
I just have a
But
kid,
then-
so I get everything done at night while he's asleep.
Well, that too. But you guys enjoy. I'll be back in a little bit. Continue the good fight.
Yep.
Keep it going.
Yeah. So, yeah, I noticed through doing these interviews too, that's really what showed me that a lot of mental health conditions have similarities. That's part of the reason I did the interviews, because when I was in the hospital, I met people who had different mental health conditions. And obviously, you're locked out of your room for 12 hours a day. We had nothing to do but talk about them. So learning about like what they've experienced, what they've gone through, you know, things they were able to be successful in, things they weren't, taught me a lot. And that's why I started doing these interviews. I have like over 100 interviews right now. I release one a week, but I literally did nothing but lock myself down for the last like almost year now. And all over the world, I've got people from Germany, Australia, Canada, Alaska, South Africa, everywhere. Yeah, I make it. The mental health community really gave me a lot of good connections and with really good people that I hope will be lifelong friends. So,
well, yeah, I met you. I didn't know what I was going to get with Hoeing to Go, but I was ready.
I want to go. You never know what you're going to get. I recorded an episode last night. I have like a quarter of my third season already recorded.
How long have you been podcasting?
Since maybe June.
Oh shit! You've already done 3 seasons. Okay, that is a lot in like 6 months.
I have done a lot of shit in 6 months. Yes, and since I got out of the hospital, I have literally. It kind of feels like I had to try to kill myself to actually feel alive, and like live up to my potential.
I get
that. I was just like a shell. I didn't feel anything. I didn't give a fuck about anybody and their feelings. You know, like even my roster noticed the difference. You know, I actually asked one of them motherfuckers if they were okay one day because they looked stressed out, and he looked at me like I was psycho. I'm like, what? He's like, you don't give a fuck if I'm okay. I was like, well, no, but I'm going to ask to make you feel better. He's like, that's progress. It's like, that is progress. Because I don't talk to them motherfuckers at all. You come over, you fuck me, and you leave. I'm going to smack you on the ass and say, good job, champ, on the way out.
Not champ.
Yep, champ. They hate that shit. Hate it. But it reminds them that where their place is, as horrible as that sounds, which is on the roster. You know? Just like if I need a reminder, I got one on my roster. He has no problem reminding my ass if I step out of line. Because when I was first on my medications, it was really hard for me to figure out what the fuck was going on. But I was still trying to be a pro in the meantime.
When I first got on medication.
I was on, they gave me, when I first got out of the hospital, I was on a lot of lithium. Like a lot. Like I was maybe one pill away from doing the legal limit for an adult. Because I had a complete psychotic meltdown in the hospital. I mean, there's more to it than that, but unless you're spiritual and believe in that stuff, it's hard to believe that side of the story. So I just don't tell it that often. I told it on this guy, Jeff Mara, has a podcast with a pretty big following, and he talks to people who've had like near-death experiences like I have. I told it on his, and I actually just went back the other day and screenshot like all the really nice comments because there was like over 1,000 likes. That was like 40,000 views, and there were hundreds of comments from people pouring in. Like, you know, thank you for sharing, and like, oh my God, and like, oh my God, something similar happened to me. I thought I was alone, you know, with like what happened to me in the hospital. Because I was in the waiting room for 30 hours.
Jesus.
But when I was in the waiting room, it was the first time I was ever alone with like no phone, no kid, no distractions, like nothing. I literally had nothing but my thoughts for the first time since my incident 13 years prior. And I literally like time warped, it felt like, because I was just not there at all.
I wonder if that's like therapy can help with procrastination.
Organization can help with procrastination. You need time management. Google Calendars helps me with that. That's big with ADHD.
You said put it on Google Calendar.
I put everything in Google Calendars. If you looked at my Google Calendar, you'd be sick. But I never forget anything because it's in my Google Calendar. If somebody wants to talk to me, like schedule an appointment for my podcast, here's the link. It goes right to my Google Calendar. It pops up. Boop, new appointment. If I want to wash my hair to line up with my plans, I put it in my calendar. Boop, time to wash my hair today. Like, yeah, I ran out of dry shampoo. I know. You know, but I wouldn't have done it because I'm so scatterbrained. Boop, time to do the laundry. Do it. I put on Sundays an alarm comes up in the morning and it'll say, a clean home is a happy home, Knuble. A clean home is a happy home, Knuble. Get to scrubbing. And I'll be like, oh yeah, it's clean today. So I'll get up and start cleaning, you know? If I have paperwork that needs to be in, I'll put it for like 2 days before it needs to be in. Boop, paperwork needs to be in. Oh shit, yeah. And I'll start working on it. And then I'll put a reminder for the day of, because I'll start the paperwork and then I won't finish it and then I'll forget about it. And I know I will. So that I put that reminder the day it's due, because I know I already filled it out. I just didn't do anything with it after because I forgot to. So I'll be like, oh yeah, I already did that. And I'll grab it and I'll send it out. And it'll be in on time. Calendars, I'm telling you. That shit is everything. I even set my posts up for the month on Facebook and Instagram simultaneously.
I try to do that, but I can't bulk create content. Like I'll start to do like 5 or 6 posts, and then like this is gonna sound crazy. I talk myself out of it. Like you don't know what your life will be in 5 or 6 days. You might not even like these posts. And then it's like I talk myself out of doing something I know I need to do for myself. It's crazy. It's literally insane.
Intrusive thoughts.
I'm sorry, say that again?
They're intrusive thoughts. It's called intrusive thoughts.
They definitely are.
But you're feeding into them. That's your problem.
I am.
You can acknowledge that they're there and say, yeah, I hear you, bitch, but I'm going to do it anyway. You need to take control again.
So here's what I did. I have an assistant now. I got her off of Fiverr. Sam, I really need to stop calling her Sammy because that is not her name. But she allows me to do it. But so for $25 a week, $25 for 2 weeks, she does about 20 hours a week. And since I'm paying for it, it's one of those things like I'm a single mom. Like my child's father does nothing. So every dollar I have has to go somewhere. So if I'm going to pay you for it, I need to figure out what I'm doing to pay you for it. So it kind of forces me to do stuff. If that makes sense.
Kind of.
So I have to create her schedule. So I have to create my schedule too, which is helping. We've been doing this. This is the only way this event happened. Y'all, this was not going to happen with the old Amron. Not at all. But it's working out. And she's super cheap. The only issue is since English is not her first language, I have to triple check things sometimes. So sorry if you got a weird email and it sounded a little weird. My bad. It's just that I have to forget, like, oh, it's grammar. Like she knows what she's saying. It's just like little grammar things.
Right. But you're now paying to have to go over the work anyway. So you're basically paying to remind yourself to do something.
Or I wouldn't do it. Or I would not do it. But
whereas you could make literally. So I think a thing that might help you is to make a routine. You need a routine, a schedule. It's a messy right now, this dry erase board. Because when people tell me things, I literally scribble it on here because otherwise I'll forget when people tell me things. But I'll look over once I'm done that phone call and I'll grab that note and I'll put it in my calendar as a task reminder. Do this. Or this is what needs to be done. Because it'll stay and it'll move with you through the week until you click that it's done. You'll see it every fucking day. And you can even have it so that it reminds you, it sends you an email in the morning and saying, this is all the things you have to do today with a list of what you need to do. There's other organizational apps that you can have that do those things too. You don't have to pay somebody, especially as a single mom. Every penny counts. The only thing tighter than this pussy is this budget. Trust, I know. Okay? Trust. So, and I, like the way I learned to budget, my mom literally takes a pen and paper, and every time she spends money, she rounds it up to the next dollar, and she puts it on that paper. Every dollar. If she spends 50 cents, she spent $1. She puts $1 down on the paper. And at the end of the week, she goes over that budget, and she goes, okay, I can trim out this, 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 and this. And then I can put that money on this to pay this debt down. And then week by week, the debt would go down, and she'd have a routine budget. And even though her wages might increase, she's already comfortable in the budget that she has. So she'd never increase what she needs in her budget. She don't need anything else than what's already in her budget. So when her wage would increase, that would go into her savings instead. And then, real shit, like organizing stuff is kind of my jam. So my business, I do social media management, graphic design. I do podcast starter ups, but I also do project and event coordination.
Okay.
So I basically, because like I could go for life coaching. I really could. I'd be a great life coach, but I don't like the term life coach. I'm not teaching. I'm not coaching you. You can't coach somebody that you've never played the game. You get what I'm saying? It's like me going on a soccer field and going, let's go, bitches. I've never played soccer a day in my life, because everybody's life is different. So you can't really coach them. You can guide them. And that's something I don't think you should charge for. So, I mean, like, my podcast startups, like graphic design stuff, most of the stuff I do for people, I just do it because it ends up paying for itself in the long run. They end up sharing my posts.
That's like
recommend me.
That's like honestly living in your purpose.
Yeah. Well, no, I found out. I know what my purpose is. I got a lot of downloads. I know a lot that's going to happen. But for me, anyway, I just don't have a timeline. I wish I did. It'd be nice. But then again, who the fuck wants to know when you're going to die? But yeah, I got a lot of downloads during my trauma. So they call them downloads. But basically, it's like scenes.
Yeah, I was
things that are coming.
Like downloads.
Yeah, so it's basically like scenes of things that are coming. Like, I know what's going to lead up to me and when I'm going to die. I just don't know how old I'll be or when that is. You know what I'm saying? But I know events that are going to happen that are going to key in, like, oh shit, there was nothing after this. You know what I'm saying? And in my opinion, that's when I assume I'm going to die. So, because there was nothing after that. And these were like a span. And they're finalities. People being born, people dying. So it's not something that can change, is basically what I'm saying. It's weird, but that's the best way I can explain it. It's also 5 o'clock in the morning, so I'm tired. So I might be able to explain that better during the daytime. But yeah, there was a lot that happened in my trauma that a lot of people would not understand. Like, there was some time travel shit. There was some real shit that happened there. And yeah, it was like, I know what happened. Like, it definitely happened that way because there's no other way it could have happened. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So, but we'll have that conversation when it's done at 5 o'clock in the morning. You know?
Okay.
I'm so open. I know I can't wait till I can sit still, but I'm listening.
Okay.
Wait. How are we toxic? Not how are we toxic? Can we hear these toxic thingies? I'm ready because I know I'm toxic. I'm okay with that.
I'll tell you the first thing I took out of my whole handbook, and that was the 3-day block rule. And I knew that was the first thing I had to take out because it was toxic city, girl. And I did this shit all the time. So, 3-day block rule is this. When somebody's getting on your nerves or giving you wet sock energy, so to speak, I would block them. But I'd only block them for 3 days. Because anybody messaging someone for 3 days and getting no response, it's going to stop texting. They're going to stop reaching out because you've been ghosted. You're gone. Then I would unblock them after those 3 days, put a note in their contact, and then in a couple months, I'd hit them up again to fuck. And they wouldn't remember. Because they didn't block me, I blocked them. So they thought they were ghosted. They probably deleted my number and went on with their lives. It's worked every time. Every time. Very toxic. Don't do it. Just saying. It works, though. It does work. It does work, though. It is very toxic. I also used to really emasculate men. Like, if men came to me and they were like really tried to like beat their chest at me or talk down to me, I'd go home with them. I would. But I'd make them come in 30 seconds. They wouldn't even get to fuck me. Sometimes I wouldn't even have to touch them or like with my body parts to even make them come.
Would that not make you want to mess? Okay, my whole thing is if I emasculate you, like my view is if I make you tuck it between your legs, I don't want you no more.
I never wanted them in the first place. As soon as you try to talk down to me, I'm literally emasculating you to bring you down a couple pegs.
Okay.
And so I used to do this. I don't do this shit no more. You know, this was a trauma response. But I felt the need, like I had to bring you down a couple pegs. You're not just going to walk around talking to women like that. So I felt like a vigilante of kinds, you know?
Okay.
So in my head, by making them come within like 30 seconds, which I can do, because I have extra fangs and the power. You know what I'm saying? That skills, a little bit of skills.
I'm sorry, can you explain that? So these extra fangs, is this something in your throat? Okay, it's something up. Okay.
So they're set back behind my front teeth. So, you know, like if you're doing the business and your teeth kind of graze just so slightly, they kind of shiver a little bit.
Yeah.
My back fangs bring that extra sensory issue, you know, to them, to where they're not, it's a new feeling. It's a new sensation. They've never had that because nobody else has teeth set up like mine. So immediately just gone, done every time.
So this isn't something you could teach. I just have to have these extra teeth.
Well, the skills you could teach because you could still do that with your tongue. Just most people don't realize to do that. that it'll have that effect. You get what I'm saying? Okay. I learned it has that effect because of the way my teeth do that. You get what I'm saying? It can be done with your tongue.
Ooh, maybe this is, I want to make sure this isn't a Southern girl thing. So, like, when I first started having sex, it was some certain things like I wouldn't do because it was like, oh no, you're dirty if you do that. But then eventually I went to like a sexual revolution type thing where it's like I do what I want to do because I like how that feels.
Sexual freedom, baby.
Right. So my whole thing is like how many, like, when did you figure out you had that skill is my question.
When I first got out of, like, when I left college, like after my trauma, I was like on a war path to emasculate as many men as possible.
So this wasn't like your first time, you know, taking a dick and it's like, woo, I got this. If I can do this.
No, because I was like really shy, and I had a little bit of a slut phase in college, but it wasn't like that deep for me, you know, because I had lost my virginity like right before I went to college, and I went to college at 17, so I wasn't having sex for very long before then.
Okay.
But as soon as I got out of college and had that trauma, I was on a path to destroy emotionally the souls of as many men as possible. So whether that worked or not, of course it didn't. I was just really deteriorating myself in reality. But in my head, this is how it was going down. I was going to tear down and just abuse, not physically, but emotionally and mentally, as many men as possible. So I would lead them on and tease and tease and tease and tease until they like literally explode without even touching them. Okay. Seduction and sensory is everything.
So so this is what I believed at a certain point in my life.
Okay.
Like, it wasn't sex unless you had vaginal penetration. That's what I believe.
Okay.
So any other type of anything else, that's not really sex. We're just, you know, fooling around. So I don't know when to say when I actually lost my virginity.
Oh, I know when I lost mine, but it had nothing to do with.
I was doing a lot when I really shouldn't have been. I wasn't emotionally ready to be doing a lot. But
I was probably so trash the first at least 15 times I had sex because I had no idea what was going on. But after my trauma, like, I really started researching because it unlocked new emotions for me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really have emotions before then. And the people that I was having those relations with were a lot older than me. So you know what I'm saying? Like my one boyfriend was 10 years older than me. Now he waited till I was 18. We waited until I was 18 to have sex. But he was 10 years older than me. The one before that, I was 16. He was like 20 or 21. So I didn't know.
How old were you when he was 10 years older than you?
18. Like, we met at work. I started working at a hayride. I was 16. He was 26. And we were just friends up until I turned 18. And then we started fucking.
So now that we're older, do you think that was appropriate?
No, it wasn't fucking appropriate. It was disgusting.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
You know,
I just want to make sure we weren't like, it was cool.
I'm not one of those age is just a number things. It is most certainly not. Okay. Especially when it comes to people under 18.
Feeling you, definitely.
Yeah, I don't.
Because I went through that too, where I thought it was cute to have a boyfriend that can buy you alcohol when you're 15. That is not.
I didn't do any of that stuff. That's the thing. Like, I drank here and there, but I was on the track team. I went to youth group. I was in after school clubs. I had scholarships and grants. I had so much going on at home that I did as much as possible to never be home. But I wasn't doing like, you know, your typical high school hood rat shit. You know, I wasn't like hanging out with friends and doing that shit. I was doing like after school programs and shit like that. So, I mean, I invested my time wisely, is what I'm saying. So I didn't really like drink or anything like that much. Like, there were a couple times I drank like in the woods, you know, like dumb kid shit. But it wasn't like I had that boyfriend. I'm like, oh, I can drink now. It was just like, oh, there's somebody I could spend time with. There's nobody ever home. Cool. And I just go hang out. You know, the sex thing, I didn't really understand. So, you know, because
it took me a long time to understand sex. Because I wasn't able to give my virginity away. It was kind of taken.
Mine was too.
So it was kind of weird for me. And then I remember somebody telling me, well, you're a virgin until you give it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I was telling you when you spoke on that trauma thing, I think I kind of latched on to the guy that I was feeling at the time that I wish would have been my first. I kind of latched on to him. And then from there, it was just crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to feel those lingering effects. They last. It's hard to rewire a traumatized brain.
Yeah.
And George, you might even have CPTSD if it was ongoing. If it was like more than once or an ongoing thing, you would have.
It was
one and done.
One and done, like as far as the rape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I mean the abuse though. Abuse doesn't just have to be sexual; it could be the emotional, it could be physical. But if it's continued by the same person,
no,
it could definitely cause CPTSD or having to be around that person after.
Afterwards, I would see him and he would tell me that I was lying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that could have. So you could even have triggers of CPTSD, and you might have trouble speaking up about how you feel because you were constantly silenced.
I think I'm gangster now.
Oh well, hell yeah, that's what happened.
I was like that for a long time because I didn't know how. Because it's a whole bunch of drama with that. Because my aunt set it up. It's a whole bunch of stuff behind that. So it kind of took me down a spiral. I didn't know who to trust, who to turn to. It was a lot. So I was silenced for a long time. But when I got my voice, I got it.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how it was for me. So when I first told my story last year, after I finished my trauma narrative, I went on this woman's show. It was called like NDE or something. Her name was Peggy. Because I'd seen it, and she had a lot of followers. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go big with it. If I'm going to say it, I'm just going to tell everybody, because I hadn't told my family. I hadn't told anybody what happened other than my therapist. And, I trusted like little bits and pieces of what I remembered to different friends. But I told different people different things. So that way, if it got out, I know who said it. Because I didn't trust anybody. I felt like I was keeping a secret for someone I didn't have to. You get what I'm saying? Because again, up until that point, I thought I was just kidnapped. So parts of the kidnapping, I would tell different people. And obviously the walking home, I remembered. But once I unlocked the memories, I was like, I'm just going to tell everybody, fuck it. I'm tired of living like this. I accepted it happened. Now I know what happened. That's my closure. That's my justice that I will never get in reality. There's no actual justice I will ever get. So that was my closure, and my justice was speaking up about it.
The universe may take care of it, though.
Oh, it will. I'm divinely protected. Rest assured.
The universe took care of mine.
No, I'm pretty, I am 100% sure. Because energy does not die. It just shifts. He got his. Trust. Yeah. So I'm not worried about it. Do you see me worried about the justice? No. I don't care who he is. Fuck him. He's not even a person. He's just.
Yeah, he don't even get that energy no more. You know what I mean?
I don't even dwell on who he is. Just the situation that happened. When I told the story, me and the woman spoke. She said, we're going to go over it, and then we'll have our closing, and then I'll end the recording. And I had never used Zoom before, really, so I didn't know much about it. So we do the recording. We talk for an hour. She kept interrupting me with her, stories and stuff, which is not appropriate when you're interviewing someone about their trauma. You're supposed to just shut the fuck up and let them speak. You know what I mean? You could put in little relatable things, but you can't interject when somebody's telling their story and tell your story and then tell them to continue. You get what I'm saying? Right. And then every time I tried to say something, she would interject with another part. So, hello. So when I finished telling that part, I thought we were done recording. We gave our closings and then we were just talking. I didn't know she was still recording. And she recorded a whole other hour of us talking with stuff that I didn't want put in the public eye. And this was on my lunch break. So then I go, she said, I'll put it up, within 24 hours, send me your bio and send me a picture for the thumbnail. Mm-hmm. I finish work. I go to a comedy show because I got booked for a comedy show after that. I get home at midnight. The video's already up, unedited, all 2-hour conversation. The description, completely wrong, says that I got drunk and got in a car with some dude and he raped me. It has nothing to do with what happened. Nothing. Every time I messaged her, I'm like, you told me within 24 hours, I didn't even get to send you my stuff yet. I had X, and X to do. It had literally not even been 9 hours. And you put it up already. You know what I mean? I was like, and I didn't give you permission to put that up.
That's what I asked. Did you sign anything?
You don't have to, because if you use somebody else's streaming platform, it is their property. You have no control over what they do with it. Doesn't matter if you sign something or not. So like right now, if this is on your StreamYard, you could post anything of this you want anywhere you want. It's yours. It doesn't matter. DMCA, baby. I had to read up on it after, because trust, I've had some issues that have taught me a lot. But after she did that, people, now mind you, this video has thousands and thousands and thousands of views. Like my Jeff Mara video had like maybe 28,000. This has 50 and above 1,000 views. Because the conversation was fine. I mean, the conversation was fine. But like, for example, I talked about how some people use BDSM as a style of therapy if they've been sexually assaulted. As soon as I said BDSM, now she turns around and says, you people in the BDSM, and I'm not a black woman, and I was offended. Like, you people? What do you mean by you people? Like, you know, like, what? Then she starts going on about, you know, her daughter was doing meth. Her son were doing meth, and their child got sexually assaulted by someone in the BDSM community because they brought them home. And I'm like, what does this have to do with what I said? Because she asked me how my trauma affected my sex life. So I answered it. You know, I don't have an emotional attachment to sex, but I noticed, and then I go into that. And then she, like, that's the kind of rebuttal she was giving me. And then she goes on a whole tangent about her family. And then she said, well, my daughter-in-law is a fucking meth addict, and she's blah, 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 blah. And she keeps claiming that she has psychosis. And she called me the one day and said my son was upstairs with a gun and was ready to kill her. And she could hear him coming, but the cops got there and no one was there because she's on meth, and that's not psychosis. And I'm like, that is psychosis. You have delusions. It may have been absolutely real to her. Whether or not it was actually happening is relevant to her. That's what psychosis is. It was absolutely real. You know, she was like, no, it isn't. I was like, I have psychosis. Like mine, I only hear music, but it's still psychosis. That's why they diagnosed me with it. Because they're like, why? Like, how the fuck do you else to explain that? When they can't explain shit, they just throw whatever title on it, which is why I have to go get reevaluated. So, but borderline, I know I have borderline. That shit's been concrete in. There's no denying that part. But yeah, she was like, and then right after I corrected her on that and said that I had that, she literally abruptly ends the interview. There's not even a closing. Like, she abruptly ends the interview because she realized it wasn't going her way. It was really crazy. But after that, I was like, I can't let this be the only version of my story out. Like, it's not even like, I didn't even get to really tell anything, you know? I told bits and pieces because she kept cutting me off, and then I'd lose track, and like, it was still fresh to me. I just unlocked all those memories. So I need to like tell it start to finish without being interrupted, or I'm not going to remember where I was. And I have ADHD. Like, you know, it's a runaway train. Okay. You got to catch it while it's there. So she, right after that was the 2-year anniversary of my little sister's death. So I ended up I tried to pre-record it a few times, and then I just was like, this is pathetic, because I kept listening back to it, and I was like, I can't. So I ended up just going live with my podcast and just told my story completely, start to finish. I didn't get too into details with it, and I didn't get into what happened in the hospital, because I don't want people thinking I'm like absolutely insane, you know? So I just told like what happened that night, start to finish, and it felt great. But now it felt good after that, because I'm like, no matter how many people see that, because she kept deleting my comments. Whenever people ask, like, where can I find this girl? I want to know more. She kept deleting all of my information. None of my information's up there. No one can find me. You know what I mean? I mean, if they fucking were smart enough to Google me, you can Google me and find me. But, you know, yeah, it was bad, really bad. And it taught me a lot about the DMCA, about, you know, sharing a story and how to share it and who to talk to. And when you're doing podcasting, interview things. Like, no.
I don't know if I missed this. Did you know who you were, like, were you familiar with their platform before?
So I had watched her videos. But I feel like she did interrupt from time to time, but it felt like it was at appropriate times. It felt like it pertained to the conversation. But mine was like a complete 360. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, you have hundreds of interviews on here. How many times are you going to share your particular story when other people are here to interview, you know? And I have no idea how she has so many subscribers. But somebody actually reached out to me. They found me on Twitter. and posted on my Twitter wall. And we're like, hey, I seen your interview. You should go to Jeff Mara instead, you know? Because I put in the comments, somebody put in the comments, like the audio is really bad in some parts. And I'm like, well, I offered to fix it, the audio, because I can fix it myself. And she was like, you're not to use any of this content, which by the way, I'm going to. I recorded the entire 2-hour conversation and I'm going to fuck with it because I ended up being the target of a goon squad, I call them. They're basically like internet terrorists. And it was totally by accident that it happened through my podcast from a guest I had.
Who are these people? Like, were they like trolls?
Basically, yeah. So when I met them, they were trolling me based on something. I'll get into that in a minute. But now that I'm friends with them and they're like in my back pocket, we're forming a plot to basically bring her down because she did it to another friend. Like after I did mine, she did it to another person that I interviewed for my mental health project, where she's basically bringing these people who have near-death experiences on to basically make them look crazy for sharing their stories. And I'm like, that's fucked up. Like, you're going to cause more mental health issues for people who are just trying to share their story and thinking that they have a platform to do it, you know? So, but like I said, I was new to Zoom at the time. Had I educated myself more beforehand, that's why I said it was a learning experience. I just don't share that interview. You know, all my other interviews or guest spots that I do are all on my website with the link to go watch it. You know, I like people to watch the shit that I do because I'm fucking hilarious. And sometimes I can be inspirational, you know, and I'm hot. So go watch my shit. But with that, I will not share it. I'm trying to do everything I can to like not have people see that just because it was bad. And honestly, like I want to go back and watch it because I always tell myself things are worse than they are. And I'm sure it wasn't as bad as I think it is, but just like I told details about my sister's death that I didn't want public, that my family would probably be really upset if they got publicized. And I explained this to her. I'm like, listen, if you could just cut that part out, I really don't care about anything else. Like, it was a shitty conversation. It was a shitty interview because I didn't know I was still being interviewed. I thought we were just talking, you know, but yeah, she was like, no, I don't edit any of my footage.
Okay.
Why? You know? And like my podcast, when I had it on YouTube and the ones that I have on YouTube, they're unedited and that's fine. But like my audio, my anchor and stuff, I edit those. I cut out the fat and now I put commercials and I'm actually going back and editing all of my old episodes because I have about 32 episodes for the first 2 seasons between the two. And I think maybe the last 5 or 6 were the ones that I started doing the audio commercials, but I needed more commercials. So if anybody's watching this and has a podcast, send me an audio commercial and I'll plug it.
How long are normally your podcasts?
It depends. Like I've had an episode that's 30 minutes. I had another episode that was 2 fucking hours was the longest one I had, but it was hilarious. It was a great conversation. So people were actually watching it all the way through because it was just like funny. I still use clips from that show. Like I still go back and try to clip parts of it out to put as reels and stuff on my page because it's just funny. It was another comic. His name is Neil. And we just had a really good chemistry and conversation with that. And it was about communication. So we went through 1,000 different things, but because we kept cracking jokes back and forth, it just really went smoothly for the conversation. So it was a smooth conversation. We lost you for a second.
We're still here.
Yeah, you dipped out for a second. I was like, what happened?
No, as long as we don't stop for 45 seconds, we're good. But we're still going.
Yeah, we're still going. I'm happy to stay here until anybody else wants to come in later. I'm not doing shit. I'll stay here by myself and just fucking read mental health shit. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so over there, but coffee and everything you can have. I
have a question though. Yeah. So
hot chocolate as well. You're welcome.
I'm sorry, you had said something that I was going to ask you a follow-up question with, but I can't. Oh, so we talked about this earlier with, you know, finding something to do when you have those thoughts, like get on social media and put your phone down. Do you think social media has made like the whole FOMO? Do you think like social media has messed us up?
Social media is escapism.
Mm-hmm.
Escapism in general is fine when used in small doses or healthy doses. People use social media as a way to escape from problems they don't want to face or their life in general that they don't want to deal with. That is the problem. People forget that social media is a fantasy. It's a fantasy.
A lot of it's not real.
None of it's real. Nothing anybody posts is real. When you're posting pictures, it's not as it's happening. It's after it happened, the next day, but people looking at it think you're there right then and there. People seeing it 2 days later, they're not looking at what date you posted. They're like, damn, look at this bitch in Bahamas. Meanwhile, it was last year. You're just posting, I wish I was still here, or take me back, kind of post. I could post a picture of me in an airplane right now. It's from a year and a half ago. And I guarantee 14 people be like, wow, that's so cool. Look at you go. That was last year. It was one time. It's cool. Yeah. That's not what I'm doing right now. And 4 people are going to look at that picture and be like, I fucking suck. I'm not in an airplane. Why ain't I in an airplane? What's she doing that I'm not? Because we're too focused on what other people are doing. Or the perfect happy marriages that you see on there. People have the perfect squeaky clean families and marriages. You know damn well they're not perfect and squeaky clean.
Right. They never are.
They never are. But you don't realize that in the moment when you're seeing it. When you see it in the moment, you're like, damn, I wish I had that. So now something that you would have never even thought of had you been doing something else, you're now simmering in the back of your head because you looked at it. Social media is very, very, very big. I did an episode on my Talk It Out Tuesdays on escapism. So escapism in general, like reading a book, things like that, things we do to give our brain a break from our thoughts, are healthy in limited doses. You can't spend your whole life distracting yourself. You have to be able to sit and think about what you're actually thinking, what you're feeling, what you've experienced, what you haven't. That's how you learn to acknowledge and accept things that happen to you, and that's how you move on from it. That's how you feel. They say you gotta feel it to heal it. That's a real thing. The only one I don't agree with is fake it till you make it, because that shit is not true. You don't fake anything, period.
I feel like if you're going to fake it till you make it, you need to get the knowledge to actually make it, not just say you got it.
So for me, I say it's not fake it till you make it, because I tell people, look in the mirror every day and tell yourself you're a 10 out of 10, whether or not you believe it, because it's already true. You just need to believe it about yourself. So it's not fake it till you make it. It's say it until you believe that it's true, because it is. It already is.
You write your own reality, right?
That's right. And because
I've been working on manifestations and stuff. I'm sorry if I came in.
No, you're fine.
Well, no,
the
you're
reason
good. We get you
the
working.
reason that I also say that is because it's other people's voices that we hear when we look in that mirror and we're going, oh, and so this, and so that. Why can't I be this? Why can't I be that? Because other people have that, or other people have said that. Why can't I be prettier? Why can't I be smarter? Why can't I be this? Why can't I be that? It's because we're either spending our time online and comparing ourselves to other people, or we've heard that said about ourselves to us. And that's another person's voice in our head now, is we believe that that's true. Instead of thinking in our own voice that we know we're the shit, we know that there's nobody like us. Every single person is a 10 out of 10 that exists, except for serial killers and child molesters. They are not counted as people. Those are monsters. But, you get what I'm saying. Everybody is a 10 out of 10, even if you're toxic. Nobody's perfect. So maybe a 9 out of 10, we should say. You're a 9 out of 10. Because a 10 out of 10 means there's no room for growth. So, but if we're talking physical, appearance, and you're looking in the mirror, 10 out of 10. You should tell yourself every single day. Say it till you believe it's true, because it is. Period. Where one person thinks you're the ugliest person you've ever seen in their life, another person will suck a fart out of your asshole. I promise.
True.
And you just got to know that. You have to know that. How many people are in this world? How many billions of people? And we let the opinions of people around us in our immediate area too, not even online, just an immediate area, affect how we feel about ourselves. And that's not cool. There's way too many people in the world. There's way too many dicks to be sucked to be worrying about the one that made you cry. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't fuck with these men. They don't affect me no more. At all. At all. And I had to learn that lesson because one really did. And that was the first time it ever happened. I ended up being in a situationship with a roster member girl. Got messy. I got messy because we became friends. He was literally like the male version of me. I still call him to this day my karma. He was my karma for all the shit I did to men back in the day, because he treated me like shit. But I was so enamored by him. I don't even know, I don't know what love is, so I can't say it was love. I know familial love, but I don't understand romantic love. That just is weird to me. I don't have any kind of explanation for that. The feeling, I mean. So I couldn't tell if it was or not. So for me, I call it enamored. If he's bald, first of all, I could never say I love the bald man. Fuck that. He can't grow hair, but
head. That'd be fun.
No. Oh, we're at 11 hours and 57 minutes.
Yep.
Hey. Sorry for anybody watching about us just ranting and rambling, but you're welcome to join the conversation. we have a girl chat up in this bitch. But for me, I allowed myself to feel like I was less than because he made me feel like I was basically a side piece. He came over when he wanted to. It was never on my terms. And I allowed that, which I never allow anybody to do. And then, I had a situation where I had to make a very serious decision for my body. And I allowed him to influence my decision. Was it the best decision overall? Yes. But I dealt with a lot of shame and grief because I allowed somebody else to make that decision for me instead of making it for myself, which isn't in my nature. And that's why I was like, there was in my book, man, we're talking toxic. There was a whole 4-page fucking entrance, like a whole 4-page explanation why bald men are trash. That's how I knew I had to re-update my book, in a nice way. But it was just basically like, stay away from these types of guys. Bald. And it was a whole different explanation why. There was 6 different fucking descriptions for this guy in that list. When it was really just that one guy that really hurt me. And I was basically taking it and trying to explain to other women why they should avoid that. Some of them they should. Red flags be looking like 6 flags. There ain't no lying in that. When you hear your ass is mine as a child, your ass is mine when you get home, you kind of freak out. When you're an adult and you hear your ass is mine when I get home, you get a little scared, So, you end up in some situations you shouldn't be in. That's me trying to throw humor into it. But I really feel like with this book, a lot of people are going to start looking at themselves differently. Because I looked at myself very differently. And I was like, damn, I'm kind of a piece of shit. And then I was looking around at other people. I'm like, damn, we're all kind of pieces of shit in some way. Some of us are just more shittier than others,
I'm sorry. Is this the book you wrote in your 20s or the one that you're working on now?
They're both the book I wrote in my 20s is the one I'm revamping. I'm relaunching it. Yeah. So I'm writing it now from a 30-year-old perspective, 30-year-old in therapy. Okay. So it's not as toxic. Like that 3-day block rule was taken out. Call out works. You can call out his name, things like that. I mean, the message behind it is still in there because most of the stuff I put in that book have a message behind it. It's not just a joke. The hair tie around the wrist is number 1 in my hoe handbook. Yeah, the joke behind it is because hoes are prepared to suck dick or fight at any time. But the reality, it just means to be prepared for any situation you go into, especially sexually. Educate yourself and be prepared.
I'm sorry, run that back. So you said call out a work to call his name. So you messing with your bag?
What?
So you were messing up the bag?
No, I have PTO.
Okay.
No, I was a salaried employee. So if I called out to call out his name, I'll say it didn't matter. And at the time when I wrote that in my 20s, no, I wasn't on salaried pay. So yeah, I was fucking up the bag, but I had 3 jobs. So I didn't really give a fuck. I didn't have a kid then. So what did I care? Missing one day of work wasn't that big of a deal. I was spending all my money on weed anyway. Weed, 2 liters of soda and pizza and transportation. I didn't fucking spend my money on anything relevant, or anything beneficial, I should say, but I realized now in my 30s, even though when I was really starting to go back over this book, I did have PTO. I'm like, I looked at it the same way you just reacted. You're fucking up the bag? Yeah. No. We don't do that here. And I realized that. And that's why I so smiling so big that you said that, because that's exactly what I said. Like, we don't do that. Not for these men. No. They come on our time. Like free time, not work time. Although I do love a little afternoon delay, just saying. And I also realized, I really look at things different now. So, for example, there's a part in there, and I'm keeping it in there. I don't give a fuck if it's toxic or not. But if that man does not give you head, then you need to leave his ass on red.
Facts.
I still stand behind that, but I explain a little bit into it that you have to be accepting of people who don't do that. It may not be for you, but you still gotta accept it. No, you don't have to leave. Don't leave them on red. Just say, I'm sorry, we don't have the same view, basically, instead. Don't leave people on red. Do not ghost them. That was my whole thing back in the day. Cut everybody off. Fuck them. Ghost them. Leave them. Now I'm like, do not do that, because you will affect their mental health, because they're going to sit up and look through every message and look for what they did wrong. When in reality, they didn't do anything wrong. It's just not for you. It only takes one more second to say, I don't want to speak to you anymore. I don't think we have the same view, or I don't think we're going to work out. Sorry, have a blessed one. You know, and then if you want to block them after that, go ahead. But at least you gave them that closure. You're not just ghosting or leaving them on red. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's just
I'll agree with that
next grown level.
But I will not be with a selfish partner because I
that's
don't like
fine.
lazy head, and I don't want you to do it if you don't like doing it. But
And you
then
can tell.
I feel as if we're doing that, then you're not receiving either. Like it's even. So
No,
this is
I gotta give that. I have to.
Yeah, because it's just like, what is we doing if we ain't on the same sex level?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
so
just,
before I would say,
because I'm recently going through something like that, and it's just not worth it.
Here's the thing. I will stand up and leave if the sex is bad. Because first of all, unless there's mutual like seduction and teasing beforehand, we're not doing it at all. I'll leave. Because remember, I don't kiss on the lips, so there's not like a makeout session that leads to sex. So you have to find other ways.
I need to quit being nice. That's what I've been doing, being nice.
I started being more honest with that because there's no reason for you to think this was amazing if it's trash.
No, you got to tell that man his dick game is trash in the moment.
No, Christy, I love your honesty, but like, I be like, I just don't say it like you say it, but I want to say it like you say it, if that means.
Do not leave them on red. Tell them why. We are adults. That is high school behavior. High school. To leave somebody on red and make them feel like they did something wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. It's just not for you. And there's nothing wrong with saying that to them. What it is you're afraid of confrontation. So maybe if you're a coward, just say that. And that's fine. Just say that you're a coward and you want to hurt people by not being honest and open about who and what you want. There's nothing wrong with telling somebody they're not for you.
If the dick is good and you want to hit it a couple more times than you through with it.
I mean, I'm honest. I'd be like, listen, you're not for me, but like we can fuck around a little bit. That's it. Just be open and honest about what the fuck you want. You'd be surprised what you can get out of life when you're honest about shit. I'm telling you. I told a guy that his stroke game was absolute trash. And instead of getting upset, do you know what he said to me? What do you think I should do to be better? And I said, that's kind of hard. We gonna fuck right now. I'm gonna show you, buddy. You see what I mean?
I would rather have that. I would rather have that conversation with someone because then maybe we could work towards something. Or, and I agree, if I'm doing something that's just not your cup of tea, let me know.
So here's the thing for that comment. He said, telling someone abrasive in the moment is high school behavior. No. Open and honest communication about what you want and what you don't. And when you don't want someone, instead of leaving them wondering why or what they did when they didn't do anything, that is high school behavior. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, this just isn't for me. Now, the standing up and leaving during sex, that is high school behavior. I did say I was still a little toxic in that way. But when it comes to communication, I'm going to say why. I'm going to tell you, if it has to do with me even, this is a me thing, this is just not going to work. I need to go. I could see this being very bad for my mental health. That's setting a boundary moving forward. I'm not going to leave them on red and not answer them at all ever again and just ghost them. Ghosting is abuse, just so y'all know. It is abuse.
Okay, he was kidding.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. But I'm just saying, well, and I really used to think that way, like cut everybody off, even family members. Now, when it comes to physical violence, absolutely disappear. Go for it. Because now your actual safety is in danger. If you don't feel safe, it's different. But if you're in a situation and you just don't want to be a part of it anymore and you just dip, that's fucked up. That's abusive. And it does really damages someone's I know it's self-esteem, but it can be damaged in that way. You're ruining their confidence. I will say being abrasive. I'm not abrasive. Now, I say it this way to you guys to make it funny. In the moment, I'm actually very nice about it. Did I say in those words, your dick game is trash? No. But I was saying, I don't think we're on the same level type shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm nice about it. I am very nice when I tell people these things. There has been one or two times, because I am, like I said, still a little toxic, that I have stood up and left. I really have. But I explain, like, this is just not, I'm not going to come. So I'm going to go. Like, that's it. This is not enough for me. I think I need something different. I'm out. And usually it's the people that aren't on my roster. So.
This roster.
I keep my roster's ingrained, dude. I keep them that way for a reason because each one does something in particular that is for me. So if the rest of it is trash, I don't really care. It's not, but once you fuck somebody for a long period of time, they know what you want. But they do something particularly well, which is why they're there. And I do something for them in return that they like, which is why they stay. You know, I'm not abusive to them in any way. We all know what the situation is. Again, I make an agreement with them. We literally sit and write it out. This is what you want out of this. This is what I want out of this. This is what you're not to do. This is what you are to do. But the reason that I do that part, not to be a bitch or bossy or a fucking, you know, to tell someone what they can and can't do or some kind of like, you know, complex, it's because I'm a borderline. If you do this, yeah, we aren't sexually compatible. Perfect. Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that, but leaving them on red and leaving them with no answer, no closure, causes issues. Anyway, we go over this together, and I usually make them take the BDSM.org test too, because that helps them kind of figure out if they're not sure what like kinks and fetishes and things are into. So that helps me.
What you said is perfect. So I have it with kinks, with people that you don't have a full connection. It's weird. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. For someone you don't have a full connection with, how are you comfortable with expressing certain kinks that you're into? Because to me, it's like a comfort thing. So is this like only people that have been on the roster for a minute? Like you have to build a level there? Or is it like,
so
because I have a sensory kink. And the thing is, a lot of people think they're into that until we get down to it. And they're like, nah. This
is like auditory?
All of it.
Okay. So all senses.
All senses. Okay. You can't see. It's just being pleased until the end.
So for me, number one, my comfort is in my NDA. They can't say anything. Nothing. Nothing that is said on that contract between me and them, none of that can ever be shared. Or I will literally own everything they have. Period. Because my reputation, I don't care about.
With NDA, like, hey.
NDA is a non-disclosure. I can pull it up right now and read it to you.
Right. I know what it is, but I'm saying, when do you break this out? Like, we started
immediately.
Texting?
So, no, I don't do the whole talking stage. That's what I'm saying. Like, I will see someone or meet someone, and I can't explain because I don't have a type. They just, like, the energy that I feel matches mine. So I'll approach them, or they'll approach me. We'll have a conversation. I'll explain that's how I do things, and they're either with it or they're not. If they're not with it, all right, see you. If they are, then that's when I make them take the BDSM test, and then we usually go out to eat or get a coffee or something, and I have them write out theirs and I write out mine. It's not a contract that they're signing that they have to abide by. This is just something open communication from the start to see if we're even compatible. I list all my shit out. I don't care. I'll put that shit on Facebook. I'll put it on my resume. I don't give a fuck. This is what I'm into. This is what you're not to do. Red light, green light, yellow light. Here it is. Okay. And I'll literally write it like that, like green, yellow, red. Red being don't you fucking do it. Yellow being, I'm not too into it, but I'm okay with it. And then green, like, yes, please do that. Like all of this. And then they will put the same thing. What?
Do you ever get liars? Like people who say they're into it, but they're really not?
I got more of like people who, I get people who are more like they're curious about something and then they realize that that's not for them after we try it, which is fine. Then that just gets scratched off. I mean, unless it's like giving head or getting head, I don't really care because that is my fetish. And the difference between a kink and a fetish is a kink is something you like to do. A fetish is something you have to do to get off or get aroused. So that's the difference between the two. So a kink can be a fetish, but a fetish can't be a kink.
Okay.
So, yeah, fetish is something you have to do. You have to. So for you, it's auditory.
If you
Censored.
wait. So a kink is something that you like, you enjoy.
You like to do. Mm-hmm.
And a fetish is something that you have to do.
You need it. Yeah.
You need it. I think I need that too.
So for me, I have an oral fetish. Giving or receiving, it doesn't matter. I have an oral fetish. If there's no oral involved, I'm not going to get excited or get off. It's something that I need. People who have a foot fetish, they need to have some kind of foot play involved in order to get excited or off. You catch them? You got it? Yeah, it's not the same as having like a spanking kink or like the good girl kink. You know, you got to be called a good girl and get excited. That's not something you need. It's just something you like. You know.
I'm up here learning at 6 o'clock in the morning, bitch.
You learning something new. Every time I come around, people learning. Okay. So, a good place to start for anybody, and I recommend even married people going separately and taking the test on bdsmtest.org. It is free, and it will break down what in each category. So, for example, it'll say like mine, like I have a primal fetish. It's not like hunter and prey like I thought it was. Like that's what I thought that was. It's not. I don't even actually know how to explain it right now because it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. But
okay, because I was curious. I was like, "Ooh, what we doing?"
So hold on. I just can't find the words to explain it right now.
Emron, where are you from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Nice to meet you. I've never seen you before. I'm CL.
Nice to meet you. I was in the background last night, and I just want to make sure. So it's not pussy talks. It's,
no.
Say it for me again.
It's pussy talks. It's 3 different words.
Okay.
But people run it together because they're perverts. But the name of my show is actually Puss. I'm C, and they coming to talk to me. So
I get it.
I love Pussy Talks podcast.
Thank you, girl.
I've never had so much fun on a show. Honestly. How did I what?
Never met so many people that meet each other for the first time and want to argue with each other on my show. I'm always.
I just love to hear number one, other people's perspectives, but also number two, tell them how wrong they are because I'm a Virgo. So
okay.
You know what? I didn't know you're a Virgo. I'm a Virgo too, and I think that's what we have in common.
I'm actually a cusp. I'm a Leo Virgo cusp. So I am very Virgo, but I also have like that Leo in your face kind of on top of it. It's called the cusp of exposure.
What'd you say, Emma?
I said I'm a Libra, so we're good both ways.
There you go. As long as you're not a Gemini.
Libras are cool to women, but them men are liars. Oh, them some lying ass Libras. Woo.
So let me explain. Like Libras be lying, but it's it's because we don't like conflict.
Oh, so y'all lie like they hurt people's
feelings.
Okay.
So I looked up how to explain primal fetish because I didn't want to explain it wrong. And it can mean a few different things, but basically it means you get like straight and primal in the bedroom, like animalistic, like tearing at each other kind of thing. But like, it also can mean like you just like the hair pulling, spanking, like thrown around, that kind of shit. Rough shit is primal.
Okay.
When I first heard it, I thought, to my understanding, because I have like done a lot of research in the BDSM world, but some things, like if I felt like it was like hunter and prey, I never even looked into them because from my trauma, that's not something I can watch or be a part of. Even like if I play Roblox with my son, he likes to chase my character around. I can't even do that. Like I have to stop. Like I can't play it anymore. If you're chasing me around, I can't play it. Video games where you have to get chased, I have to stop playing immediately. I cannot feel like I'm being like chased in any way or stalked or anything. So, it's basically like letting your inner animal out in the bedroom, just thrown and tossed and all that.
I do enjoy a small little bit of popping. I'll pop the shit out of you. Like I like a little pop. That's it. That's it though.
But I also have a big issue with degradation, which can be a problem when you have a primal fetish, because primal fetish, they like to toss you around and throw you. But if you slap me in my face, you're going to get knocked the fuck out as a reflex. It's happened. I punched somebody right in the face. I knocked that motherfucker straight out, man. He flew right off me because he was on top of me and he was getting too rough. And I like the hair pulling, and I have whips. I like to be whipped with my whips. Mine. They're antique. I don't like the ones with the metal on the bottom. That's not fun. These ones will be bruises and you don't even feel it. You know, I like that. But the other ones, like the metal at the bottom, I don't like pain. I don't want to be in pain. I want to come, not feel pain. But that's part of BDSM is sadism and masochism. People who like to give pain and people who like to receive pain. Helps them get off. But
what is it called? You require cuddles? Because no matter what, I require intimacy and affection.
I like that too.
Yeah, what did she say? That's my fetish. I have to have cuddles and intimacy, so I think that would be my fetish, and then my kink would be pops.
So it's not a fetish to want affection. That's not sexual. That's romanticism.
No, I want sexual cuddles. I don't want the regular cuddles.
What are sexual cuddles?
You know,
like drum humping? What are we doing?
Cuddling is not sexual. Cuddling is romantic. Cuddling is affectionate.
Can I explain my perspective?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Anyway,
we've been up all night.
My idea, like sexual cuddles, like I have to be, I don't know, I like my cuddles to be completely wrapped around me. If you turn away from me, I'm gonna wrap my leg completely around your body. Like I need to have you.
Leech.
Yeah, I'm a leech. I'm a heat leech too, because I'm gonna be naked and take all your heat away too. So I think that would be kind of.
Oh, you sleep naked? You sleep naked?
Naked, yeah.
I can't do that. I got nipple piercings. They be getting cold on shit.
Be right back. Don't be hating on me.
I'm not hating. I'm not hating. So for me, I can't sleep in the nude. I don't know what it is.
Really?
Yeah. And like I also have nipple piercings. So if that gets caught on something, it's a wrap. But for me, like I have steady fight or flight mode. So in my eyes, if I go to sleep and something happens, I need to be dressed. I need to be able to just get up and go at any point in time. So I can't sleep naked. And I'm just not comfortable that way. You know?
Okay.
It's weird. That's like people go pantyless. I don't.
Oh yeah, you gotta let it breathe.
In jeans? Like in jeans?
Yeah, I've done that. I've gone commando. But that doesn't feel too good. I'm gonna be honest, it does not feel good.
I'm a nymphomaniac, so something, there's gotta be something to guard the area. You know what I'm saying? But this BDSMtest.org, I always tell people to take that before they get with a new partner. And I always suggest it to anybody who's considering being my partner. It's a standard. You have to take this test, and I will send you mine because I need to know what you're into and what you're not. And you can take the short version or a long version, and it'll ask you questions and you give an answer. You know, like very much so or not at all. Just what you like and what you don't. Once you finish the test, it'll give you a chart with the percentages of each category that you are in the BDSM world. Because BDSM is just an umbrella term for any kind of kink play. Kink play is anything outside of like fucking missionary, anything outside of vanilla sex. You know?
So Christy, I have a question. So eventually, like, I mean, we talked about, you know, you've seen something in the future.
Talked about a lot.
When we get old, do you want to like sit on the porch with somebody? Maybe not even in a romantic way. Like, do you want your roster on deck with you? Like, what's the plan when you're 80?
I'm not going to reach that far. I have a lot of health conditions, so I'm not going to get that far. So, but no, it's not that I don't want those things. It's that I've never had affection, so I can't miss it. You can't miss something you've never had. So for you, you're having a hard time understanding my viewpoint because you've had affection. You've experienced that. So you want that again. I have never experienced that. You can't miss something you've never had.
So I question if I'm chasing something that's not real though. But even in like a but I'm saying like even in a platonic way, do you not have like a person, like, you know, like a Grey's Anatomy, Christina and Homegirl?
I have friends that have been my friends for like 15 years. They're not going anywhere.
Okay.
You know, I have people in my life. You know, I just don't have a man that I live with or that I stay with. You know, and sex for me, again, I have no romantic attachment. It's literally just play. Like, it's honestly, I prepare for sex like I'm preparing for an event. I literally get I get dressed up, shower right before, scrub all down, lotion, put some makeup on, like, you know, everything. I get prepared for that shit. Towels are down. Like, yeah.
Like the Olympics.
It really is. It really is to me. It's like a all-nighter. I'm an all-nighter. I go forever. I've only found one person to match that energy. That motherfucker's staying at the top of the roster forever. Okay. At least he better, or I will burn his house to the ground. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
So here's my question. When your roster, when they want their emotional connection, is it just you just switch them out? Is there like an ending? Is there closure?
So if they say they're catching feelings in some way, I will give them a break and I'll explain that. Let's take a break from each other because we might just be meeting too often then. Maybe we need to back it up. So I'll give them some time. We'll meet up again. If they're still feeling the same way after that, then I'm going to have to end it. Because I explained from the beginning, I'm very transparent in case you didn't tell, that there's never going to be a relationship out of this. You get what I'm saying?
What
and I
turned
don't
you
like
so
to leave
cold that
people
way?
What
turned you that way? Because women aren't typically like that. When did you become that way?
Well, I'm a borderline, so emotions are out the window. And I'm also an attempted murder survivor. So sex to me has no... I've been sexually assaulted so many times that I don't feel romantic attachment to it anymore.
So you've never had
That's my problem.
I've never had that. No. Because this happened when I had just turned 18. I was just becoming an adult. So I never had the experience.
Can I say this to you, Christy? Like, because I'm older than you, I'm 41. It's now for the first time in my life, I'm starting to want that. You know what I mean? Like, I want to feel those feelings, but I quite can't yet, if that makes sense.
So what somebody told me, and she's like I'll just call it a sex guru because I don't know how else to explain it. But basically she said, when you go through a sexual assault and you're continuing to have sex with no break, you're basically spreading your trauma around to other people because sex is an exchange of energy. So her explanation on how I could fix my situation was to take a year off from sex. And my next question, and this goes to show you how much of a sex addict I am, is like, does masturbation count? To which she said the answer is no, you can still masturbate. And I was like, oh, well, I have never gone more than a week without sex, ever in my life. Because I am a sex addict. Like, that's my fun. You know what I mean? Like, that's for me. You know, that's why I have my roster. Because if one don't answer, then another one will. You get what I'm saying?
So you've never been in love?
No. I've never even seen love. I come from divorced parents. They divorced when I was 5. My first memory is my mom throwing a can of nails at my dad's head. Okay, like I have no...
Did she hit him?
No, she missed. You know, but I have no... And then boyfriends she had were just not good fits. It was very bad situations. So I've never had an example of what I'm supposed to be looking for.
I think a lot of people...
Other than fake TV, right? And TV...
I don't watch TV.
Right. So love for a lot of people is a correlation between something negative, so they don't ever desire to fall in love. So I understand that. I was just trying to understand why you didn't. So that makes sense.
I mean, I just have no definition. Like my family is not they're very emotionally disconnected. You get what I'm saying? So there was no explanation. Yeah. So even when it came to like romance and stuff, and that's not to say that, you know, I'm one of 3 girls. We're all 15 months apart. One's been married and divorced. One's happily married with children. And then there's me, the hoe. You know, so it's funny to see how we each grew up differently with our situations. But for me, my viewpoint of our youth growing up is very different from theirs. I'm sure your viewpoint is different from your siblings, and yours different from any of your siblings, you know? Mine was very dramatic.
Oh,
you know what? It's just like, why is it always that one that just get it right? Like, I'd be like, how did he just... I'd be looking at my brother sometimes and be like, how the fuck did we come out the same environment? Like, he's so perfect. Like, everything lined up in his life. And I'm the one, even at 41, still making mistakes. And
because he's watching you make the mistakes, so he don't have to. Duh. He's learning from everybody else, which is a pro tip. That's a smart ass man.
He is.
I did that in business. I watched other people make mistakes with their businesses so that I wouldn't make them with mine.
Me and my
sister, that's what I did. And I went, and when it comes to business, I dived head in because I had to, because I had messed up my career. You know what I mean? So I had to dive in and learn the hard way because I couldn't work like right now. Like I'm working this, but that's like on the side. Like I had to make the money that I was used to and quick without me selling dope.
So you can sell pussy. Hey. So
as you know what? As much free pussy I gave away, I should have sold it.
You know, I say that sometimes. Like you should have charged that motherfucker.
And get angry sometimes.
Don't you?
Right.
I say that sometimes.
Houses for their cuckoo.
So it's funny because I did a comedy show not too long ago, and the guy who went up on stage before me was talking about how he was making a joke, and it was obviously not true, but he was telling a story about how he sucked a dick for drugs. Okay. And I was like, I was like, wait a minute, y'all are getting drugs for sucking dick? I'm just out here giving this throat for free. I never got no free fucking drugs.
Right.
That just reminded me of that. So I have that on video too. Yeah, it did not go well in that room. Now, like, people laughed because there were a little bit of a younger crowd, but they were like middle-aged or older Black women and men. And a lot of my jokes don't hit. And one of them was funny because I was like, is there anybody like, 30 and up? Because I hate being the youngest person in the room. Because even when I'm the youngest person in the room, I'm usually like, especially with sex stuff, the most experienced, just because I've watched and studied and, So, at least in my head, maybe that's a God complex. I don't know. But
you probably feel like you got something to prove.
Not necessarily that I have something to prove, but that I have something to teach. Like I have something to give or,
Yeah.
Not necessarily prove because I don't care what they think about me, but I'd like to be able to help people. And if I can't feel like I can help anybody in the room, then I don't want to be in the room.
That's what I meant, because it's like you're young.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And sometimes with older people in a room, you do have to prove yourself. You have to prove that you have that knowledge, because a lot of people would look at you like, what did this little 21-year-old, what can she tell me? When actually I've talked to a 21-year-old who mentally is way stabler than me.
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm stabler, but I just know a lot more about the brain.
No, I'm talking about not you. I'm talking about somebody I met.
No, I know.
Yeah, but you're right. I always learn stuff for younger people like Instagram, because I don't know what the fuck to do with Instagram or Facebook.
I told you I can help you with that. I'm trending on Instagram.
Well, you need to help me because I don't know, my hashtag like
this week.
Watching.
This week I jumped from, I think I had like 950 followers. Now I have like 1,100.
That's
good. So I have like 150 followers in a week.
So do you do it like more so like
my channels popping?
Oh, it's too many. What? I didn't hear. There was like 3 questions.
I was just saying that differently. Pictures or hashtags?
It's number 1. All right. So I'm going to give you guys a social media breakdown. You ready? Number 1, use the fucking business suite on Facebook. That thing is a very useful tool. Connect your Facebook with your Instagram, and you can plan shit in advance. Plan it so that you're posting no less than once a day, but you want to post at least 3 times a day. When you post, put a picture with everything that you post. Everything. That's what gets the most engagement. Post things that you know are going to get engagement. Those things you know you're going to get engagement with. Like say, good morning, everybody's going to comment good morning. Because if you got all those answers on that post, you're now boosting up in the algorithm. And I can tell you this without a shadow of a doubt, because my reach for my previous Facebook before I got put on timeout was 200,000 people per post. I only had 5,000 followers on my Facebook.
What does that mean, like reach people? Because I have a lot of reaches, but they don't be liking shit.
No. So your reach just means how many people can see what you're posting.
Okay.
That means that's how often and how far into the algorithm you are with Facebook. So Facebook runs off an algorithm with reach and Instagram's kind of the same way, but Instagram's a little bit different because of the hashtagging. When you hashtag something, it makes it easier to find. So if you go hashtag CA Knuble on Google, on Twitter, on anything, I'm all you're going to see because nobody else is going to use that hashtag. It's just mine. And once you do over 1,000 posts with that hashtag, it'll start coming up as a suggestion. So say somebody types in CAK, like they're going to type in cake. Somewhere along that line is going to say CA Knuble. And I'm really, what the fuck is a CA Knuble? Click that link. And it's going to be all my shit. You just are easier to find that way. That's why you should hashtag everything. But people also search for hashtags. They search for like funny, or they search for trending. And when you hashtag your stuff with those, good morning. When you hashtag your stuff with that stuff, you're going to pop up in that feed. And that's why the business suite is important too, because the business suite will look at the people who are following you on your page and tell you what the most active times for your page are. So you know when to post things.
So step 1 was to connect. What are you saying? Business page on Facebook.
Download the Business Suite app. It's called Business Suite.
I got a business page.
No, Business Suite is an app.
Where's the damn pin at?
So hold on, I want to pull it up. So when you pull it up, it'll be your Facebook, but you can connect your Instagram with your Facebook as long as it's a business page.
Yep. I got 2. Okay. When you say business page, I got 2 digital creators. Is that qualified?
So I have like my Hoe on the Go and my Instagram are connected. And then I have both of my mentally kill pages, my Facebook mentally kill page and my Instagram mentally kill page connected.
It's called
so you can have
what?
more than one connection. It's the business suite. If you just type in business suite, it'll come up.
SUITE or
yep.
SWE?
And SUITE, like suite number 555.
Okay, that's what
I'm going to see if I can turn my camera around to see if you guys can see this. Let me put my camera back like this so you guys can tell. Ooh, cleavage. You're welcome. All right. So business suite looks like this. No, it's sideways. You can't see it that way.
And that's the app.
Yep. And this is just for my Facebook one. But if you notice, it shows you all your Instagram messages right here that you need to answer. You could create posts from here. It'll tell you what your trends are and what your reach is. Like my reach on Instagram has gone up 39%, but on Facebook it went down. And it'll tell you for messaging and everything, your responsiveness. Over here, it has your notifications. It also has all the posts you've ever made, but it has a planner as well. In the planner, now I have to do it for this one. I did it for my mental health one, but I have to plan for the week. So I'll go to last week so you can see it. Hold on. So if you look, come on, load the damn page. So if you look, these are all the posts I made between Instagram and Facebook. And I could schedule them all out like I did for these. I scheduled them. And then you can see the random ones at random times are just ones I randomly posted because I was online. Everything else that has an exact hour are things I schedule, like 10 o'clock on the hour. I schedule that. I schedule ones for I try to schedule it for 7 p.m. is a very popular time for both. So is 1 o'clock p.m. And 9 a.m. So down here, you also have insights. And when you go to your insights, this is suggestions to make your page better. So my last week in review, this is how many pieces of content I posted, 117. And you can set goals, which I already aced. So from my reach for this particular page, which is Hoe on the Go, which is my podcast page, I had 873 is my reach. That's trash. Because I'm not posting content that people can interact with. But on Instagram, I have 1.4K, which is good because I didn't even have 1,000 followers at that point. So I had more more reach. I was reaching more people than they were actually following me. So they were looking at my page. You can start goals and they'll help you achieve it. But it'll also let you, it'll tell you what your audience is. So the genders and the ages to help you post content for that age group. People who left feedback, it'll put here. Results is like what your reach is and when, and how it's like if it's gone up, if it's gone down, if people unfollowed you, things like that. Benchmarking is kind of like comparing your business to other businesses like yours. Like you can add your competitors in here and it'll tell you how you're doing compared to them. So that's important. It'll also tell you what brands that you should merge yours with to help you. Okay. And say somebody I'll turn the camera back around now. Say somebody likes your post, but isn't following you. It'll give you a list of those people and you can literally just click select all and it'll send an invite to like your page without you having to individually find all those people who liked your page or would like something that you posted but aren't following your page.
Well, I'm going to do my homework and definitely download that app, but then I'll come back with questions.
Yes, but the most important thing that I can tell anybody for branding is hashtags. Yep. Put a hashtag that is just your, I have 4. I have CA Canoodle. Hashtags are important. Hashtag CA Canoodle, hashtag Canoodle, hashtag Hoe on the Go, and hashtag Hoe Handbook. Now, Hoe on the Go is a popular one. So you're going to find other people who have used that hashtag, but it slides me into their algorithm because of my podcast.
Right.
So Canoodle is what I used when I first started because Canoodle I have trademarked. So I know nobody's using that. But it also was a problem because Canoodle with a D is a popular game in Europe. And when I started expanding my reach to Europe, I noticed that was a major problem. So I put CA Canoodle as the new hashtag to alleviate that problem. So now if you go to Google and you type in CA space Canoodle, it's all me. So I can literally tell people like, Google me, bitch, and I'm up, you know? So that's why that's important. And whenever somebody posts something,
you going so fast, Canoe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to download and I can't. I'm like, okay, but
I need to just type all this up to help people, but normally it's just something people pay for. I'm giving it for free.
But YouTube does have it.
YouTube. So
I can't sit through those YouTube videos. I'd be bored
YouTube
as fuck. Now
is
back to
hard.
the hashtags. So I need 4 hashtags that I put with everything you said. The same ones.
You want to make a hashtag that is specific for you.
Me.
Pussy talks.
Okay.
So pussy talks, or even because I don't think anybody would really use that the way you spell it.
Is dick talks.
And
Dick speaks to me.
That's too long. Too long.
Dick divination. How about that?
That's cute. Okay. I like that. So when you do it that way, it's important. It's important also, like I do a lot of guest spots.
Okay.
I usually ask, like Pussy Talks, I don't have to because I'm a top fan on her page and everything. So people see me on there, and if they want to find me, they'll find me. Because I've done more than one. But if I do say an interview, because I do a lot of mental health interviews for my story, I ask them to use that hashtag just to see a Knuble. Can you put this hashtag when you're putting yours? And they do. So that way, anytime somebody puts CA Knuble, hashtag CA Knuble, not just the stuff that I've done myself, but my work on other people's stuff will pop up. So anything I've ever done will pop up as soon as you put that hashtag in. Maybe even shit I don't know about. You never know.
All right, so
maybe my news are leaking around.
So because we post a lot, just stick with the 4 that you do and it'll trend.
Yes. And once you post, have 1,000 posts with that hashtag, it starts to come up as a suggestion.
Yep.
So like I said, if somebody types in CAK, it may not be far up on the list, but CA Knuble is one of the options when it pulls up those suggestions. So it'll say if you put CAK, it'll say cakes or cakery, or you know what I mean? But then somewhere down that line, it'll say CA Knuble. And the more posts that I have with that hashtag, the further up on that list, it'll come as a suggestion. Until I'm right underneath cakes on there.
I do hashtag it.
Yes. And you can even go back and fix the old ones that you've done and hashtag them. And when it comes to Instagram, you want to put as many hashtags as possible. But that's why the business suite is good too, because you can create groups. You can literally just click the group and all the hashtags will appear at the bottom of your post. That's why scheduling for the month is so easy, because you just literally put the picture up, type a little sentence, and click the button with the group of hashtags that you want to use. I have one for memes. I have one for comedy, stand-up. I have one for standard CA Knuble. And then I have one for quotes, So that it has quote of the day, quotestagram, quote this, quote that. You want to use as many as possible on Instagram. You want to, because that makes it easier for people to find your shit. Because somebody will just type in quotes. If they just search quotes, anything with the hashtag quotes is going to come up. More than usual is the recent stuff. So if you just posted that, you're going to show up when they type in quotes because you had the hashtag.
Okay. So here's my question. So since we're all podcasters here, and you mentioned posting a picture, I've had more success with videos and reels.
Yeah, I was going to get into that in a second.
So I'm just saying, if I make a post and I put a picture with my brand, I'm trying to figure out what am I putting a picture of?
The picture just it increases the chance of somebody viewing it. Okay. When you just have words, people are doom scrolling. How fast do you scroll through your feed? Pretty fast, right?
Pretty fast,
yeah. A picture is more noticeable than just words. That's why they say use a picture. Even if the pic is for attention, it doesn't matter. Just use a picture because you're going to get more engagement.
Where it look naked.
No, any kind of picture. It does not have to be a naked picture. I'm not saying post a thirst trap.
No, but I'm saying
any kind of picture.
But if it looked like it's a naked picture and it's really not, people will stop and look at it.
Yeah, but I don't suggest people get a community standard flag if somebody reports it.
Okay. But I think that might be more on brand for her as well, maybe. Maybe something kind of naughty, but not
Yeah,
everything.
It's not.
Have you seen the reels that I post?
It's not nasty, huh?
Check the ones that I've done, and that's how you do it. I did a hand running up the leg, and then just slowly turn my head, just like that, just enough. Barely see the cleavage, but if I could tell you how many men were in my inbox that day, woo, okay, it got views because people kept watching it.
Side boob. Side titty.
Nope, not even posting a side boob. I have an OnlyFans and I have not one single nude on there. None.
I'm going to show a nipple.
None. and I have people who subscribe. Here's the thing. Here's where people are fucking up. And this is why I'm having an episode on seduction and teasing. Once they see it, they don't want it no more. It's like a toy in a toy store. The kid wants the toy. They're going to do anything to get that toy if they can't have it. But if they have it and they can have it anytime they want, they don't really want it anymore. You know? That's why men don't want to watch porn no more. They want to go to OnlyFans.
I gotta quit giving it up so easy.
Yeah, I said that too. The general hashtags. You want to hashtag as much as possible. That's why I said like quotestagram, quote of the day. Like you'll see them all pop up as suggestions when you're adding them. If you just type in quote, for example, you post a quote from a book.
And this is how we're talking about getting your ratings up, right?
This is how you increase your basically your views, your traffic on your page, and your engagement. So I used to say like, good morning to everyone except Fred Durst. And people would laugh at it, or they say like, good morning, or like, why Fred Durst? Or like, I'd say something stupid. But if you post something every morning, like, good morning, good morning, good morning, and people are answering you back, you're going to go up in the algorithm, which means you're going to be suggested more. You're going to be viewed more.
And I heard that anytime somebody posts on your page, you need to respond to them because those count.
Yes, you do.
Interactions and stuff.
Yep. Okay. You cannot, even if you just like a comment, with the business suite, it'll have an exclamation point next to it. Like, you didn't respond to this. And it'll remind you, hey, you didn't respond to this comment, or you may have missed this comment, because you have to respond to everything. I don't, because I don't give a fuck. But you're supposed to on Facebook only. I didn't never notice that on Instagram, but on Facebook, they really encourage you, especially if you have a business page, to respond to every comment. What they don't realize is I'm not selling anything with my business. It's just a podcast, you know? So for them, when you're not answering a message, you're ignoring your customers. When in reality, I'm not selling anything. I'm not ignoring the customers. I'm ignoring the 90-year-old fucking men who want my vagina. You know what I'm saying? Or the weird comments from dudes who are obsessed with me, which in my opinion is totally fine. I like the comment, and that's a good enough. Yeah, they are. Some of them really are.
I'm going to do hashtags and my sex toy website because I got to get back to doing that.
Hashtag, yes.
You sell the squirrel.
Actually, do I sell the squirrel?
Girl, you might I was just telling her about that squirrel honey.
I had no idea that shit existed.
Oh yeah, the squirrel I got the squirrel on my website. I got the rose. I got the extended rose. I got the rose. I got 15,000 toys on my website at www.pussytalks.com.
When are we doing a live so we can bet on that? You told me you were going to restock and we could do it. So what are we doing this podcast?
I'm working on it. If I stop getting bills, I would be able to. No, cut that off. You can't do
no music. We'll get in trouble.
No music.
No, I turned it straight off.
Okay, thank you.
We got scared because there's a.
No, I didn't turn it on to listen to it. It was my phone.
Oh, okay. We just checking. We can have no.
Yeah, no dead air space. Why did it just get real quiet?
I don't know.
Because I got in trouble.
Hey, you guys.
Hey.
I want to mention a service that I've been using, and it's totally free. It's called Call In. You can record your entire audio podcast, and it starts the RSS feed, so it goes to Apple Music, or Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Spotify automatically. And when you Google astrology with Cicely, I'm the top result on Google because I'm.
So it does the SEO part of it.
Yes, it does it automatically.
Because I have Anchor. That's what I use to do mine, and I like it because you can like record it, and then you can edit your audio, and then it'll stream to all the platforms. Right, but if that one does like an SEO portion.
Yes,
I'm gonna definitely check that shit out. What's it called?
And then you can use where you can monetize on Spreaker. Spreaker makes it radio.
Yeah, but Spreaker makes it so you're limited to how many episodes you can post.
Only if you don't use the paid version, but it pays for itself through ads because you do 2 30-second ads on your show, one at the beginning, one at the end, and every time somebody clicks on it, they pay you for that ad.
So, I mean, Anchor does that too. So the only reason, and I did do some research on other ones like Buzzsprout and all that stuff. The only reason I don't use those and I stick with Anchor, because Anchor does give you, once you get, I think it's like 50 plays, you can record an advertisement. And every time that plays, you get money for it. You can't cash out until it's like $10.
Right.
But, so I think that's like 1,000 listens. But if you put it at the beginning of every episode, you know what I mean? Like if at least 10 people listen to your episode, 10 episodes, you got $10. But for me, like I can't have limited amounts that I can post on mine.
Okay.
I don't like that.
So call-in is unlimited, and you can actually put music in the background without being knocked off the line.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could do that on Anchor too, but I like the SEO portion that you're talking about, so I'm definitely checking into that. I'm not knocking it. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, like a lot of that stuff, Anchor does that too, but it's free because I can't pay for another service. I pay for streaming.
Call-in is totally free, and you can edit the editing process on there is so easy because it does an audio transcript of everything you say first, and then you just click on it and take out. As long as you click it, it'll delete it. Like if you have a section of dead air in your show, you can just click done.
Yeah, it splits it.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that.
And
I love playing with audio.
It reads audio for you on a transcript, and as soon as you click on the section you want to take out, say for instance you get interrupted during the middle of the show, you just click on it and it'll take it out, and then it's a whole RSS feed.
It gives you the transcript too.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna check this out.
And
I need her to send me a website because I typed call-in, and of course I get everything but that. So that's too popular of a name for me to find it.
CALLIN.com.
CALLIN.com.
Mm-hmm. And they're beta testing the video feature. Like one of my mentors has the video feature, so I did an audio video show with him, and he reads scientific news.
So for me, like I'm never gonna leave StreamYard for that, but I like to be able to play with the audio more.
Mm-hmm.
The algorithm doesn't know the difference between your comments and their comments. Yes, it does.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so
maybe it's for Facebook though, because it's something I was saying, but they do recognize for a business page when you're responding to your comments.
Yes,
it will remind you.
You can see all of the live comments from the show, and you can add links in the top bar for your show because I'm an astrologer. So I have a link to an astrology app, a free website, and my actual link tree. And it shows up all through the show. And every time somebody clicks
What's
on
your name? Because I'm so into that. What's your name on there?
Astrology with Cicely.
Do you do like readings?
Yes, full readings.
Yes.
Oh, nice. My cards are mean to me, so I stopped doing readings. Like I have cards, but mine are mean to me.
Mine's
because I'm just tired of them.
I still love them.
Mine's just telling me what I know I need to do, and I just don't want to do it.
SICILY. And if you Google me, I'm the first result. Astrology.
Yeah.
I show up at the very top. I'm like, yeah. And I
same. I love it because now you can be like, Google me, bitch.
I just want to let you know I am an Aries. I'm an Aries, and I'm coming for ya.
I said that at the end of my comedy show earlier because last night I was at a comedy show and I was like, see, you could go because I have a website. I was like, you can go to cacanuvo.com or you could just Google me, bitch. Like, because like my website, I am not good with building websites at all. I'm good with tricking the algorithm. I'm good with like the branding and marketing and advertising shit, but building an actual website, dumb as fuck.
That's me.
And I didn't want to pay for somebody else to do it or pay monthly to host it somewhere. So I did my research, and Google Sites is $12 for the domain for the year, and it's very easy to build your own website. I built mine myself. I built two. I built a .org and a .com.
Google got a lot of hookups, especially when it comes to business, like Google Sheets, a whole bunch of stuff. They got a whole bunch of tools that will help you out that I'm learning.
Absolutely. And
I got a question because I found my pen. I don't mean to change the subject, but I got to be to work 15 minutes, so y'all gonna answer my damn question. Let's go back to the difference between kink and what was it? Kink
fetish. A kink is something that you like to do.
Yep.
A fetish is something that you have to do to get aroused or get off.
Yeah, it's an obsession versus a choice.
It's not necessarily an obsession. It's just something that I don't like the word obsession because you're not like obsessed with it, but you need it. It's a need. Like see, a need. It's a need. That's a want. A kink is a want. A fetish is a need. Like I want $1 million, but I really only need 50 to do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? I want $500 to go to the mall, but I only have 100. That's all I really need to get what I need from the mall. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense that way?
Okay. So sex is a want, but cuddles is the need. Y'all don't want me to have.
I would say affection. I still wouldn't say cuddles because that's just affection. So again, I don't have an emotional attachment to sex. So to me,
I mean,
that's totally
different.
separate.
But if I'm not emotionally attached, I can't have sex with you. I can't even
So you're a
get
demi.
aroused by you.
So you need some kind of connection with them first. She's a demisexual then.
Who, me?
So you need a connection with somebody in order to have sex with them.
Yes.
So you're a demisexual. That's what a demisexual is.
Well, what's a demisexual? Don't
A demisexual just means that you can't have sex with somebody you don't have a connection with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just have to have like some kind of rapport, I guess. Like you need to have some kind of, not necessarily relationship, but you need to have some kind of like connection in some way. It's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah.
So
and
what are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I am literally not even a human. Like I have no idea. I don't really know.
Human.
No, I'm a menace. I identify as a menace. I don't know what I would call me, honestly, because I haven't done much research in that realm. The only reason I know what a demisexual is because a good friend of mine is a demisexual.
Right. So that means I can't go to the bar and hook up with somebody.
Right. You're not a one-night stander, and neither are they. And like, it was interesting to me. So I had to have them explain it to me. And that's why I know they can't even, like, I approached them about a threesome and they were like, well, I would need to be like connected with that person. I need to have a connection with them in order to have sex with them. And I was like, so we can't just go get a hot girl and fuck her? Like, no, because I need to have a connection with them. And I'm like, this is making it very difficult because I can't have a connection with them. I need to use them, like, you know, and let them go. They're a toy. That's it. You know?
Okay. Imran, what about you? What are you?
I like, in my younger days, you know, I guess I was using them and just going about my business, but I prefer a connection. Like intimacy is real important to me. I don't like to do intimate things with somebody that I can't fully be intimate with. I mean, like I like sex. I enjoy it. It can be pretty enjoyable, but I prefer more. Like I like the connection. I want something else.
Most women have that. I'm just an alien, like I said. Most women want that after because it makes you feel valued, like you're not a piece of meat or a toy. You know, that affection after makes you feel valued as a woman for more than just your body. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. Well, I will say
I can't have that.
Verse. So it depends on the week for me. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? You are a piece of meat. And I meet a lot of men that want me to treat them like a piece of meat, and I do. And they're just like, oh, wow, you're perfect. And never see them again. Like, poop, poop, done.
Yeah.
Madness.
I do that during the summer. So hot girl summer is a real thing for me. It's hoe nature. The reason why is because hoes are always up for experimentation. We take notes and provide demonstration. We do the legwork so nobody else has to.
Yes.
Period. Not a Samantha, because Samantha was a slut. Samantha would fuck anyone. I don't fuck just anyone. You know, you gotta.
I don't fuck just anyone. I have standards, but it's certain ones I just be like, you know what? I'm gonna try it just to see what it's in for.
Right, because like I was telling them earlier, like I make my roster members sign an NDA. You're not sharing my nudes. You're not telling anybody. Period. Okay, nothing about what happened here. Because I be doing some freaky shit. Okay, there ain't much I haven't done. So
we on the
but you'll never hear about it unless I say it. But you won't hear about it unless I say it.
I like how open you guys are. I swear, as soon as I get open, people be like, "What the hell, Kiki?" I'll be like, "Dang."
Yeah, because they all admit that their husband likes a finger in his ass.
I need a safe space to speak about my sexuality.
Now, I'm in the safe space. I'll walk up to somebody in the bar and be like, "You like fingers in your butt or what?"
Right.
I'm going to start interviewing people about sex, right? This is going to be my next venture because my next venture was actually, and it was something I was going to tell the girl too. When you go through a trauma, especially sexual, you're supposed to take a year of celibacy.
Hey, I took 5.5 years, so I think I'm good. Straight.
Well, for me, I've never done that. I can't go.
That's why
I've never gone more than a week ever.
That's why I'm one horny motherfucker.
I'm an info.
I can go at least a couple of months. Like
now,
after my trauma, I went about 6 months, and then it was like,
yeah. When that's why the first question on my mouth when this woman told me this, that was my first question.
I did not. If that's part of celibacy, then I was
it's
the
not.
other word.
No, celibacy is like giving your body to someone else. Like that. You're.
I was years. But I masturbated like almost every day.
I have never been celibate. So for me, like the next stage of my healing journey would be to take a year of celibacy. from everyone. I have never gone more than a week in my life.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But I have another question. So you keep saying this. What is the difference between a slut and a hoe?
A slut, their key tag phrases right here: anyone, anywhere, anytime. They're the ones left at 2 a.m. at the bar, all that. A hoe is just a refined slut. They go into situations prepared.
See, somebody told me
they leave by 11:30. You're not going to find them at the bar. We got jobs and shit. Yeah, it's hard to fuck a hoe. It's hard to fuck a hoe.
Okay,
they're
wait,
very selective.
Stop going so fast. A slut anywhere,
anytime, anybody.
I have a graphic. I'll send it to you.
Anywhere.
She's just a slut is just nasty.
What? No, it's not nasty. Everybody do you. They're just in it for the love of the game. Okay.
A hoe got a little bit of boundaries to herself.
Right. A hoe is selective. A hoe is just a refined slut. Okay.
Okay.
A whore gets compensation in some way, whether it's dinner, hair and nails, $40. She'll message you after and ask you to pay her light bill. Whatever she's doing, you're paying in some way to fuck her. Period.
I have a story about that.
So a thought is more recent. So I wanted, if I had to guesstimate, I'd say there's somewhere on the scale between a whore and a slut.
Thought is a hoe. That's
thought is not a hoe. I have never heard of a thought doing hoe-like tendencies. Hoes are top tier. Remember that. You want to be a hoe.
Okay, so a thought is the hoe over there. So because we are different ethnically, what do you think the definition of a thought is? And then we'll tell you what the thought is. So that way we can come to a solution.
So I've never heard of it being said as that hoe over there. Again, this is new to me. I haven't done a lot of research on it. When it was explained to me, it was basically like a dirty bitch who fucks girls, men, and like, you know, puts her ass and pussy all over the internet and shit. Like that's how it was explained to me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the thought THOT stands for the hoe over there. That's what it stands for.
Oh, so you are hoes. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was a thought, so I couldn't confirm or, you know, I was just going. That's why I said if I had to guess, I'm straightforward. If I don't know, if I gotta guess, this is where I'm guessing.
But that's why I like you, because we get to share different perspectives. Because people think just because we're different colors, we're like different, but we're not only different because we have different perspectives.
That's true. Perspectives is my favorite word.
And trust me, CL no, because she identifies as a white woman.
I am a strong white woman, yeah.
I identify as a menace. But I have a cis card. I get invited to cookout, so and I know how to play spades. We just had this conversation earlier.
Chaos, so
chaos manager. Nice.
I thrive in chaos. So.
I'm chaos manager. Like I've built websites and all kind of things for people, but I'm pure chaos in real life. They're like, how do you organize all of these websites? Because I am a menace.
Well, that's like me. I'm a menace. I am a menace to mankind. I put it everywhere. I even put it, I'm going to be putting it on my business card. I'm actually revamping my business card. Because every time someone sees my business card, and I do it to be funny, I'm a comedian. It says like author, you know, comedian, survivor, CEO, hoe, throat goat. Like it's all on there. You know what I'm saying? And it's a businesswoman. And there's a businesswoman. And there's a shadow behind her that's a superhero with the cape. But inside the superhero in the chest is a fucking toxic symbol, skull and crossbones. So, yeah. So
I see your card. Send me one.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Well, I'll send you the graphic, but I don't actually because I don't give out actual business cards. And here's a pro tip: I give out stickers, and I peel the corner a little bit first.
I got stickers.
People love stickers. People love stickers.
I love stickers.
And for me, when I give people stickers, and I unstick the side a little bit, especially because most of my shows are at bars and shit, people are getting lit. They just shove it in their pocket, but because it's unpeeled a little bit, it sticks to their pocket. So they reach in their pocket later, and it sticks. You know what I'm saying? It's stuck to their pocket. They can't lose it. Or if they don't want it, they just stick it places. I found stickers in random places.
That's like net.
Yeah. I found my stickers at like bus stops, and I didn't put them there. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, that's
when I go on tour in the summer, last summer, I took all these stickers with my logo and everything, Pussy Talks. Everywhere I went, I was slapping them in bathrooms.
Yep.
Because when people see it, they're gonna be like, what is that? And they Google it because of the name.
I would put like a barcode, like a scan code.
I am now, but those were my original stickers because I use like Popple and stuff like that so that people can check it out.
See, for me, I just put like my website on there because I do so much. Like I've got my book, my podcast, my mental health shit, like comedy. Yeah, like I have so much. I'm just like, no, just go to my website. Just go to my website. Yeah.
I want to invite you on a platform that makes money for podcasting. It's called Wisdom. It's an iPhone app, Android app, but you earn mentor coin and you can trade them in for Amazon gift cards or it's Amazon, Target, some grocery stores.
Well, if I were to do that, I'd probably just do a new one. Because How Long to Go is on Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
I just moved that to Patreon.
What
For
you're
that
talking
reason,
about more
the audio is still.
your mental health side of it.
Yeah, this is more
So
like
I would do more of like a guidance podcast, like this kind of conversation, because the mental health stuff that I have, I will never charge for that. Because these are
it doesn't charge the people. It just
no.
As an RSS feed.
Right, but I'm making it into a foundation, so I can't earn money off of that at all. And I never plan to anyway, for that. So all that content will always be free, because the idea with my platform is to have all of these interviews on there. I have the informational podcast. I have the Talk It Out Tuesday lives every week. And then once a month, I do an open air thing for people who want to just come talk. I do a Christmas Eve live for people who don't have somebody on Christmas Eve, because it's Christmas Eve and New Year's are like January is a really high suicide rate. So I do that. And then I'm also working on educational material to take into schools to teach about mental health to kids with an educator and a mental health professional. So but that I'm always going to keep free, because I want it to be a one-stop shop for mental health. So
it's important.
If I did this one, I could still talk about mental health, but it would be just like we can't just follow each other on TikTok. It's not connection. No, but can you follow me? Because I'm only at 600 something. I need 1,000 to go live.
I heard that. I'm terrible at TikTok.
I'm trying to go live and just do the double jump like 6 times in a row so I can get gifts.
I gotta learn, because I suck when it comes to technology. So,
but you're hilarious.
As soon as I figure out how to follow you, I will follow you. Trust and believe.
I am CA Knuble everywhere. Okay. Except for TikTok, I got my new one.
All your stuff, because I love what you're doing. That is
who's supposed to come on at 7:00? We just gonna talk. We're talking all the way through.
There's no one coming in till 8, so we're just here enjoying our time. Sorry, y'all. I had to eat something real quick.
So,
and I'm not comfortable eating fried chicken on camera.
Real quick, let me get some. Real quick, I got powdered donuts. Can you message me that app?
Yes.
Yeah, can you message me that? Because I will create, I have stuff written out about borderline and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I'd love to do a podcast with my experience with borderline, especially because my perspective is a new one for people. It always is, especially with the whole sexual thing. Because a lot of the roster and the way that I behave, my whole tendencies come from my borderline.
What I liked about listening to other people on Wisdom, it was like they were just talking.
Yeah, it's just open conversation. It's not.
I love that.
It's like open recorded conversation, and you can do it with a guest or without a guest. And only one person can come on your stage at a time, but there'll be people listening in the audience.
Just like Clubhouse, but with one person.
It's only one person.
So it's like Clubhouse in the sense that you can have people in listening in.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, Clubhouse you don't get paid for it.
Oh yeah,
that's cool. I like that though.
I've been on there a year, so I've just been earning coins and using the Amazon coins to buy tarot card decks, new books I want to read.
So in a year, honestly, how much have you really made? Because if it's not a lot, it don't matter. I'm still going to try it, but I just want to know.
Okay, I spent a lot of mine at Starbucks. So you cash out at $10 is the limit. Well, $10 is the limit to cash out, and it takes you can earn 100 mentor coin in one show. I do an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and 30 minutes. That's 100 and blah, blah, blah. It depends on how many people listen within that hour.
Oh, so cool. So I can use my different voices.
Mm-hmm. Well, not even that, just listening. If everyone when you start the show and they listen in the entire time, you earn a lot of coin. Well, I about 600 coins to get to $25. So you do one show a day, 1 hour show a day, you can have $25 in your pocket.
I like that. So for me, I've done the voice overs for porno we talked about, but I also read audiobooks and poetry.
That's
because
what a
I
lot
do
of
different
people
voices and
earn
stuff.
their coin with. Like I
Mhm.
just open a book and start reading, and if you read for 4 hours and you have 400 and something minutes of people listening, you can get up to 400 coins on that show, depending on how many people engage and listen. They don't even have to say anything.
I have what I like to call the slut voice. So I used to work for a glass company, and I was on call overnight. So what I would have to do is I worked for Fortune 500. If somebody went and busted out a window at a McDonald's at 3 a.m, I had to call technicians to get them out there. No one's going to, with this voice, no one's going to go board up a window for me. But if I talk to them like this at 3 a.m. and I'm whispering in their ear, they go board that window, baby. Period. They're going to charge me an arm and a leg, but they're going to board that window. So I learned a lot about, like, persuasive voices, as I like to call them. The male community really likes my voice sometimes. Right now, I don't give a fuck because I haven't slept.
Mine too.
So I used to do the porn voiceovers, the moaning.
Oh,
it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun because I would just like be moaning just to play around with it. I'm not gonna do it now because everybody get all excited and get kicked off of YouTube and shit. But but yeah, like in college, I used to sit around with my friends and we used to watch the funny category of porn and like literally just laugh and make fun of it. Or we would sit and I'd say, all right, real or fake? And we'd watch it. It's like, is this moan real or is this moan fake? It was like, well, her leg's not twitching, so it's definitely fake. Or like, no, look, she's looking dead at the camera. That shit's dead fake. Or look at this bitch. She don't even know what time zone she's in. That's real. You know what I mean? So
see, that's why I like the BDSM category, because a lot of that is real. You're like, ooh.
Yeah, I don't like pain. I can't do that section.
That's my trauma response. You know how some people become sadists? I became a full-fledged masochist. They're like, what the fuck? Why do you like pain? And I'm like,
See, I'm weird. I don't like pain. I like whips, but like I can't give other people pain. Period. But for me, if it's my whips, I'll accept that. But that's fair. It. But that's fair. And you could choke me within an inch of my life. I don't even think that should be considered a kink anymore. I don't know anybody who doesn't like to be like. First of all, like mental health wise, anxiety, depression, and ADHD are a millennial starter pack. Yep. When it comes to sex, I don't think that choking or face fucking should be considered kink play. It should be a standard. Or because even if you're not doing it full time, you're deep throating. You're everybody deep throating unless you got a swim stick. You're doing it. Even if it's just for a second. Because most of the time, like if my throat's dry, I'll like hit the back for a minute to bring that saliva up. I'm like, all right, we go, keep going. Free pressure course, But yeah, that should just be a standard. Like eating pussy is a standard. That's not kink play, but people sometimes consider that kink play. Foreplay, some people really consider foreplay a kink play. Kissing somebody's neck should be a standard. Teasing that motherfucker should be standard. Yeah.
Like it gets on my last nerve because I have Asperger's. So invisible disability, and it's always something about kinks and people with disabilities. They're like, you have sex? And I'm like, yeah, just because I don't show I have a really hard time showing emotion via.
Yeah. Sorry.
Like, you seem so cold. And I'm like, I'm not cold. My voice sounds like this all the time. Because you can call me at 3 a.m. and wake me up. Hello, how you doing? They're like, bitch, do you ever sleep? I do, but my emotional state doesn't really show until I melt down. And then when I have a meltdown, people think I'm absolutely insane because you can't calm me down.
I'd love to do an interview with you.
Yes, I'd love
to. That's a lot like borderline.
Energy.
But a lot of people that have borderline personality disorder are also autistic because those meltdowns that people with borderline get where they just lose their shit. Yeah. Autistic children do the same thing, and autistic adults do the same thing. Because when I melt down, somebody literally has to put their entire body weight across me for me to calm down. My nervous system, once I get dysregulated, somebody has to lay their entire body weight across me for me to take a deep breath and just. I have to reset. Like I have to sit there and breathe until I'm on.
Yeah.
And once I hit the yawning point, it's like, okay, nervous system reset. I'm back to normal. But to people that are untrained, that looks like a severe mental illness, but it's not an illness. It's just neurodivergence. Like my brain just diverges from the normal. Like certain textures I can't touch.
Yes.
Certain things can't touch me. It bothers my soul. I can't eat certain things. Like the texture of oatmeal makes me want to gag. If I'm
cottage cheese, cottage cheese. Blech. So I have sensory issues, but mine is mostly with sound and with some textures, but it's very little textures. Like corduroy. Corduroy is mine. I can't. And like velvety
microfiber, wet microfiber makes my skin itch. It does something to my. The joke I make is I'm overstimulated, so now I can feel that my bones are wet in my body, and people are like, what? It's a hyper attunement to the body. So when I'm hyper attuned and people are making a whole bunch of noise or they're touching me or they're doing certain shit, I'll be like,
you lash out.
Yes, and I really lose my shit. And they're like, how do you have so many kinks? And I'm like, it's a trauma response to actually going through this shit, because they say that ADHD is the autistic child that was traumatized. It's just like PTSD.
Yep.
So they build a skill set to help them manage through the world as it is, because it's not made for the way our brains work. Neurodivergent brains don't work like that. So it's built to break us into boxes. So when we snap out of it, because I love the ADHD skill set. The ADHD skill set will cuss you out and go on about their day, but they're still very social, even though they don't have to be. Because autistic people tend to have the problem of not being able to understand how to socialize.
Yep.
They don't understand how to.
I thought my son was for a while.
Yeah.
Because he has ADHD.
Right. So I just
so do I.
Here we go. We got.
They trying to tell me I did in high school, but my mom wasn't having that.
Because it's a trauma response. You can help people turn that trauma response into a real life superpower. Because I turned mine into
it
one.
Is. Yeah, like my psychosis is the same way. So the only symptom I get, I hear music when I feel a heightened sense of emotion. That's the only thing I get. And I compare it to going into a boss battle of a video game. When you enter the boss battle, the music starts playing. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? You're like, oh shit, wait, I got to go back. I didn't get something. And then with me, I'll check my phone and I'm like, it's not my phone. And I don't watch TV like ever. So nothing's ever playing. So I make sure everything's off and I'm like, all right, what the fuck's going on? And I'm pulling out my emotion wheel and I'm like, all right, what am I feeling right now? Because something's happening. And that's my brain's way of saying, bitch, something's going on. Fix it or it's going to get bad. Because I don't have anger. I don't have anger basically at all. I do not get angry. But when I get real, when it's mostly my family that does it to me. When I get mad, I get back the fuck off because I explode. And that's maybe once, if that, a year that would ever happen. It's very rare. But with a borderline, it's usually pretty often to have explosive anger. So, for me, I know that I have borderline. And it's crazy that you said that because one of my first interviews that I did for my mental health platform was a guy who was an ADHD life coach. And I remember getting mad because, number one, he kept mansplaining everything. He made up a fifth. So it's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And he was like, no, there's a fifth one. It's called fix. I'm like, no, that's fawn. Where you're overly pleasing a situation to try to fix it. Right.
Fawn is the one that just lays down and does whatever has to be done. That's fixing.
So it's fight, flight, fawn, or freeze. For him, he said, no, there's a fifth one, but it's mostly for men, and that's called fix. And I'm like, no, that's not a thing.
You see my face?
Yeah. 25 minutes of mansplaining later, I was like, you know what? Whatever, just have it. Right after that, I start talking about my sensory issues. Because even though I have an issue with, I wish you would mute that. Even though I have an issue with textures, it's mostly sound. And it's also a trauma response because my trauma happened, it was very quiet. So now I need quiet to make sure I can hear everything around me. I need to be able to hear everything around me at all times. I have trouble putting headphones on if I'm home. If I'm out, it's fine. Because I can sense when people are near me, like energy-wise. You can feel when people are near you. Like you can feel when people are staring at you. That's not a weird superpower. That's just normal. People just don't pay attention, So for me, when I'm explaining it to him, how I have sensory issues and things like that with mine, he was like, are you sure you're not on the spectrum? And I'm like, no. And in my head, I'm like, did he just call me mentally challenged in the middle of an interview? because I have sensory issues. People with bipolar have sensory issues.
That is true.
So I was like, that's not a thing. So then 15 more minutes of mansplaining about how I'm mentally challenged and need to go get retested and I'm not borderline. And I'm like, oh, well, you the medical professional because you're a fucking life coach, you know? Ugh.
They get on my last fucking nerves.
I hate coaches. How can you coach something if you're not an expert in it? That's like me stepping on a soccer field and saying, get the balls, baby, we in there. I've never played soccer a day in my life. You're a guide.
That's what I do. And then I hate it when they try to explain something about the woman's biology to a woman, because I have PMDD where I get really, 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 really crazy during my cycle. And it's just because that estrogen drops and it's like, wow.
Your brain can't handle the influx of hormones.
But it's a comorbidity with autism because we don't like feeling blood on my body or feeling anything come out of my body without my, know how it just makes me crazy. And people are like, that's weird. And I'm like, no, that's autism. Because I can't explain why I can feel my body. I can feel my bones being wet in my body when I have a cycle. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I can feel them. I need to go get in a dark room and lay down. And they're like, what's the matter? It's
You're
like,
hypersensitive.
Hyper attuned and hypersensitive. Like I can feel a blood clot moving in my body and I just get sick. It's just like, it's touching me. But it's a natural biological function. So it looks like psychosis 1 week out of it's like I have 1 good week out of the year, out of the month. So right now I'm in my good week. I'm in my, hey, I can plan, I can move around, I can do all my shit kind of week. And then I get to the hypersexual week where that egg drops. And then after that, I get real. Either I get really, really angry.
Or suicidal.
Or thank you. It's no in between. I'm either crying like a fucking madman or I'm watching horror movies. And they're like, oh, it must be close to Shark Week. And I'm like, yep, Shark Week's coming. Because I can go from this side.
So for me, I had to terminate a pregnancy a while ago. And ever since then, I've had issues with mine in that way. And I think it's because they give you basically these pills that you take that shift your hormones in that way. And it affected my body in a negative way. So I was actually talking to someone because I'd never heard of PMDD. And we're going to record, she's going to do a special about it for my platform because not enough people know about it. So it's crazy that you just mentioned that. Because I want to be a part of that too. She's from London. So she's in Europe pitching about it. And I wanted to bring it here too through her. But I would love for you to come on there too, because that's something that I wanted to talk to my doctor about. I have a very bad issue with hormones to begin with because of my borderline. And I don't understand emotions. So for me, I get I've always dealt with suicidal ideation. Always. To the point where I write letters to people, like goodbye letters. And then just stash them away. Hundreds of them. I actually had to go through them. And I'm like, this is morbid. Like, they need to go. But anytime I looked at them when I felt that way, it reminded me how many times I felt this way and that it's a temporary feeling. It reminds me that my emotions are temporary to keep them.
Yes. Now, one thing I will say about PMDD, I didn't get it till after I had my daughter and I had breastfed for 3 years. Like I had it mildly as a teenager when the hormones first start fluctuating and being crazy. But after I breastfed for 3 years, like my daughter is about to be 5 in September of this year. I stopped breastfeeding right before she turned 4. Boy, when I tell you that crash of hormones kicked my ass, they were like, oh my God, she needs antidepressant. No, I need hormone therapy. Like I started facial hair everywhere. Like,
yo, I don't mean to sidetrack, but the day I turned 30, ever since then, I have one random hair that grows out of my chin. I'm like, we ain't doing this. Don't you fucking do it. I got so weird. Like, this is 30. And it still grows back. I have to pluck it.
Yes, I get one random one right
we
here.
did watch her work her whole shift though.
It's like one dark ass hair and it's really thick, so I have to get the.
Well, my hair is blonde. I'm a natural blonde, so I don't.
So you can get away with it.
Not the one on my chin. The one that flows out of here is like black. I'm like,
Ooh,
my
that's
kid hair ain't even black. It's blonde. And you have the nerve to go out of my face like that? Rude. Rude as hell. You know? Because like my legs, I like barely shave my legs. I ain't even I'm gonna be full 100, and I do not care. That motherfucker's gonna look like Chewbacca. I do not care because it's blonde. I can't really see it.
Like, with my sensory issues, I can't shave because as soon as the hair starts to grow back, I lose my shit because I'm just.
That's why I wax.
Really a sin. I wax maybe twice a year, but like I just got out of a abusive relationship.
Congratulations for getting out of it.
Yes.
So I'm sitting up here. I'm enjoying being hairy and untouched, unbothered.
For me, the hair is the thing for me. I can't do it.
This makes me feel like a wet seal. I'm like, ugh.
I can't do hair. Down below where my armpits, like the legs, I don't care. But like those two other places, I whack that shit myself because I'm not sitting there spreading my bullshit for somebody
to you, but I think y'all would be disgusted. Like,
don't show it. Don't show it.
We get the picture. You're going French style with it, and that's totally fine. But
funny enough,
I don't like hair. I won't even like be with a girl who has hair down there. Like,
okay, so I'm glad you brought that up. I have an issue with that. So I'm not saying we need to have like wild, you know, just
she didn't
out of
say it was
control.
like Bush City. You know what I mean? I'm sure she trims her shit up, but like hair at all, I can't.
But see, that freaks. Okay, I don't know why. Maybe this is might be a me issue. But if I'm with a guy that over obsesses about like you only want it bald, to me that goes little girl. Like I got a grown up cookie down.
I get that. I never did it because a man said it. I do because I don't like the feeling of the hair.
Okay.
It's sensory
I like to
for
keep
me.
a little triangle on the top, like
I got
a little landing strip.
My little patch at the top. I gotta have it because I like to play with it when I go to sleep.
And when I'm not having
sex, like a man plays with his balls. I don't like the feeling of it. There,
so
that's a sensory issue.
With a man, do you like it completely bald too?
I don't give a fuck as long as it's like neat. You ain't gonna have a whole wild Bush City.
I'm looking at.
Right, I need to see I need to be able to see fully and clearly your balls and your dick and where it starts and where it ends. Okay, if I'm a nasty one, like I need to explore all that. So I need to see everything. Right. But for women, for some reason, like a landing strip on the top is fine, but like anywhere else, I can't do it. It's a sensory thing. I can't.
I actually no, I'm a weirdo. One of my kinks is the way people smell. Certain people smell absolutely delicious to me. So a little bit of body hair right above, I'm like,
catches the scent. Yeah, it does.
You smell delicious.
Yeah. I get it of myself. I'd be like, damn, I smell good. Go, girl. I eat a lot of pineapples. I drink a lot of water, so I know my shit on point. You know, I know I taste good. You know, I am too conceited. I have to look in the mirror and tell myself I'm a 7 out of 10 to humble myself, because I know that I'm like a solid goddess and a gift to mankind, but also a menace. Don't forget that. Toxic sometimes.
I am the embodiment of Sekhmet in the human form, the goddess of destruction and blood drinker. I am chaos. Mm-hmm. That's absolutely fucking adorable at the same time.
That is terrifying. I love it. I love it.
Okay.
I am just a menace. That's all. Mm-hmm. A menace. I call myself a menace by day and a guiding light by night, because I'm a transmuter and a light worker.
Okay. I will say the thing I say about light workers, a lot of light workers are all love and light, but a true light worker exists in darkness and transmutes darkness into light. That's why you can be the lighthouse for other people.
Yes, but there's a lot of fake ones too.
It is because
they're light and dark.
I'm a science lover. I was a horticulture and environmental soil science girl. I started out, that's how I got into astrology, because I started out with farming and learning how all of that shit works. And then I was like, hold up, there's a whole system based on people made out of this. Let me go look into it. So
I have always studied people, behaviors, reactions, facial expressions. I've always studied that. I'm doing an episode, I've been writing it out, called People 101, where I teach people how to tell someone's lying, How to, how to tell, if someone's hiding something, because I can always tell because of the body language. People don't realize that, See, for me, it gets a little difficult with podcasts because when I say that, people are like, well, read me. Well, through a podcast, it's a little bit hard because you could feel uncomfortable because you're on camera. You feel uncomfortable because you're being watched. You could be looking off to the side because you have issues staring into the phone because you feel like you're staring into someone's eyes. And that might be, that's a thing for people. For me, I will look you dead in your face. But in a camera, I tend to look off to the side. Either I'm looking at notes or I'm, just uncomfortable with the camera itself. Cameras make me uncomfortable.
It's either I feel as if I'm staring at you too much.
I feel like I'm staring into the eye of Sauron. Yeah. So because you like tarot decks, I'm going to show you mine.
Oh, which one you got?
I have 3. I have Jane Austen for love, which I don't use because I don't do love. But they're really pretty. I also have Del Toro. He made Guillermo del Toro made his own. He designed his own tarot deck. For people who don't know, he made Pan's Labyrinth, Hellboy. They're gorgeous. This is my favorite. This is like my deck. These cards are mean to me, but they're honest, just like me. So they're for me. And then I have Disney villains.
I got the Disney villains.
I was pissed off by them. Pissed. I pre-ordered them in March. When it first came out, I saw it randomly. I was like, ooh, because it looked like a sketch when they first designed it. And then when I got it, it's this cartoon shit. And it was in like September. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And when did this change so much? Because that's not what I wanted. I didn't want cartoon. I liked the sketch. What'd you say?
You might like the Nightmare Before Christmas deck better.
I'm looking for the Edgar Allan Poe deck that I saw in Iowa. I want that shit. Edgar Allan Poe is one of my favorite poets. Edgar Allan Poe, Atticus, and Friedrich.
We're talking about a tarot deck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They have tarot decks for everything. They have Alice in Wonderland.
I read a lot of.
So I'm big on like wording and imagery. Through wording, like playing on words. Like I wrote a poem, and I'm not a poet by any means. I mean, I've published poems, but like I do not consider myself a poet for that reason. Because when you tell people we're poets, they're like, "Oh, read me a poem." But the only real full poem that I wrote is very personal to me. I've only recited it once, and that was during a Survivor episode of my podcast. I brought on somebody else who's also a survivor, and he read his poetry, and I was like, I can't not read one. If he just was like raw and open and vulnerable like that, I have to be too. I have one I wrote. It's called Guardrails, and you can read it forward or backward. Yeah. And then I had one that's a couple that were short that were published. It was like, you hide your demons, but my demons hide me.
Yeah.
That was one that I wrote that got published too. But then I noticed when I posted it online, people started stealing it and cutting my name out of it, and I didn't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. It's not because I want the recognition, because first of all, nobody even knows my real name. Christiane is my real first name, but Knueble's not my last name. It's just what I trademarked because my mom made that name up. So I put Cap on everything. That's why my comedy shows all Cap, because Cap are my real initials. So everything had Cap underneath it. They would just erase that, and that would bother me. It's like, bitch. I actually blasted someone on Facebook because of that, because he stole it, cut my name out of it, and reshared it. And I screenshot it and I posted on every platform and tagged his ass. And I was like, this man cut my fucking name out my poem. And he messages me the next morning and goes, I didn't do it on purpose. Yes, the fuck you did.
Yes, the fuck you did.
Because that shit was right under, you had to get real close with that fucking crop to get that shit out. Because I put it right underneath the last word.
Now, I write a lot. Like I have notebooks upon notebooks of stuff that I've written out. But I just recently started a series called Divination Horror Stories. And it's an experiment. Oh. I've been playing with my brain because, like,
that's the best way to do it.
I play with my own brain. So what I've been doing is...
I play with all parts of me.
Yay! I've been taking a tarot card reading that people do live. And, like, they have some bomb-ass stories that they're telling with these cards. And they get messy as hell. So I've been taking these tarot card readings and listening to them before I go to sleep. And I sleep on it. And then I wake up and write a story about it. And baby, some of these stories are wild.
Well, that's how J.K. Rowling and Stephanie Meyer wrote that's how Harry Potter was made. That's how Twilight was made.
See,
they're based off a dream.
This is dream stuff. So I've been sitting up here just taking down notes. Like I've written a whole short story. Like I'm just going to come out with a short story book, and I've never published any of my work, but I've loved poetry since I was a little kid.
It's only like $60, I think, to get an ISBN number. It's all you need to publish a book is an ISBN number. I'm working with a best-selling author for mine to republish my book for June. I could put you in contact with her if you want. They have like a whole community. It's a program you pay into, basically. So for me, I already published my book once. So it's just a republish. So for me, I don't have to do the whole program because I already have an ISBN number and stuff. But they have a program, and it's basically for minority women. You know, I don't want to say just Black women because it's not. There's Chinese and all that. Just minorities in general. Basically, no white people allowed because, to be fair, it's a lot easier for white people to get what they want. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it, pretend that's not true. But I keep it real, 100. So this is for minority women, and what they do is they have this very close-knit group. I think it's on Facebook, and they also have a website and stuff. They turn them into best-selling authors. Every single one. Every single book they put out is a best-selling book because they market it that way because they have the power to. So
see, I saw that on Wisdom as well. They do it with, it's a free, like everybody there. I'm one of the few people that hasn't published a book on there or has, like I did scientific publications, but never like my last publication was the effects of the Cold War nuclear fission on the environment of 5 different countries.
My pussy just dried up.
Huh?
I was like, my pussy just dried up.
Yeah, like I'm that person. I'm that technical writer, but I write poetry in my spare time, and I write short stories in my spare time based on science fiction. So I've noticed, like one of the girls on Wisdom, she wrote this book. It's a journal, Moon, Magic, and Mindfulness with Grace. That's the name of her show on Wisdom. But it's a journal that you use. It goes by the weeks, and it has all the moon phases, and you can just, it's a very short form book where you have to write your stuff, but they're all publishers. And I'm the only one that hasn't really published anything outside of scientific documentation. So I've been working on this book to see if I can just pop on the market because everybody knows my name on there. They're like, Cicely! I'm like, what's up?
You could. It's all in how you market it. You have to make people excited for it, one, through advertising. But two, you want to do it at a time where people have the most money or it's a gift-giving season so they buy it for someone else. Two best times to drop a book. For me, mine's coming right before the summertime. Number one, so I could go on a book tour and my son will be done school. Number two, because I wrote the Ho handbook and it's going to be Hot Girl Summer after June.
They
need that book for Hot Girl Summer. And that's how I'm going to market it. Hot Girl Summer's coming. You got to get this before June. I could publish my book right now. It's already done. But I want to wait until June for that marketing purpose. I'm not even advertising it yet. People know about it because of my podcast, because of my comedy, because of all that. People are interested in it worldwide. So I already knew without even her help, it was going to be a bestseller because I know how to market shit. I could sell a man his own balls. I promise you. I could do that. You know, I'm a manipulator. Manipulation comes with borderline, but I use my powers for good now and not evil. And
Well,
that's what
what
matters.
I learned from reading a lot of books, we're all manipulators.
Yeah, we're all
But
people.
the
Shit, we're all just different
mastery
levels.
of that skill comes with those, like ADHD and borderline personality are known as very manipulative people. But in reality, we just learned how to fuck up the system because they were playing unfair, firstly. Because with me being an Aspie, I have a lot of technical knowledge, but I don't understand people worth a damn. So I read the 48 Hour and the Art of War, and everybody's like, well, why are you cutting people head off at the neck like that, talking to them like that? They fucking started it. And I have the equivalent of shooting an ant with a shotgun. Like, yes, you bit me, but I'm going to shoot your ass with a shotgun because you bit me.
See, for me, I plant a seed. They don't even know what I did when I do it. That's why it's so manipulative. They don't know they're being manipulated because they think they came up with the idea themselves. I just planted a seed. Like an STD. Like an STD, it festers over time. And then they realize, 3-4 days later, they're thinking about it again. Because especially if I have them on social media, I'm giving my tips away. I shouldn't be saying this. People are going to find out. Oh, well, who cares? I'll plant a seed, and then 3 or 4 days later, because I time it, depends on the person. I read energies, so I know how long to wait to post it. Because women, like for example, women are emotional creatures. Emotional, vindictive, and manipulation are like standard for women. Psychopaths not included. You know, we're petty times 10. So just break it down.
Petty,
But,
petty.
Right. So like if a girl is petty and like let's say a regular girl will like key your car, I will send your dick pics to your mom's inbox. Like I'm that next level of crazy. Like, I don't do anything to hurt you, but your reputation, I will trash it. Don't fuck with me because I'm big on PR. You know, that's why we sign them NDAs, baby. That's why we sign them NDAs. But
I'm that kind of petty. Like I will tell your mom. I won't say
nothing. I'll just send it in a blocker. You can't even
I
respond.
just left this relationship yesterday.
You what?
I just left this relationship yesterday, right? This man, now I have a business Instagram and a regular Instagram.
Same.
So the little hoe he was fucking with.
Slut. Hoes don't fuck men in relationships.
He's a bitch at this point.
Okay. I'm just correcting because I don't want people thinking hoes fuck people's men. We don't do that.
Right. But listen.
Those are top tier.
The girl decides to go on she's been following my business page, had to have been following my business Instagram page for a while, and saw me getting clout being a host on podcasts, right? So me and this man lived together. Well, we lived together as of yesterday. She decides to follow me, add me to her close friend's story to show me a picture of them kissing, right? And I was like, the joke is, sis, I don't fuck with him, but this is me killing a motherfucker's character. I was like, I'm pansexual. I'm known to be non-monogamous and date men that are bisexual. But does she know that you're bisexual?
I love bisexual men.
Does she know you're non-monogamous and bisexual? Because I will put that out there and that bitch will kill herself.
Don't do that. So I had a similar situation in 2020.
You see the equivalent of fucking with me? You bite me like you an ant, I'm going to shoot you with a shotgun because now you're embarrassed because she's highly Christian.
Yeah.
She's a church mouse kind of girl, and this man is supposed to be her betrothed husband. And I'm like, your betrothed husband fucks men and women, so.
If I may.
To play with. Yeah.
So I was with a bisexual man who literally just trashed my mental health, which is partially my fault because I allowed it, and I never allow that shit. But the girl that he was seeing, it was the same situation. She didn't know he was bi, and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking tell her. I didn't because, you know, my higher power was like, bitch, don't you fucking dare. We don't do that. And I listened to it. But here's where you need to stop. This is my tip to you. They're going to continue to watch your shit. Haters are gonna hate. Stop watching her shit. Don't even look at it. She's posted for you.
That was her first time following me, and then I was like, I got a new follower because when she did it,
yeah.
And I was like, okay, new follower. I was finna follow back, and then I looked and I clicked, and I was like, oh, this bitch, this childish ass bitch. Tell her to get your hoes in line and stop playing on my business page.
Ready? Right. Don't ever block anyone. Never.
My mentor said the same thing.
Here's why. Bisexual men, how did we get here? I don't know, but I'd rather they come to me, man.
Hey.
Anyway, I got questions and shit. Anyway, you learn a lot from bisexual men, I'm trying to tell you.
You do.
People don't realize that. You know? So what, you guys stick a finger in their butt every once in a while, maybe peg them, whatever. They like that shit. Regardless.
I'm not against pegging.
Like, I had a guy, he's bisexual, but he would not fuck men. He would give them head. He would let them give him head. He'd get pegged by women, but he would not let a man fuck him. And it sparked my curiosity because I'm like, why? Is that a trauma response? What is that from? I like to know. I need to know. I like to know all things.
We're too much alike.
So here's the thing.
I got questions.
So I have a very high level of confidence. I built this shit. Okay. So for me, there's a lot of women who try to tear that down because they feel threatened by it. That's why I developed this method that I'm telling you right now. I don't check people's stories, especially if they're new, especially if it's a green circle. Because why are you adding me to your green circle if you just met me? You don't even know me. If I don't know you personally, I'm not checking your story. And I'm not really online that much. I schedule my posts for the month in advance. But I'll look on your page briefly to see if I recognize anything. If I don't, I'll unfollow you back. You can follow me, bitch, but I'm not following you. Deuces. I'll even go down my friends list because I'll just add comedians, especially on Instagram. I'll follow them. I'll give them 30 days. In 30 days, I'll go back, and if they're not following me back, I unfollow them.
You got this bulletproof.
I have people bulletproof, okay? Not perfect. There's always room for growth. But I know people, and I know women. Petty, manipulative, vindictive. You're forgetting that when you're checking her page. Do not respond. I wouldn't even respond to him. Let them see you be great. Start posting your butt cheeks all over Instagram. Okay, you don't have to do that, but I would. Thirst traps like a motherfucker. Look at my page. Look at my reels. See the couple of thirst traps I just posted. There's a reason I posted them recently, okay? Because somebody had tried me, okay? Did I block them? No. Did I unfollow them? No.
Only time looking at it.
Yeah, but I'm telling you for future.
For future
situations like this. Because guess what? Where there's one bitch, she's got 10 friends, and they're next to follow you to try to do it, because that's what women do, okay?
And
I know people.
Following me because I'm cuter than all of you.
Right. Duh. But listen, irrelevant. Let them try. It's going to frustrate them beyond belief that they can't affect you in any fucking way. That's literally like someone trying to cut down a tree that's a professional lumberjack, knowing damn well they got the skill to cut down this tree. But this tree just will not cut down. You know what they're going to do? They're going to get fucking frustrated and obsessed with the idea of cutting that tree down because it's a challenge they know they can achieve, but they can't at the same time. Because little do they know that tree has metal in the middle, and they can't cut through metal with their materials. They just don't know that yet because they haven't gotten that far into the tree. But over time, they're going to keep obsessing. It's going to drive them fucking insane. And I usually don't recommend this to people because I don't like to torment people mentally like this. But I have really destroyed some people's souls, like, honestly. And I got my karmic retribution for that already, okay? Trust. But I learned the lesson, okay? I learned my lesson. So I'm only suggesting this to you because I want you to understand what they're doing and why. They're trying to bring you down to rub it in your face. But they don't realize that what they got wasn't necessarily a prize. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same thing happened to a friend of mine recently. You know, somebody he was with for a long time just up and left him and ghosted him. Then started dating a dude and posting all over the internet and literally just like trying to get his attention or rub it in the face. Not realizing that that guy is just a rebound. That guy's all excited. Fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch. But in reality, she's going to leave him in a week and she's going to come crawling back, realizing that while she was digging for rocks, she left a diamond already behind. And then what happened a week later? Boom, exactly what I fucking said. When he stopped paying attention to that, she dumped him and tried coming back. That's what happens. And you have to say no, by the way. We don't give second chances like that. Nope. You missed your chance. Snooze, you lose. See you later, deuces. Bye. I don't do second chances anymore. You showed me your true character the first time. That's all I need to say. And that doesn't mean like you fuck up once, like you're gone. It depends on the situation. It's situational. But I do not give second chances. At all. Now, if they got good dick, I might give them 2, maybe 3. Depends.
Because we completely moved apart from each other now. So it's like, go back to whatever girl you had. But ain't none of them gonna fuck like ain't none of them gonna be okay with your sexuality like me because I'm pansexual. I'm attracted to all genders and sexual orientations. As long as I like you as a person, it's fine. So but that is not gonna accept you for who you are and what you're into because I'm like, okay.
And let him learn that lesson the hard way. Guess what? Whatever you're trying to tell them or teach them or out them for, they're going to find out on their own time. It's going to be a giant mess. All you got to do is just sit back because you'll see it around if you got mutual friends. It's going to be talked about. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to slide into somebody's inbox as a woman and be like, hey, did you know? Don't even follow her back. Unfollow him, unfollow her, leave them as followers, and do you. Because your greatness, any bitch wants to tear down another woman's crown. Okay? Be the bitch that wants to fix somebody else's crown instead. Okay?
Silly hoes.
You want to know what I realized? And it took my mentor, who's a badass bitch, that this lady has a presidential clearance, but she did media in the military. So she studied.
Oh, dream job. I love military guys.
Yes, military technology. But she was saying she had to really instill in me, because folks had tried to beat this shit out of me.
she was like, the reason they're attacking you even when you're down is because you're a threat to them. And I'm like, how am I a threat? Like, you are a scientist that writes poetry.
Yeah. You're logical. You're a logical woman.
Very.
That's a threat to anybody.
That's a threat to anybody that acts purely off of emotion. I was like, I've always been told that was a bad thing. You
and really,
you
it's your energy.
I'm about to say your energy
threatens
your
people.
presence. But you were Aries, so I got that. As soon as you was like, I'm an Aries, I was like, oh yeah.
We come in like I meet men, and they're like, when they talk to me on the phone, they're like, you seem so much bigger. And then they meet me in real life. I'm 5'3". I'm like,
girl, I am big.
Gang, gang.
6 foot.
She's the biggest one in here with the 6'1". We got 2 5'2s and a 5'3".
Who is 6'1"?
A 6? Are you 6 or 6'1"? I said 6 foot.
Who's taller than me?
No, I said you're 6. You're the 6 foot one.
Oh, I thought you said 6'1".
And then 3 5. No, you're the 6 foot one. Like not 6.
I got you.
Okay. Sorry, wording is everything, and I have not slept. I am big on wording.
Oh, you're
so.
Good.
Here's the thing. I read energies off people. From reading energies off people, it teaches me how to behave. For example, my biggest piece of advice, I'm about to blow all your mind here. You know how they say don't pour from an empty cup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So people like me are suns wrapped in skin, or light workers, real light workers, as I like to call it. Real light workers are people who've seen the darkest parts of human nature, because that's how you really start to see other parts of human nature that people don't normally see. So where everybody's normal cup is halfway full, let's say, for the standard person, mine is constantly full and does not empty. And when it does empty, it takes a lot to recover. A lot. So we don't allow it to be empty. And it's only happened for me one time. I went to what I thought was a rave. It was in the woods, but really it was just a party in the woods. The woods are a trigger for me because my trauma happened in the woods. And I knew already that it was going to be a weird night as soon as I got there, because I was completely sober by this point, you know, and I really didn't even drink that night because there was just so much going on spiritually for me that I could not even alter it with chemicals or anything like that. So
in the psychosis.
Yeah, so exactly. So for me, number one, I could see everything very clearly where everybody else is using flashlights. Now that's always been for me since my trauma. I can see in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Not like crystal clear cat vision, but I know where I'm going. I get guided, basically. So
it's called hypervigilance, but I use that as a superpower.
It is. It really is. So number one, everybody's fumbling all over the place, and I'm just like, la, 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 walking through. But then I'm starting to notice people like off to the sides by themselves. And I'll go over and say something crazy like, green duck. And they look at me like, what? And then I walk away. Because I realize I'm breaking their train of thought. And now they're paying attention to conversations around them and they're engaged again. So that's transmuting energy by saying something stupid. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's that simple. For the whole night, I'm doing this. I'm not even having fun because they didn't even play good music. It was not a rave. I was expecting to be in somebody's basement, like I dressed for the occasion and everything. I had like checkered skirts. I was channeling my inner Alice in Wonderland. I was ready to act like I was on acid without taking acid. Like I was ready. You know, none of that. None of that. It was literally all night, me just this to this, this to this, this to this, you know, all night.
Expecting flashing lights and people with neon colors all.
I never got to go to one.
I never did either. I thought I was, and I was very upset. So that's the only time my cup got completely empty. It took me 4 days before I could leave my bed again. I could not be around people because I needed to recharge. I literally laid in my backyard in the sunlight and had to recharge that way. Because the sun on my skin like does weird things to me. It also makes my hair a lot blonder, and then I look like golden blonde. My hair's naturally gold, so I know, right? And then I kept dyeing it like an idiot. So now like it's like brownish right now because it's winter. But when I'm really in the sunlight, that shit turns gold again. I feel like Rapunzel, like Goldilocks, bitch. You can see me coming down the street. I'm like, yes, bitch, look. So
you see me,
bitch. I'm shining, especially because I'm white as fuck because I don't tan. But for people who have, let's say, those half-empty cups as a standard, they pour into people who need them. You know, people who reach out, or friends, or things like that, relatives. Sometimes when we reach out to people, we don't realize that their cup has holes in it. They're not retaining any of that love we're giving, or affection, or whatever it is. And we're expecting that in return, but we need it.
I find myself doing that all the time. I drain myself. Like I told you, I'm an empath. So I drain a lot. And it's just like now I'm alone. Like I used to be around family and loved ones, but now I protect my energy finally.
You can protect your energy and still be around them. I'm going to tell you how.
I need to learn how. Yeah, I'm going to say, because I do not know how.
It's this simple. When you're getting that energy from somebody, like they need you, ask them if they actually need you. What do you need from me right now? And they'll tell you, I just need you to listen, or I need your advice, or I just need you to hold me for a minute. They will tell you what they need. So instead of just pouring into them as much as you can give in the hopes that it's what they need, ask what they need. People forget that you can fucking ask questions. So for example, self-sabotage. I said this for New Year's when I gave a resolutions episode for mental health. We reach out to people that we know can't help us. They're not capable. Because we don't want them to fucking help us. We don't want help. And that way, when we don't reach out in the future, and somebody asks us, well, why didn't you reach out? We have an excuse. I did reach out, and no one helped me. We use it as a way to sabotage ourselves from getting help, because we don't actually want it. We want to be upset. We want to be miserable, and we don't want help. We want to fall on our face. It is what it is. It's a form of, like, destructive, behavior. But, again, especially with, like, friends and family, you can only pour so much. Stop pouring at all until you ask the question. For people like me, I'm just going to keep pouring because my cup don't really empty like that. You know what I mean? People come to me, random people will message me on Facebook and ask me for help for shit. I'm like, do I fucking know you? Well, no, but I've heard your podcast and I'm hoping you can help me with this. What? Like I had some dude reach out because his wife wanted to get into domination and submission. And he wasn't comfortable with that. So she went outside of the relationship, met somebody on a dating site, and he was really just assaulting her. She had no control over the situation. So I talked to him, sent him my videos because I did a BDSM trilogy, sent that to him, told him all about consent agreements, things like that, actual dom and sub, who was really in control, and the levels and different sections of dom and sub, because it's not just dom and sub. It's like dom, sub, it's like dominatrix, there's like brats, there's a whole level to it. Okay. There's like different levels. You could be an absolute slave. You could just be a brat, there's different levels. Regardless.
The first spectrum, if I get bored during an interaction, I can go from submissive to dominant.
So you're a switch.
Yeah.
So this gets frowned on, but I don't care. I know the explanation behind it. I agree with. But again, what I'm about to say is frowned upon, and I'll explain why. I'm an alpha submissive. This is why I did a whole episode on it. In the BDSM world, an alpha submissive is in reality just a slave. Because in a house full of slaves with one dom, the alpha submissive is just one level above the rest of the slaves. So they can tell the slaves what to do, but they are still controlled by the dom. So in the BDSM world, it's frowned upon to call yourself an alpha submissive unless you actually are an alpha submissive to somebody. There's still somebody submissive.
You are like the little daddy.
Basically, yeah. Yeah.
Because you got
but you still have to listen to the dom.
Right. Because I have really weird interactions with men when they say they want a submissive woman. And when I go into submissive mode, it's like, that's not what I want. And I realize that a lot of men want a mommy dom.
Yeah.
To take care of them, but they call it submission. And I'm like, no, you want somebody to cook and clean for you. That's
they want a slave.
You're the slave, and that's the care. You're wanting a caregiver, not a actual submissive.
So that falls under daddy, like I call it mommy, daddy, and little, like big and little, basically. Because people who are into that, believe it or not, are not all pedophiles. Like people automatically assume it's pedophilia. It's actually really not. Some of it gets really weird with the diapers and shit. I can't get behind it. I can't explain it. I don't knock anybody. I don't kink shame, but I just don't even want to know. Don't care. Don't tell me about it. Don't want to know. Keep that between you. What the major, like the big picture for that is, they need somebody to give them affection and take care of them emotionally. That's what they're looking for. It's not a sexual thing. I mean, they have sex, obviously, but really they're in that relationship because they know that person is going to take care of their emotions and their needs.
Yep.
Like a parent.
Yep.
But
that's the trauma response, because I realize a lot of kink on the flip side, There's a trauma causes the kink, because they're like, how are you a masochist? And I'm like, a long string of abuse. That's how I got to this point. But the only way that I got over that abuse without being an angry, bitter, hateful, relationship hating person was kinks.
Yeah.
And a lot of people look down on kinks, but
kinks are therapeutic.
People have them.
Very therapeutic.
Mm-hmm.
So people also, like I said earlier, I've probably said it 3 times, people tend to turn to BDSM style relationships who have been through trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Because the ordinary does not work for them at all. Because they attach in their head ordinary to that trauma.
Yep.
So an alpha submissive, in my description, are mostly traumatized women who are very dominant in their day-to-day lives. They are leaders, they are boss bitches, they, you know, they lead the pack, that kind of thing. Usually come across as a bitch or unapproachable, but for the right man can be very, very, very submissive.
Yeah,
it's rare, but they can. That's an alpha submissive.
Man.
That's an alpha submissive. I did a whole episode on this on my podcast to explain this shit with like little guide points and everything. I did like a presentation. I swear to God, every episode I do is like a presentation because I have facts, I have statistics, and then I put my experience into it as well. So that's why I have my podcast the way it is. Like I've done everything on that show. Mental health and minorities. I've done sexual dysfunction. I've done the dom sub like BDSM. The first BDSM was all about consent, doms and subs and their subcategories. And I go into agreements because I always feel like there should be a contract if you enter a BDSM style relationship. And that's just, again, to make sure. And I carry that to all of my, my whole roster.
What movie had that on it?
50 Shades of Grey. It's the only part of that movie I liked.
Yeah.
The only part of that movie I liked.
The whole movie was an improper display of kink. And because he violated everything that was in that damn contract.
Everything.
The movie, everything, and I was like, I would.
That's why people are confused.
That's where it becomes abuse.
Yep.
Because he violated every goddamn thing he put in the contract for her to sign.
Yep.
Even when they did the negotiations, I was like, okay, they're doing proper negotiations, what they will and will not do, and he violated all of that shit. And I was like, he's just an abusive prick. And people were eating that shit up because they were in loveless marriages, and they just, ooh, it's so sexy. No, it's not.
No, it's like that 365 movie. That movie was fucking trash.
God.
Everybody's like, oh my God, the rough sex scenes. I'm like, he pulled her hair once. Like, what the fuck? It's not rough sex. He kidnapped her and.
He really did. He kidnapped that lady and literally abused her into Stockholm syndrome. She was in love with her captor. And I was like, that's not how BDSM works. Because even as I say, I stand on a lot of intersections because I am a disabled Black pansexual polyamorous woman. So I stand on a lot of street corners and I can see both sides to each argument. And then I'm like, that's abuse.
Yeah, I don't even look at both sides. I look at completely outside. Like, what are the facts?
An observer.
Yes. Like I told you, I study people. So I used to teach classes at a sex club on how to better please your partner, which really just stems down again to seduction and communication, period. But I studied people during sex, outside of sex, before, after, group sex, threesomes, just one person, 2 people. You learn all that in a sex club. They had a BDSM like dungeon style area. I'd go in there, study what people were doing in there, just to see how people react. Their facial expressions, their body language. Are they comfortable? Why aren't they comfortable? Why are they so comfortable? You know, asking questions. I'd ask people questions too. Like, why did that make you uncomfortable? You seemed to like it 10 minutes ago, but now you're uncomfortable. Is it because people are watching?
It's a shame thing too.
Yeah, it's always a shame thing. And it's mostly women. Women.
Yeah, because it's like.
So you know what would help that I've realized?
What?
Shame.
If after sex, a man hands a woman her clothes or helps her get dressed, there is a 70% less chance for feeling shame. It's the getting dressed alone or without help.
Yep.
I don't know why. I have no explanation why, but that's an observation. Men don't give a fuck, but they will get more turned on if you help them undress.
Yep.
Now, will they do it themselves? Yeah. And men are illogical. They're not emotional like us. Women are emotional. So, number one, because all women have some sort of self-conscious energy to them. Women prefer to get undressed by themselves.
Right.
Unless it's like a rip your clothes off kind of situation, then nobody's caring. Nobody's in that situation. Then I've noticed nobody cares in that situation. I've seen a lot of them.
My favorite.
And them lawyers, man, lawyers are undercover freaks, man. I'm telling you. You get them fuckers after hours.
Politicians, a lot of CEOs, like
furry
I had
shit.
this guy.
Look at that furry
he would
shit.
ask me to. I called him football because he wanted me to kick him in the nuts with no shoes on. So
I can't do
called
that.
him football, and I was like, okay, well, what we finna do?
How y'all be getting? I need to tell what y'all. Damn it!
So I used to dominate men.
Pussy need to be given to a CEO. Damn it!
So I used to dominate men too, but I can't do physical pain for them. They didn't want that, but like I said, I'm vicious with my words. I choose them very carefully.
The cash pigs.
Yeah, so I get the guys. So like Findom style stuff. Beg me for your money. Beg me to give you my presence or my attention. I give them the T. That's why I was a sugar baby for a long time. It's called the T. Time, effort, and attention. Yep. These younger fucking Backpage bitches, when they closed down Backpage, they all tried to be sugar babies. Bitch, you're getting thrown out the fucking old man dick. That's not a sugar baby. You're just fucking old men.
Right.
I'm a beneficiary, bitch. That's a real sugar baby. Okay. When that man dies, I'm getting like $50,000. Okay.
In the wheel.
Period.
Yes.
I'm in too, babe. I'm a beneficiary.
Teach me how to fuck. Show me the way to just give up this pussy.
But here's the thing. I literally only gave them what they were missing, which was just attention. Most of those older men, they don't want sex. They can't even get it up. What they want is people to give them selfies every day or send them a message and say, hey, how are you feeling today? To remember that they exist. Hey, and they have a lot of money. So knowing that you're broke, they'll send you money. I got a guy who say, can I send you $100 to go shopping or whatever? Yep. Or, hey, I know your rent's due. Do you mind if I give you $1,000?
Yep.
They have millions of dollars. They don't give a fuck.
I clearly been open my legs to the wrong motherfucker.
I never opened my legs to those men. I never had sex with them. It was not a sexual relationship. Either they knew by taking me to business meetings that they would land the deal, which they would because I'm a manipulator and I have big ass titties. Or
obviously, I've come in at the wrong part of the conversation. I should have been here at the beginning because this is fire. Let's go.
It's going many different ways. So basically, I was talking about we were getting into like sugar baby style things, but she was talking about domination. We were talking about doms and subs and BDSM. So for her, she likes the masochist and sadism side of BDSM, whereas I am more like verbal degradation style.
And where I just don't know what the fuck is going on, but
she's just learning a lot. You know, she's just learning a lot. We got 2 observers and 2 explainers. So
and I have been labeled as a daddy dom. So that is
you're my favorite kind.
What's a daddy dom?
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on a second, y'all.
Is that like he's gonna spank me?
Yes.
Tie me up
and got me on here now. So
tease my.
They're the ones. They're the caregivers. They're the ones that.
So like when you do this, you're not allowed to come until he says so.
It can.
He'll explain it. Let him explain when he's ready. I want to hear his. I don't want anybody to explain until I hear him explain it.
I'm just having fun with the questions because I'm picturing so much shit in my head right now.
I'm just trying to figure out how he got his avatar like that because this is fucking dope, and I want one.
What's an avatar?
It like looks like the camera, the way it's styled, looks like really shiny. You know what I'm saying? That's so cool. It looks like a movie.
It just looked like his shit is. It just looked like he could just go into like a Marvel comic, just start combating and shit, and when you go over there.
There we go.
It's literally like it's like watching a movie in the bottom corner over there. I love it.
He's really into Captain America
here now.
Marvel in general. I can get behind that.
You should have it here now.
I was trying to be Miss America for a while. If you catch my drift, I mean, it was fun.
I wanted to
military man.
You know who I like? What's her name?
Black Widow.
Not Miss. Isn't it Miss America? The girl with the whip.
When you get a chance.
Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah, Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. I love her.
I have the cosplay outfit.
For real.
I have the bronze tiara and everything, like the real bronze. I love it.
That was one of my favorite costumes as a stripper. I would do Storm. I'd have this really great wig.
Oh, Storm is amazing. I love it.
And I would spin at the top of the pole, and they were like, who is that? Because I worked in a white club, but because I was a farmer, I could just sit in between the mix. My manager used to market me as an Oreo. And she was like, yes, she looked black. Yeah, you see them big ass titties. Yeah, you see that costume. But ask her about how to take a tractor apart and watch what she does. I won over so many. Like, I would allow the white girls to approach the men in Confederate flag jackets and hats first, like to see if they could get them. But they were always too sexual. So I'd come up and I'd start talking about farming and tractors and taking shit apart, and I'd get all of their money, and I would just get it off conversations. I always used to say a lazy hoe is one that just uses pussy.
Yep.
But my conversation piece and my openness to talking, boy, I made so much money. I paid my tuition one semester just being topless.
I think last year they're doing,
Smack my titties together and get
I would go to like dinner dates or dinner business meetings, things like that.
All right.
I probably made $40,000 last year alone.
My kind of hoe. I love it.
What?
Yeah. But I never slept with any of them. It was never sexual. They don't want sex. They want attention.
I grew up in the wrong town.
I've gone on private
should have been my friends. Y'all should have been my friends.
Okay, it's your turn.
My apologies.
You're fine.
For my inconvenience. I had to make sure because my partner was having some communications difficulties. Technology does not like people. That's all right. I don't like people.
Technologically illiterate, so.
I want to hear about this daddy dumb shit.
I am like literally so interested to hear from your perspective.
The ironic thing is when it was pointed out to me about 10 years ago, a friend of mine told me about it. And then she said, you are a daddy dumb. I said, how is that? She says, because you have an authoritative presence, but you have a nurturing, caring presence. So in a way, you know how to be that authoritative figure, but you do it in a caring and loving way that the trust is automatically built. And I said, yeah, I can see that. And as time went on, not only did I continue to build on that, but I also started to learn more about it. I started learning more about the trust factors that go into different levels of trust, the different levels of understanding, and also the empathy that goes with it.
Yeah.
But not to give too much, because if you give too much empathy, you're going to fall into that black hole. And next thing you know, it's going to be role reversal, and it's going to be a power exchange. You're going to go, all I wanted was tea. That's all I wanted was tea. That's all. Oh my gosh. There she is.
Hey.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
The blurred.
Good morning. Good morning.
We are truly happy to be here with y'all. And she's better looking than me. That's just my partner, though.
We're the night shifters.
Yeah, we've been just literally talking mental health and sex and BDSM and people reading and empaths, and we've talked about a lot of stuff. So what did you guys say? What were you guys planning for your hour?
We were going to talk about geek and nerd stuff. Mostly we're going to talk about the things we're excited for 2023.
Yeah.
Because that's primarily what we do in our podcast. We just talk about all types of blurred stuff from our perspective. Because tomorrow I turn 54. So
yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Look, this camera's not forgiving. I should have put some lip gloss on.
So what we do?
Girl, do you see me? I look like I got a bus.
Girl, you don't see these pimples on my face and no lip gloss. Let's do it.
Girl, I got hair growing.
I done did my whole work shift, came home, got in the bed on here.
He literally worked with her last night. And I did not plan on being here this long. I had 1 hour from 12 to 1 o'clock, and then I just ended up being here all night. So,
really?
Yeah, well, I was coming home from a comedy show, and then because I got home at like 2:30 and hopped back on and just was on ever since. Running our mouths. But it's your hour, so you guys do what you're doing for your hour. You know what I mean?
Outstanding.
Yeah. Yep, we can do that.
Can I get you guys Instagrams? Because I kind of popped in with CL. CL had to go to work. I'm Cicely. I'm the astrologer, BDSM little kid, aka Queen Brat, aka Try It If You Want It. I kick ass. I take names. And I have excellent conversation.
Is the pansexual polyamorous observer on the corner? That's what.
Yes, so you're pansexual and polyamorous.
Oh my god! I
Me
just
too.
Why do I know none of this?
Hoe on the go.
I miss Hoe on the Go. I am, I teach people how to please and be pleasing through sexual and self-empowerment. I'm all about bad bitch, big dick energy. No wet sock energy allowed. I teach people about hoes, whores, and sluts. Why you want to be a hoe and why it's okay to be a slut or a whore if you're not.
I clearly have no experience.
You know, I tried to be a hoe in my former days.
You don't try to be a hoe. You're either a hoe or you're not, because you could be a hoe for everyone or a hoe for someone's son.
No, I had hoe tendencies.
So you were a slut.
Not really.
The hoe is just a refined slut.
What's the bougie version?
A hoe is the bougie slut. Selective, don't just fuck anyone. It's hard to fuck a hoe.
So the bougie side of it, you be a sleut. That's what you are.
Really, you know, it was like
a sleutee.
Recently, it was like really close to my separation.
I just followed you, Montel. I found you.
I had to get out there. I miss Angie the foodie, just like how my name is spelled there.
Okay.
That's me on Instagram.
And it's accurate too, because this lady can cook, and she
would be a foodie and be little as hell.
That works.
Mine is just CA Canoodle.
I'm slim thick. Okay, you
on
can't
Instagram.
see it. I got a thick middle.
Okay, slim thick. Ain't no wrong with a thick middle. You better put that.
And don't want to go nowhere. Okay,
that part.
Something to hold on to.
Hey, so
yeah, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I'm just CA Canoodle.
All right, believe me, I'm gonna find you.
Alrighty, because I'm gonna get off in a second. I have to maybe starting my day. Ain't no point in sleeping now.
Well, I appreciate y'all. I love the part of the conversation that I was catching.
I should have been on with y'all to talk.
Yeah, and I'm so mad because it's so much that I have to learn about this sex stuff.
I know.
You can always reach out to me. I can help.
Something to contribute.
Yeah,
so if y'all get back on with this topic, holla at a bitch.
I'm trying to.
And then I go.
They have a couple hours that are empty today. I'm pulling up the email. I can tell you what they are. But later today, I know there's a couple empty hours where they said nobody has planned slots.
Outstanding. I would be more than happy to oblige.
I can bring my bestie with me too. Not so quiet storm. We got some stories to tell. We could call it the story time. Hello.
So it says, what's today? The 15th?
We call it the Sex Chronicles.
Kiki, I was feeling that yawn a second ago. Kiki let that yawn out. That's that yawn that you feel.
Sex Chronicles with the old lady gang.
So after their hour, after your hour, the next hour at 9 a.m. is actually empty. And then from 9 to 10 a.m. is empty. I'm Eastern time zone, so
me too.
Then after that, 6 p.m. is empty, 8 p.m. is empty, and then 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. is also.
Well,
empty.
we go on at 8
a.m.
Yeah, queue up.
It says 8 to 11 is empty.
We go
on the 16th.
It's only 8 to 9. Oh, on the 16th. Ain't today what is today?
It's the 15th.
Oh, okay. Well, no, with today.
So I could come back in an hour, so you guys can talk your comic book stuff. If you guys want to come back in an hour and rejoin.
I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I'm about to get at least about 6 hours because I got to go right back in tonight.
Go ahead. See, I ain't mad at you.
But I hopefully I can get back on here and we can talk about this sex stuff because I am so intrigued.
I'm gonna leave it on the listen to you guys because I do want to hear what you guys say. So I'm gonna leave that to mute myself and listen in because I'm gonna clean my room around. While
I really hope I don't go to sleep and have a wet dream because this is ridiculous.
This girl.
Oh my God.
You know what? I ain't even mad at you. I'm gonna tell
I don't want to hijack your hours, but I do want to hear it.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Have a good show.
Thank you.
I do have a question because I am a Marvel DC lover.
Girl, let's
extraordinaire.
Go.
I got some stuff to show you guys.
Talk about how
y'all see my background, so you already know. I don't have to.
You already know.
What was the question?
Original lover. Well, it's really just like a topic that I talk about, and I bring up and bring kink into everything I talk about.
I would never have guessed. Not in a million years.
But how Mystique's first lover was actually Time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you in a lesbian relationship with Time, and y'all say it ain't no kink in this. It's plenty of kink in this.
It's plenty of kink and
plenty of kink
and comic books. Oh my God!
Yes. And
can we talk about Wiccan and Hulkling for a second? Can we talk about Wiccan and Hulkling for a second?
Educate us.
How they're one of the most the best represented couples in Marvel Comics, because
well, do tell.
Hulkling and Wiccan, they're members of the Young Avengers.
Yep.
And those two, I've seen how they've been writing that story to this point, and I said thank you, because the LGBTQIA plus community has been needing stories and couples like this, so when you can honestly see what it is to be in love, regardless to where you come from and regardless to who you are. And I'm so proud to have people in my life that are part of that, especially as a cosplayer and as a total blurred. Yo, Angie and I'll tell you, we got some folks in our circles that are like, yes, bitch, you best do it. Let's go. What you got?
I love those people. They're my favorite people. They're down for like basically anything.
I wasn't fully informed because, you know, one of my good girlfriends, we've had her on our podcast before. She runs a group here.
Our favorite nurse. Our favorite nurse.
Doctor, the nurse.
Oh, my bad.
Doctor. I mean, a nurse midwife.
Okay, and she brings life in the world.
Right, host her own munches here, and she hosts trips abroad for the lifestyle. So, you know, she probably would have got. Matter of fact, her child is downstairs asleep on my couch. Lord, I shouldn't have thought that, but anyway.
Gentlemen, brown chicken, brown cow on a local level.
There's I actually just recently got introduced to people doing live BDSM demonstrations, and I've never seen that live before. I did a comedy show, so I'm a comedian. One of many things I am, but
I would never have guessed that either.
Oh, you have no idea.
Oh, who the fuck
So basically, I'm traumatized and mentally ill. But so one of the comedy shows I did, she had a Dom come and do a live demonstration with his sub.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
And I just thought that was so amazing. I'm like, why aren't more people doing this? So he does something called Pizza and Porn once a month, where basically you get food. I guess it's pizza. I'm assuming. I haven't been to one. I can't watch demonstrations like that because I have weird triggers. Certain movements can trigger me, and I don't want to like walk out and cause a scene or something, or embarrass myself, have somebody notice me walk out. It's a whole thing. Regardless, he literally brings a submissive with him and just does his thing. Like a lot. It's intense. I'll have to send you guys a video of it because there's video clips that he puts on there. But he goes to like Exotica.
Me on Instagram.
I've seen some live.
His name is like Sir Leesus.
Oh, I have too. As a matter of fact, we
yeah, but I love that.
Participated in a couple.
Oh yeah,
I participated in a couple.
I actually
I'm a voyeur.
I was actually part of a group that did.
Yeah, I'm an observer.
We had a kink event in October. It's called Black of the Berry. It was in Baltimore. And let me tell you, folks was
seen
putting
that on Instagram.
Yep, I was there. I was running the media. I was doing the video shoots and the photo shoots for them, and it was incredible. They are just amazing bunch of people. Had a blast. Live performances, demonstrations, the whole like, and of course, people getting all buck wild. I'm sitting there going, I got a damn camera. That's all I got is a damn camera. Click. Okay, good for you. Click. Okay, get your permission. Okay, click. All right, good for you. It's like
that would be my dream. Yeah.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I can honestly say it was my first live demonstration as far as outside of a private venue.
Yeah, like a sex club. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That like I used to frequent a sex club. I used to teach classes in one. So that's where I learned by observing people, like everything I know. But I've never seen like just at a friggin' comedy show in the middle of a restaurant on a friggin' Tuesday, you know, like this, in the public, and these people are so excited about it. And I'm like, I didn't know there was a market for this. Like I could be making so much money.
There is definitely a market.
I want to do so Exotica. You can actually sign up to do classes if you want. Whether I don't know what the guidelines are for them accepting, but I'm going to approach them about doing a seduction class, like teasing and seduction and foreplay.
You should. That particular event, there are, like I said, I had a lot of friends of mine who are a part of that too. that are part of the blur and cosplay community. So there's so much of interconnection in there. People are
I'm gonna go dress as Sailor Venus too, just to fuck with everybody. She's my favorite. Yeah, I have a Sailor Venus costume. I have Wonder Woman and Sailor Venus.
Okay, so wait a minute. Are you Sailor Venus or Sailor Venus?
It depends on the day.
There we go. That's what
it
I'm
really
talking
does.
about. See, you
It
know,
really
you know
does.
the inflection, so you know there's a difference. It's like, I'm Sailor Venus. I'm Sailor Venus.
Yeah, first of all, Sailor Venus is a badass bitch. Okay, she was the OG. All right, Sailor Moon was nothing before. Without Sailor Venus, there is no real Sailor Moon. And let's be real, Sailor Moon didn't do shit, especially for like the beginning. She cried in a corner, and Tuxedo Mask came and saved the day. And then later on in the show, she always did something very minimal, and the girls stepped in. And I feel like everybody else kind of stepped in. I mean, they all kind of did minimal stuff, to be honest. It's not very violent.
I would say, as a comic book fan, I have genuinely enjoyed how far comics have come as far as storytelling, character development. Marvel, you got to give a shout out to Marvel, because they took their cinematic universe and you could just see the closet nerds and blurs coming out. It's like, wait, it's okay to like comics and stuff like that? You mean I'm not going to get bullied? So yeah, I got bullied for you, fool. Bring your ass outside.
Period.
Thank you. Come outside.
My son has 2 books that I think you guys would really think is cool. One, it's DC, but it's a pop-up book. And you literally turn the page and it opens up, and it has like explanations for everything. So it'll have, like, for example, the last page when you open it up is all of the characters, and it just literally rises like a mountain, and it tells you all of the characters.
Angie, your grandson would love that, I think.
Right. He beat this book to okay. And I'm devastated about it, because I'm like, where would you even find this? Because as an adult, I'm looking at like, this is dope. Like, this is dope for collection. He also has a Stan Lee book where it has everything about him making Spider-Man and everything like that. But he's reading it when you push the buttons. So it's his literal voice reading the book to you. And
I do believe it's just a Stan Lee.
Yeah, and he used to fall asleep listening to it. I'm like, this is weird, but like, I'm gonna let him have it. You know? Yeah. So those 2 books, we got them both at a thrift store randomly. Yeah, I love thrift stores, man. You find the weirdest stuff.
Man,
I also have a hand-drawn Joker picture too.
I'm not much of a drift. I'm not much of a thrifter.
I'm not much of a thrifter either, because
see, I'm like Indiana Jones. I'll go in there and find a treasure every once in a while. I'll pop up in there and say, I can smell the old people as far as the eye can see.
But I'm a rummager. I love thrift sales, garage sales, because I find shit that's worth a lot of money. And then I hoard it like a fucking pack rat. And then, like, now I'm going through it all, and I'm like, why do I have all this stuff? Like Disney cups. You know the 1994 Burger King cups?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I have them all new in the box. All of them.
You remember the thermoses that used to come in the lunch boxes when we were kids?
Hell yeah.
I had the Super Mario Brothers thermos that I hold on to that bad boy.
Okay.
So I also have Disney lithographs for every Disney movie. It's like a still print with the Disney logo at the bottom. I have all of them.
I'll show y'all.
Cecilia, where are you going?
I'm finna show y'all 2 of my tattoos.
They're about to show us a treasure. Yo, wait. Hold on. You and I gonna pass over the look at the tats.
Nice. So
is that Nikotsky tat on your arm?
Yes, me and my brothers got Nikotsky tat for my youngest brother's 18th birthday. So we all have the same Nikotsky cloud, and then I got Gengar up under it. And probably next month, I'm getting Snorlax on this side. I'm the Pokemon kid.
See,
like,
I love my fellow anime fans.
I am Miyazaki, Disney, and Harry Potter. So I have Calcifer right here. And I have Snow White right here.
Oh, no way.
And then
I love the Snow White.
I have the dark mark here, and then the letter here.
Wait, let's see the Snow White again.
You know what? Let me do it. Hold on a second. Let me turn my camera around in the settings.
2 users are in the stream with audio only. I know. I like how Streamlabs will tell on you.
Right.
It will tell on you. I've been on StreamYard before, and we like, bitch, you know there's somebody in here.
Right. I love
wrong with
StreamYard. I use StreamYard for everything. Okay. So
that is gorgeous. I love how it's minimalist, but it looks.
Yeah.
Angie, you got to see this.
I saw it.
Oh my!
I love that. I feel like I'm not a fan now because I don't have no damn Star Wars tattoos and shit.
My
But
son's
you're the
name is
biggest
Luke.
stan. Yo, Angie is the biggest Vader stan on the planet. When I tell y'all,
My son's
I've
name is
never
Luke.
met anyone who's a Vader stan like this woman.
Yeah, like I wanted to talk about the Bad Batch, but fucking
Don't start. Don't do it. Don't do it.
My son's name is Luke.
What?
My next tattoo is actually going to be a lightsaber for him because I don't do names on my body. So
If you
Me
have a
either. I
dog
don't
named
do
Maul,
names.
I'm going. I'm cutting out of here. If you
I
have a
don't.
dog,
I do have a BDSM tat that ties it all together.
Really?
Yes,
I am intrigued, dear persons. Please
I have a
speak.
thigh piece too. Mine's custom.
It's a thigh piece, and it's basically a dom with a hand and a cooch with a red handprint across the ass cheek, and it's above it. It says, "Turn your wounds into wisdom. Art is love made public." And at
I
the
want
very
to see
bottom,
that,
it
girl. You need
says,
to slide in my
"Peace of
DMs for a pic of
mind."
that.
Yeah, I'm with Angie on this one, yo.
Hold on.
Yo, you got. I
She got
gotta
the
peep
strip.
this art.
There you go. Oh, and it's on the thigh. Damn.
It's at this like all the way across.
Can't really see it.
Yeah, you know, I'm
Yeah,
done.
you're
But at the
light.
bottom, it says peace of mind. So if I have on shorts, all you see is peace of mind on my thigh. And if I have on a bikini, you're like, oh, you a freak. You got a whole coochie on your leg. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Mine is
You
nowhere
need a
near as cool as
close-up of
that.
I have no tattoos.
Thank you.
I have none.
I have more. Like I have fate behind my ear, and I have a lotus on my back. I'm very big with lotuses. It's rebirth. And then
I'd
I have
like
a
to
custom
borrow
one on
one
my
from
thigh.
someone so that way I don't feel so bad. I like to say, can I borrow your tattoo so that way I can be one of the cool kids, please?
You get like temporary ones.
That's no. Cause
No,
see,
like henna style.
Well, see, I wanted to last. Cause see, like I said, I'm 54. You figure I was in the Navy, I should have got a tattoo. I'm like, no,
Surprised you didn't.
no.
You have the perfect skin tone for color tattoos to show up too.
My ultimate goal is to combine my love of comics and anime
I'll show y'all my
in
little
a
one.
sleeve.
It's probably going to be upside down, but my
That's
sister
what I'm
and
working
I
on here.
have
All
matching
mine.
tattoos.
That's cute.
Oh, I like. Yeah, that's
It
one of my
says I
favorite
love my
ones.
sister.
Aw. I got me and my sister's Morse code bracelets. So one says like keep going in Morse code, and one says like fuck off in Morse code. It's like all based on our personalities. And then one says like I love you in Morse code.
You came across at one person. So what does that stand for?
Fuck off.
It stands for fuck off. So my thigh tat is a wolf howling at the moon.
Morning, people.
DC, what's good, dude?
Good morning.
So it's a wolf howling at the moon,
Mr.
surrounded
Trivia
by
over here.
wildflowers with a Celtic knot in the middle.
Nice.
It's for my mom and my dad because my dad has a giant wolf across his chest, and my mom loves wildflowers. She's got that on her leg. So
I had one of those at one point, but then he grew up and became my son. So I have nothing I could do about that.
Yeah, ain't nothing you can do about that.
I had a giant wolf across my chest, and he got older. It's like I can't do this anymore, Dad.
Hmm.
Well, you're not borrowing the car.
Oh yeah, I'm tagging you guys on my Instagram story, so it should come through.
Yay! I'm
So
on follow.
get into your subject because we kind of like just been bull crapping, but I want to hear what you guys are. You said your trajectory for 2024, or what you expect for 2024.
Well, I don't know what to expect for 2024, but I know 2023 is gonna be fun.
Well, for me, like I plan in advance. I'm very Virgo, and I've already claimed 2023 is
I'm a
my year.
Virgo too.
I'm on the cusp too, dude. I'm a cusp of exposure.
No, I'm like
horrible.
in dead in the middle.
Oh no, I'm August 23rd. So
I'm-
I'm the first day of Virgo.
Yeah, I'm September 11th.
September Virgos, but you're not a guy, so it's okay.
You know what? I hate when y'all say that. I don't never say no August Virgos. Okay.
I don't really ever meet August Virgos, to be honest. I never really meet August Virgos. We're horrible people. Like,
oh Lord.
because of the planning and the organization. Like if I go on vacation, I need an itinerary of everything that's going to happen so that I can map out all the places I can have sex in public without getting caught.
Okay,
I
as
like
an
the way she
astrologer, I would give y'all some information on that if you want to know.
If y'all didn't notice, DC's eyes got bigger as we're
I
talking
know.
about
I got to have some order and shit. Like I was mad because Montel was like,
Sorry, the coffee just kicked in.
No, motherfucker, you didn't tell me there was rules I needed to read over.
So for me, like I already planned all of 2023 and claimed it as my year. Was my point. So it's my year. Everybody else just come in, enter quietly, do you? But just know I claimed it. It's mine. I set it up all last year. I know exactly how the year's gonna go. Shit.
Word. I planned this weekend and it ain't going as nothing is planned. Real quick, shout out to Blair Speaks, Angie, Montel. Thank you guys for being a part of this.
Thank you for having
Absolutely,
us.
brother.
I'm gonna be here. I'm just going to back because I still ain't put my makeup on yet, so I don't want to really be.
Neither have I. Trust me.
Had the ugly.
Right now,
I rocked with them till about 5 a.m. I see we're on hour 14, so woo, yay!
When I tell you this man was the trivia master, I wanted to. It was like, all right, here's a question for you.
Oh yeah, I lost that voice. Now this is that voice, not me trying. Like like last night I was trying to put it on. This right here is I just woke up. Like women wake up, they sound like this. Like, how you doing? Which one? They make you some breakfast.
See, that's me. I'm up all night too, so don't feel bad. It's like, how you doing? Hey, so, you want me to rub your feet or your face? Which one you want?
The thought of morning after waking up with somebody just like makes me want to vomit.
Ooh.
The morning breath, the voice, all of it.
What?
Like people be farting in their sleep. Like I
Good
can't
morning
sleep
to
with someone
you.
else, dude.
Good morning to you.
That
Good morning
blood
to you.
is beautiful. Like that's when the best blood flow hit. They'll lose a nut in you somewhere. Like just
This sex talk is brought to you by Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I have the Rick and Morty Dungeons and Dragons set.
Say what?
I got the Rick and Morty Dungeons and Dragons set.
That is fire. I heard.
I should wear my John Wick shirt.
Huh?
I have a John Wick shirt, but it's Rick and Morty, so it's John Rick. And it's Rick dressed as John Wick.
Nice.
And the pencil is like
You know, it's funny.
Wish.
One of the things I was going to talk about with Annie, since we got some certified nerds and blurs up in here, I love this, was that this year already, people are just fully invested in being their best nerdy, blurty self. I guess some people are having second thoughts about what it means and, stop trying to be so Instagram famous and trying to look all cute and shit. And
I just want to be rich.
I'm like, nah. You see my background. Angie and I, we love what we love. When I tell y'all, if you want to meet one of the biggest Lego fans, this lady right here, let me tell y'all, she is my senpai when it comes to Legos because for real, I got my first Lego set for myself, which is a gift. I got Shuri Sunbird from Wakanda Forever, which was that movie.
My brickheads.
That movie 7 stars out of 5. We're talking 12 out of 8. Okay, if you've not seen Wakanda Forever, you are missing out. That movie. That's all I gotta say. I don't care what anyone else's opinions. They can kick rocks. But if you love what you love, as far as being a nerd or stuff, you should not have to worry about the opinions of others because there are too many people out here who have so many varying opinions on things. And Angie, I'd be like, you know what? Fuck you. We like Star Wars. We like comics. When I tell y'all that talking about Game of Thrones, this lady right here, let me tell y'all, if I ever have a question about Game of Thrones, I will look at Angie and go, Angie, I had a question about Jon Snow. And she'd be like, let me break it down to you, youngin. Let me break it down to you.
Let's go through the lore
video of us on our story, and I'm like, ew, I look like crap. I gotta go put some under eye shit on.
But I have a hard time with that because we don't know that in the book yet. So
wait, what?
It's like some show shit. So
about Jon Snow.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Game of Thrones.
Okay.
But here's why. I'm kidding. But here's why. I did not watch the show, but I've read the books. I only watched the last, bit of it to find out how they wanted to end it. My girl got done so dirty. Okay. They built so much up for Daenerys to end it like that. It pissed me off. I'm sorry. Everything else, I don't really care. That pissed me off.
Here's a note for you. I go to Angie because she's read all the books. So trust me. We all have the same vitriol when it comes to how the fuck you gonna end it like this? Are you serious? Are you serious?
No, she should go down like that. It was how quick they did it. You get what I'm saying? Like 2 seconds. All that time, you spent all these seasons building it up visually, and then it's over in like literally a 5-minute, not even scene.
But
and
I didn't like how
she just deserved better than that. That's all I'm saying.
feel like if they were going to make Daenerys mad
I'm
like
still
her
here.
father, that they should have been building it up the whole time. Like she should have had those crazy tendencies and not just wait until the last season, the last couple episodes. And now this bitch want to burn up a whole city for no fucking reason. Like what the hell?
Or at least show the flip. You get what I'm saying?
Like
show the flip. They didn't highlight any of it.
That triggered her. You know what I mean? Like it just it didn't make sense. And
like they build her up as like just wanting to get her, her place back, or her spot or whatever, and then just to completely flip it and like, no, never mind. She's a crazy bitch, and here she's dead.
She's a crazy bitch. She burnt up a whole fucking city.
Right.
And can we talk about how Arya survived all that shit? Like, how you the only one running through fucking dragon fire? Okay, you and that white fucking horse. Help me understand. Make it make sense. Because don't get me started.
It was lazy writing. That's what it was. That's what makes it make sense. Lazy writing. Lazy.
I'm starting to fucking get pissed. Like, really? Really, bitch?
Yeah, I was very upset. And I was like watching it, like my friend literally FaceTimed me and I was watching it through her phone to watch like the last bit of it, because I was like, I'm not at the time. I think I don't know why I couldn't leave. I have a son, so it was probably the reason I couldn't go over. But yeah, I couldn't watch it on my TV. I didn't have it. And I was like, no, I need to see it. Because the books were not easy to get through. Okay. And I read a lot. It's like Lord of the Rings. I've been reading Lord of the Rings for 10 years and I cannot get fucking through it because I have the whole collection in one book. And I read. I am a reader avidly. I'm a writer and a reader.
This goes back to what I was saying. You see the robust conversation that we're having as geeks and nerds. It's unfettered. It's it's unscripted. People are getting to that final. Yes, it's raw and it's right there in your face. People are not trying to
hide behind it and act like it's occult knowledge, because when I was younger, getting into anime was like,
you didn't tell anybody.
Gatekeepers. Because I was a true Dragon Ball Z fan. I was
let's go.
Fan. I was a true Inuyasha fan. I was a true Tenchi Muyo fan from the very beginning. And it was like, I would try to date in the blurred community as like the black nerdy girl, because I'm a scientist. I'm a horticulturalist. So I study plants.
You just hit Angie just went ting. I'm sorry, you're what?
I wanted to be a horticulturalist when I was a kid. And my mom was like, you ain't get no damn job. What the fuck is a horticulture?
And it's job everywhere for it. And I end up podcasting, but that's how I got into astrology too. But the gatekeepers I had as a kid, because it was always the guys, they had this weird complex. Well, when I was in anime, nobody watched anime. And I was like, yes, I did too. But as soon as I asked you a question like, oh, you like this anime? I like this anime. What was Dragon Ball? What was Pan's name? Like,
where are these pop quizzes coming from? Why
they literally will ask you the most random fucking question, and it has to be oddly specific too. Like, if you don't know this oddly specific random ass question, you're not a fan.
And I used to be like, people enjoy things without bothering them. Like
I said, I like it. I didn't say that it's my entire world and it's all I know. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like somebody said that I wasn't a Slipknot fan because I didn't have a tattoo.
Right.
What?
But what I'm loving about this is that you see this. This is the conversation that we've been having for years, but now we've got people who have stopped listening to the gatekeepers, or as I like to call them, basement virgins. They stopped listening to them.
The Wish version.
The basement version.
I call gatekeepers basement virgins.
Lord.
I just like to call everything of low quality Wish version or Walmart.
If they were a little bit nicer, they could have fucked me in my Sailor Moon costume.
Facts.
But since you want to gatekeep the information, you don't get the stripper. You get the bitch that's gonna come over here and fuck with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I like her.
I love it.
So basically what she's saying is we're going to start a podcast in our Sailor Moon gear where we teach people about anime in our Sailor Moon gear so that they're actually interested in listening.
then I'll get in one of my Marvel cosplays, and then I'll just be that. Because if you look in the background, 2 of my cosplays are displayed already. My bestie actually took one of my cosplays, put it on canvas, and sent it to me, but didn't tell me about it. So I wondered, why is there a package on my door? And she said, "I love you, bestie." I said, "I love you too. What is this?" So I opened it up. She found one of my pictures that was taken from Dragon Con 2018 in cosplay, put it on canvas, and said, "Here you go." Oh, you see,
That's so cute.
I boohooed because I was like, no one's ever done anything like this before.
Aww.
And you can see the genesis of my office / rumpus room / game room / podcast room / Twitch
man
streaming
cave
room. Yes, I can't even call it a cave because I don't have bats hanging from the ceiling yet. I'm working on that though. I've got the hooks for my green screen. That's about as good as it gets.
The most I have is I canvas printed my titties, but I literally just like put paint on my tits and printed them on the canvas, and I hung it up above my bed because
best artwork ever.
Yeah, I even painted because I have mine pierced. I even painted the little piercings in there. Extra.
The accent to the artwork. Bravo.
Well, it started as my friend wanted to do a Valentine's Day gift, and it was like a big thing for them to print their, like the butt and the leg thing that people were doing. But they would sit on the canvas and it would get their butt with their leg. It's a nice shape. It's artistic. It's nice. And I was like, why don't we do our titties? Because my titties are my best feature. But I was like, I don't have anybody to give it to because I have 4 people on my roster. I'm not doing 4 prints of my titties. I only have 1, so I'm just keeping it.
I would say it in my best Deckard Cain voice. One day you shall be the one to bless someone with your accoutrements.
Not the accoutrements, the accoutrement. Hey. See, I like y'all.
I am an up-and-coming voice actor. I'm working to be a voice actor, so.
Oh, nice. There's a lot of practice activities because I do a lot of voiceover work too. Actually, on TikTok, they'll give you prompts.
Oh yeah, I did a couple of those, and I
love those.
I've actually narrated a few children's books just to kind of get into the storybook aspect of it. But I think sometimes Angie gets sick of me because I change voices at the drop of a hat, and she's like, "I cannot believe this fool. What is he talking about?"
So I do have to say this though. You sound like just about every daddy dom I have dated that is on the blurred spectrum. It's a very specific cadence to the voice because I had to look because
a narrator
I dated was a cosplayer, but he had dreads to his ass, and I was like, no, that's not him. He wasn't that old, but it's so similar.
It sounds like a narrator.
I zoned out for a minute. I was like,
you feel like you're about to go on an adventure when they start talking.
Good morning, little one. What would you like to do today? Would you like to play
when you say that
or play
all
with
I
me?
picture is my eyes opening, the beginning scene of a game, the cut scene. Yeah. You're good morning, and you're about to give me the whole background as an NPC, and I want to and a whole shit ton of shit's Fable, Fable. Some shit's about to go down Fable style.
Oh my
gosh. I love that game.
Oh my goodness. I've never had that told before, and thank you for informing me of that. So
it's just I'm a person that studies patterns. I'm an astrologer, so I look at a lot of patterns.
I would never have guessed in a million years.
Yeah, I study
people. Thank you so much for that information.
I just study people.
But yes, I want to know your astrological sign as well.
I am a Capricorn on the cusp of Aquarius.
That's what it is. It's the Aquarius part. The last daddy dom I dated was an Aquarius, but he had no honorifics, and I was like, "So what do I call you?"
Miscellaneous.
You know what?
Okay, so what do I call you? Because I'm clear. I'm one of those people. I just say sir, especially when they start getting on my nerves. Sir, I'm gonna go upside your head in a minute, sir. Just so you know, you irritating the hell out of me. But I couldn't even say that. He was like, I hate sir. And I was like, what the fuck do I call you?
Yeah, I think sir is the opposite.
Senpai, nothing.
But see, hearing that means people will associate words to bad experiences or even honorifics and names. So if they've had a bad experience and that continues to be something that's been said, it's going to continue to be in a negative connotation. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, because sir means the opposite to me.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who would, every time someone said ma'am, he would cringe. And they're like, what's going on? And when I found out the
There's some deep-rooted trauma there.
Yeah,
Yep.
when he told me, I said, I understand now.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
Some
I
deep
asked him
trauma.
questions. If you know someone's going through that type of trauma, especially in the nerd space, ask questions, because we
Thank
have
you.
so many folks that are venturing into getting outside of their social awkwardness, but we don't know what they've been through.
Right.
Especially if they want to go into the conventions or to tournaments. See, I work at a game and comic book store, so I deal with people like that almost every day of the week. Whether I'm running a tournament or I'm selling them something or we're talking about something, I observe body language. I look at signs. And that gives me a chance to see, how do I approach you? Mostly for me, it's humor, because you come into the store like someone won't speak and they're like, I say, hey, how you doing? How's it going? Hey, you can't come in here like that. No, see, this is a space. We got
sock
dice,
energy.
we got board games, we got comics.
Hey,
and stuff.
what is wet sock energy? I need a little education.
How do you feel when you step in something and your sock gets wet?
Oh,
wet sock energy.
Ding. So when I do that, especially in the nerd space, I always remember that I was that awkward kid once upon a time.
Yeah.
Before I got into public speaking and to writing speeches and, being able to connect with different people. That was me. My grandmother, God rest her soul, she was the one that said, Montel, you're going to sit in front of this crowd here. You're going to read this poem. Grandma,
yours too?
Get your ass out there. Next thing I know,
My mom did that to me.
Yeah, and I'm giving full-on speeches in front of people at the age of 9, talking about, let me tell you about my experiences in the 4th grade. Ooh! Like, why am I doing this, Grandma? What? Oh, right, you promised me a Happy Meal. Got it. And
Mine was at a funeral.
There will be cheese on my burger. There will be.
You know what?
Mine was a funeral because nobody else wanted to speak up, so I had to speak for the family. Yeah. So after that, I was just really into public speaking. I like the attention. I'm an attention seeker. Now I'm not, but like at the time, now I just can't get rid of it. Now I want to be like left alone, and I can't be left alone. But after that, like I read a speech on the news for my school for a thing that they had, like a big mock car crash they did. I was on the news reading a poem for that. I've been on the news a few times for different things, just running my fucking mouth. So
I did the newspaper and yearbook at my school, and you'd be surprised where you find some of the most interesting, because that's when I started my journey in Dungeons and Dragons in high school. I've been playing since I was 17, and I'm only 54 tomorrow. Gosh, I'm been in it for a minute. But the spaces for us as nerds and blurs, it's important. It's supposed to be a safe space. But once again, we have our elitists and the dumbasses out there, or the basement virgins, who want to continue to try to make this as elitist. Because when I used to hear the term pop culture, and I would cringe, because I wouldn't hear it from us. I'd hear from the, hey, did you know Superman is cool? Get your ass out my face.
Did you see the eye twitch?
You know what I noticed too? It's a lot of people, like the ones with that mindset, are the ones that use it as a form of escapism.
Yeah.
So they act that way because for them, this is their world, their entire world, because they don't want to face reality. And you're stepping into that, knowing that it's a fantasy, which shakes up their new, their version of their reality. They don't like that.
And I get that, but
that's my perspective anyway.
Well, I mean that's actually a correct perspective. But in the same instance, along with that mindset, we have to remember that there are people on the other side of the words that we speak. Yep. If you want to be that asshole, but you're like, I'm about the community. But meanwhile, you're taking this young lady who's just getting into her first convention. She's wearing her first cosplay and she's proud. And now you want to tear down her cosplay. Mm-hmm. You want to be elitist. Meanwhile, you looking like a half-done burrito walking around here in a Flintstones t-shirt, just fresh out of your mama's basement because she finally let you out because you did your chores.
Your ass.
See, those
were
are the people
that paid my tuition.
Yep. Those are the people that I literally love to emasculate. Only the ones that beat their chest at other people.
Oh,
that's it.
Those at Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments all the time. Oh,
dude.
I read this.
Magic. How about Magic?
Oh,
them motherfuckers.
Oh gosh. Let's talk about Friday nights at my damn job. Okay, let's talk about that.
How many butt cracks you see a day?
Huh?
How many butt cracks do you see?
Too
Endless
many.
butt cracks.
Okay, let's just say I see too many V's and they're not in any words. Okay, that's all I gotta say.
But those are the same ones that would sit in the strip club lonely as hell because they had no social skills
and would still talk shit.
With my gray storm wig and all of my makeup done and in my costumes, and they're like, so like, what do you do? Oh, breakfast! Thank you.
Yay! Where's mine? Oh, that is so disrespectful.
Time the hell out! I done started this barbecue business. No, I'm playing.
No,
damn breakfast too.
Yeah, right? I want some breakfast too. I'm the same way. It's like, see, you can't come in with no green plate and not.
How the hell y'all ain't sharing?
I'm hosting for CL. CL is the host of Pussy Talks, and she was on all night with them.
Oh, fuck that! I was on all night too. You hear my voice going? Motherfucking 12 years old again.
Right, I came on most of the night too. Where my breakfast?
She loves me, and she cooked me breakfast.
Oh, so she don't. Oh, so she don't love us. Is the okay? Yeah,
She's at work. You guys,
we at work too.
Ladies and we
I'm
have a
Silly
situation.
Goose, aka Cicely Marie.
We have a
Astrology
situation.
with Cicely. If you Google me, I'm the top result with astrology with Cicely. I'm a call-in host and a wisdom host. Those are my two platforms because one is
what my platform is? CL ain't allowed around here no more.
I love OnlyFans, man.
OnlyFans, I need to start one, but
people subscribe just to see more selfies that I post online.
Wow,
literally.
So I gotta ask, Angie and I have a segment on our show called The Download, where we talk about different, if you're part of video games or things like that. So I'm curious how many other gamers are here besides I know DC is. I know Angie is big in mobile gaming. When I tell you that, I go to her since I am now playing Marvel Snap. So I need to know.
I started playing Marvel Snap.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's wonderful. Bravo.
I'm not excited at all.
Y'all, that game will have you just kick my heart. What's going on, fam? Thank you for popping up in here. What's up? Okay, let me stop. Good morning, Queen Candy. Bravo.
Good morning. I meant to put my tiara on.
So Marvel Snap has become one of my favorite games, but I'm curious, what game, if y'all are gamers, what are your games?
My son is the gamer for me. We play like old school games because he's like an Xbox 360 and I have like the Nintendo to Super Nintendo. Those are more games that I play. I have Pogs, dude. Pogs. Do you remember Pogs?
How could I forget? I got smacked in the head by one of them damn things. Okay, I have PTSD because of Pogs. Okay,
thing.
Oh,
everything. God. The stand, like you actually battle on. The mat. 2 containers. I have the metal Pogs, and then I have all the paper ones. Like I have everything. It's still in the box. Like I still have everything. It's open, so it's not like
I got a Beyblade on my breakfast bar, so I'll admit that I do have a Beyblade. It's one of the original metal ones, so I throw it at people when I get their attention. I was talking to you. Ow.
If anybody had any doubt with the tattoo as well,
yo, people, pod holder, Angie. You gotta see this.
With the Gengar tattoo, I'm a diehard Pokemon fan, Zelda, Nintendo 64, Mario. Like I am a hardcore Zelda fan.
Oh wait. Then Cecilia, you'll appreciate this.
Yes.
It is still a functioning Pokédex.
My son is
how did you find that?
This was given to me years ago.
I need it.
She just got wet.
I did.
Yes, it still works.
Her mouth twitched.
I just flooded the basement. There it is.
I need to stop being so observant, man. I don't need to know that. I didn't need to know that.
It's too late. You can't get rid of the knowledge now.
And
It's
I
too
don't
late.
even care, baby. That just flooded my whole basement. It's like I found the other side of my tribe.
We all over the place, and you need to come to BlurCon then.
Yes, I do, because I'm gonna pop up as the astrologer and just give out all the knowledge, because magic and astrology go together.
Yes.
Science and astrology go together. Astronomy was the study of the stars through mathematics. Astrology was the way for normal people to understand it. So I'm like the newscaster of the stars.
What is
people
normal?
that have never read at that point? Like, you know,
Societal
astronomers
standard.
were put in priesthood
You mean
schools where
muggles? Got it. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, the non-magic folks. But just to let them know,
my profile.
This is the non-muggle podcast right here. The four of us. This is the non-muggle podcast.
My profiles literally say a mentally ill host spreading love light in my legs to educate, empower, and inspire fellow muggles.
I love it. And I am a silly goose on a journey of mindfulness and love.
Love it.
See, and she brought me some.
My other profiles say like minutes by
even a
day
green
and guiding
ball.
light by night, but this one it's limited to how much you could put in there, so I couldn't add that too. So.
You'll like Angie and I, because you know I am the frosty bearded blurticorn, because blurticorn is a word that I created years ago, and of course Angie, her tagline, I tell her, you know, who is she when she introduces herself on the podcast every time.
Miss Angie, the foodie.
I love it.
What's your
I usually say on our podcast, I say the beautiful black bibliophile.
Yes,
love it.
Love it. I'm just a mentally ill hoe, but I'm not like a hoe or some hoe. I'm the hoe.
The hoe, girl.
The hoe.
Own it.
I am. I
Love
wrote
it.
the book, literally. So for me, like, I usually tell people, go be a hoe and make me proud at the end of every episode. Now I've added to that, because now I say it during my comedy stand-up, and now that my next season's starting, I can add it to my closing. I say you can win some and you can lose some, as long as you're getting some. That's what matters. Now go be a hoe and make me proud.
That part. See,
Well,
I
am Cicely the Wandering Fool, aka Cicely the Wandering Goose, the golden egg layer that didn't even know I was a golden egg layer.
Wow, and DC comes in right at that moment. How did
We heard eggs, and they're really expensive, so you got excited.
I'm trying, because I walked in and I heard I'm Cicely, the golden egg layer that didn't know I could lay golden eggs, but I laid golden eggs and CL cooked her breakfast, so I'm all the way fucked up now. Good morning to you.
Because CL loves me.
I thought she loved me, but apparently I was just a one night stand.
Well, probably was. Now you know.
Brown chicken, brown cow, the breakfast edition, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's gonna lose? No, but I appreciate you guys. Montello was excited when he signed up. Sorry I came in late. I pulled a late shift.
You've been putting in the time, bro. You ain't gotta apologize to me. You fam. Come on now.
I know, but I still feel like I need to, because you and Angie are so cool. And when you guys signed up, I was so excited. Don't tell nobody else.
Angie's cooler than me. I'm trying to be like her.
I was excited too, because we haven't been on together in like a long
I know, it's been a while. Angie, it's been too long. We gotta stop not seeing each other like this.
I know.
It is definitely
Look,
been
I
a
lost
minute.
my fucking phone. My phone fell. Like,
I gotta shout out CA, because she's still going. Like, you are a soldier. Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
I'm a
You
fan
guys
of
are
CA
sweet.
now. I'm a fan of CA, so I'll be stalking her like in the daytime with a flashlight, talking about, where you at, girl? Where you at?
Listen, don't fall for the thirst trap. Sorry, because I seduce people. Okay, period. That disappear, like literally disappear.
I'm never thirsty. I'm a collector.
There you go. Okay, don't be saving my shit without permission, though.
That's my statement. They're like, "Oh, you don't believe I'm too old for you?" And I'm like, "Baby, I collect antiques. What's up?"
Love it.
I love
it.
I do. Like, his beard is so luxurious. No offense, Miss Angie. He got a luxurious.
It is very luxurious.
Beard.
It is. I can't wait till my beard doesn't grow in yet.
Man, I've gotten so you would be surprised what the comments I've gotten about this dang on beard, and I only started growing it early 2021. Yeah. I was hip to what some because I always wanted to grow a beard, but of course my skin's going. You try this again, I'm going to fuck up your world. So I'm like, okay, great. Until a friend of mine told me about black castor oil and rice water. I said, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. So if you look on my Instagram, yeah, you'll see the evolution of this beard. And I keep every brother out there is like, man, I want to be my beard just like yours. Like, this is what I use. The color is natural. I started graying when I was in my 20s, so there's nothing I could do. So now it is Santa Claus.
Or he's so enlightened that he turned white beard. Yeah, that's what I like to think. He went Ultra Instinct in reverse. He instead of his hair,
yeah,
instead
all
of his hair
it
was his
sounds
beard.
Up here, and it all came down here talking about we got a new home, it's a new neighborhood.
I found something online and I posted it yesterday that perfectly kind of explains a lot about me. So it says, above all, be free, be raw, blow minds, expand the consciousness of everyone who comes in contact with you, and turn everybody on. And I was like, that's literally my life's mission.
Mental prostitution, got it.
Literally. And manipulation. Yeah. Sometimes for good, sometimes for evil, because I am a menace.
Ladies and gentlemen. That is indeed.
That was a sidebar, but I just found it, and I was looking for that when you first said something.
Mental prostitution.
No, I don't like that word.
I'm repeating what I just heard. That's it.
I don't like the word prostitution.
You hear a voice from the ether talking about, I'm looking upon you, and
I get so I forget. I'm not gonna lie. First, my coffee ain't kicked in yet, like crack. So as soon as it does, I'm gonna be bouncing off the walls, y'all. But no, I forgot that Annie can't. Hey man, hey, I need this. This is my time. It just so happens that I'm sharing my time with the world. Don't judge me. I have a system. I usually get up at 3, drink coffee, mind my business, play a little video games. I go to work. I come home. I do family stuff.
Okay. We got it.
So I got to give y'all a story from last night. We were talking about the community and gatekeepers as a whole, or like I say, basement virgins. So last night there was a young player coming in who wanted to learn magic. And it's always great to get people like that because they're open to all suggestions. So my staff, I am the Yu-Gi-Oh guy. My other coworker, she's Pokemon, and my other dude, he's Magic. We're all of us. We are SMEs in those fields. So she comes in, wants to learn how to play Magic. I said, cool. I said, Seth, hi. Oh my gosh, hi. How are you doing? Oh my god. Okay.
Just getting out the bed.
So I wish everybody reacted like that when I came into a room.
So he starts talking to her, and it's great. And the next thing I know, I hear the conversation shift because one of the socially awkward players comes downstairs, and as they're asking questions, they interject themselves into the conversation. Like, yeah, that's a good card. Yeah, I use it for this deck. You know, when I was doing this deck, and I'm looking at this guy. And I'm looking at Seth, and I'm looking at him. I looked at Seth. I said, give me the word. He nodded. I came over, and I looked at him and said, can I ask you a question? He said, yeah. Why are you here? Why are you here? They're having a conversation that you were not a part of. Do me a favor. Go find something to play. Go find a box.
It's like my son.
And leave them alone. And at that point, everybody in the store who knows me, which is just like, they stopped and looked over, and they were like, oh shit, Montel's about to lose. He said, well, I was just trying to help. No, you were interjecting, which means you were not part of that. You could have stood there, observed, and be like, hey, I got a suggestion. No, you turned it all about you. So take your burrito eating ass back upstairs.
Martha, you with the name calling.
Not burrito eating ass.
That's not name calling, it's stating a fact. I'm sure that guy eats burritos. You know,
he just came fresh from Taco Bell. So all right, I called it like
all I've had was like a couple of sips of coffee. And so...
A couple? I've been drowning in it.
I have been drinking my tea in this fancy Blurticore cup that was created by Miss Angie. You see this? Angie made this, and I still got this bad boy.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug. You better.
You know, I tried to find mine this morning, and I couldn't find it. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I got like 2 minutes to be up the fuck upstairs. Let me just grab a cup and make this damn coffee. and just get on.
Mine is easy. It's next to my Green Lantern cup. So I was like, which one? How am I feeling? Which one?
But I have more cups than I need. Like you can only drink out of one at a time.
I am
allegedly.
Allegedly. You got two cups on either side. Like I feel left-handed today. I feel right-handed today. Scoop.
Yeah.
I usually have to choose between Bob Ross and the Golden Girls. So,
or
I have
Girls all the time.
Wait, is it all four of them or just one?
Candy's being summoned.
All four of them are on the cup, and it says, I will not have a good day, I think, on it. And the Bob Ross one, I think it just says be kind. I'd have to double check them. Also, it's been a long night, so my brain is fuzzy. But I also have a Marvin the Martian cup, and that one is like my go-to because of the shape. It's shaped differently. I'm weird. I like weird shaped cups.
Sleep yet?
I don't really sleep very much. I take naps.
Okay.
So
Gotcha. Because I know the last time I got the stream playing on my TV, so when I woke up a little bit, I seen your face up there, and then I went back to sleep, and then when I woke up, you wasn't there. I came out the bathroom, you was back. I said, "Oh shit!"
I did flip the audio for a little bit off and on because she posted a video on her Instagram story of us like a recording of the screen, and I looked horrible because I had like last night's makeup, like eyes were all runny. I was like, ew, so I had to like fix my face real quick because I was looking not cute. And a hoe is always dressed
cute.
Right. Not necessarily cute, but you gotta look presentable.
Today, so yeah, I'm looking kind of.
Right.
I'm looking like sandpaper. I got my, I ain't put nothing on, no foundation, no blush, no nothing.
I really thought when you first came in, because you have that bright light on you, that it was an avatar, like a cartoon. So I was like, really, I swear to God, if you pause it at this moment and you go back when you watch the video, so when you first came in, look at my facial expression. I literally was not sure if it was like a person or a character. I was like, how did you do that? If you remember, I was like, how did you do that? Get your face so like shiny? Like
he woke up like that.
Right?
I woke up like this.
I'm about to put my ring light on. I'm about to look like I descended from heaven too.
Hell yeah, that ring light do justice.
Listen, when I take selfies with that ring light,
I don't even use a ring light. Because I do YouTube. I do also Twitch stream. So I have 2 square fluorescent light displays on both sides. So you see my hands. There's a light for each hand. So I had to learn the hard way because ring lights don't work well for me because I feel like I got a donut in my glasses whenever I record. It's like,
oh yeah, the glasses.
So it's like I dream of pastries, and you see it all in my eyeballs, and it's like, nah, I'm not down like that.
All right, fellas. I mean, bleep. Sorry, ladies, gentlemen. I didn't mean fellas, because you all are amazing in their own way. We actually have to switch over because we have the Queen Candy podcast. My coffee ain't kicked in, so I'm a little lucid on names, so y'all gotta forgive me. But we're gonna turn the stream over to Miss Queen Candy. Those who want to stay, I'm gonna put you guys backstage, but I'm gonna let them do their thing because this is their time and not mine.
Okay. Guess we up then. Morning, everybody. Hope everybody is doing good. As y'all already heard, we are the Queen Candy podcast. I guess if people want to come on, they're more than welcome. So, I ain't got no issue with that. I'll be on for like the next hour. So,
we were excommunicated because of DC.
Hey,
I didn't even ask her if she wanted to have us on here as part of the panel.
We were answering my dad did, man.
You got to leave, but you got to get the fuck up out of
Hey,
here.
I'm producer extraordinaire. Some people don't like people, and then some people do like people, and then some people don't like people who do like people. So I don't know what's going on.
We don't mind. We don't. But it is kind of nice.
I'm a half a producer. I'm a janky promoter.
So. It's always more fun to have people with you, no matter what you're doing, because then you have conversation.
Because as soon as DC started removing us, I saw Candy's face just kind of go bloop bloop. Hi.
He said, "Get off the screen," and she panicked. Like, wait,
I'm like,
what?
She did. She was like, "Wait a minute, where did they?"
It's like when the light comes on at a sex club at 2 a.m. Like the lights come on, everybody looks disheveled as fuck and scared. Like,
hey,
you're in the headlights.
Who the fuck am I gonna
again, my coffee hadn't kicked in. I just woke up. My dog's is barking. I gotta make a run. So it's a lot going on, and I'm still getting used to this. And I've been up for about 24 hours. And just leave me alone and do your thing.
Man,
Please.
take a breath. Take a breath.
DC, I seen you sleep on the screen now, bro.
I was not asleep.
on
My eyes was taking a power nap.
Let me consult the
Oh,
speaker Pokédex and see how I feel about that. Hold
Well,
on.
we're gonna do this real fast. We are the Queen Candy Podcast. Been doing it going on 2 years. Was doing radio before in Atlanta. Currently living in Indiana with my husband.
May I ask where in
Down this
Indiana?
long list. Podcast host, radio host, co-CEO of record label Military Camp Records, did acting, modeling, small movies, nothing big. Producer, worked 2
Resume
daytime
longer than a
jobs.
CVS receipt.
Say it again.
It says you have a resume longer than a CVS receipt. I love it.
I think so.
I love it too.
Sell jewelry as well. Writer, author.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where in Indiana are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Maryville.
Okay. I'm from Indianapolis, so I feel that. I feel that. So let's go. Naptown. Let's go.
Okay, that's what's up. But yeah, we mostly use our show to spread positivity, motivation.
Yes.
Give a little bit of our personal story, a little bit. We won't get too much, but a little bit of our personal story. Be upfront. We are Muslim, so we do teach Islam a little bit on our show as well. Give a little bit of our healing journey through that. We are on 3 days a week, every Sunday, so we'll be on this morning. So I already pre-record the show for this morning, so it'll be on at 8:30 every Sunday morning. Tuesday evening at 8:30, we do a little DJ mix for about an hour and some change with our original music. So we don't promote anybody else's music, not knocking it, but we promote our own music. And every Thursday with our husband, we do a show called Real Talk and Real Topics. So that's every Thursday evening at 8:30. So actually just started that on our second episode, first season with that show, fourth season with the Queen Candy Podcast, featured on currently the CTR Media Network. Y'all can check that out on our page as well. Is that it? I don't even know. I'm trying to make sure I got it.
She said, I think I'm finished. But
we got a whole hour, so if you forget something, you can still plug it.
Yeah.
You know?
She said, I love it.
Speak it.
But mostly, long story short, been through, lost dad at a young age, child abuse, foster care, homeless, domestic violence, whole 9 yards, which everything led us to Indiana, where we are now. So we use that, on our show as well to let especially women know, we done been there. You're looking at living proof that if you make the decision, you can change your life, you can be better, but it's really up to you. You can't really blame anybody else, for where you end up at in your life. It's all a decision. That's why it's called free will.
That is very true. That is very, very true. And I think anyone who goes through any type of adversity and can come through it, in my eyes, is a superhero.
And empower others too. Come through it and empower others.
Yep. Because it's really easy to be bitter and angry and hateful and just negative. But when you rise above it and you get to that plateau where you can look around and go, wow, I have come through. Let me bring others with me. Let me bring them with me, because if I can do it, I know you can. We're going to watch cartoons together. We're going to have a bowl of cereal on Saturday mornings together. So let's go.
It's also really easy to do the opposite and stay quiet and full of shame for shipwreck, that you've been through. I've been there myself.
You can say that.
Yep. And that's something
I'm trying to censor more. Out of respectful.
That's something that we did for a while. We were so angry and full of hate. Like we had to really get rid of that, whether they was right or wrong. But we had to get rid of that because it was what people say eating away at you.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Why would they put it? But that's what really going to speak for ourselves, helped us heal. Is letting go.
Yeah, it was just answering questions, unlocking memories, which was really just facing it, to be honest. And then I realized like I was holding on to a secret for no reason. It felt like for my situation, I'm like, why am I not telling anybody? And then I was like, I don't really know. And then I did. And I was like, dang, I feel better. I feel great. So
it's like a weight.
It was like a weight.
I'm going to reveal is I'm bald. Okay, there's the only secret, but I it just.
I'm looking at these things on your head. What are those?
Those are my Captain America goggles.
Oh, okay.
If you can't tell from my background, I hit level 54 tomorrow, so I am the biggest kid, and this background tells you it's just a fraction
of a lot
what I love. Comics, anime, gaming, you name it.
And it's so neat too, which is unheard of.
It would drive me crazy if I walked in here and it was all over the place. If I had company be like, you're gonna have to wait in the living room till I get there and clean up, okay? Go and have yourself a beverage and watch Roku until I come back.
With as much as I have going on in my life, I don't even apologize if my house is a mess and people come in anymore. Like, I'm a single parent. I got a lot going on, and oh well, people live here. Yeah, I'm not apologizing for it. Now, if people start cleaning, I'm going to get offended.
See my office?
My friends are noted for doing that. Like, if my son was close
on the floor, toys
I
over
got a
there
visual.
that you can't see.
Yeah, like right now, mine's chaos because I'm literally going through all of the stuff that I collect. Like my Disney stuff, I've gone with the Wind stuff because it's my favorite movie. I have like Alice in Wonderland stuff, Marvel stuff, like it's a lot. And I'm like, why am I holding on to all this stuff? I'm not going to use it. Like Disney puzzles from 1995, sticker books because they're antiques,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The lithographs, I have at least 40 lithographs. So now I'm just like trying to downgrade them. But then I'm like, I can't get rid of that one. Oh, I can't get rid of that one. I can't get rid of that one. That one's Snow White. Like that one's Pinocchio. But that one's Aladdin,
I'm the same way with my comic collection. If you can't tell, there are a bunch of boxes. I've had comics since I was 9, so I have about 8,000 comics.
Ooh. That's a lot.
That I've held on to because a lot of them have they're sentimental as far as what they mean to me. Now, I'm sure there's some that are worth a lot of money, and I know that for a fact there are. I'm like, yeah, nah, yeah. But Queen Candy, can I ask you, Your Majesty, if I may be so kind to ask?
Your audio's breaking up.
I can't. Yeah, I can't hear you.
Your audio's breaking up.
What? Oh Lord, it's the interweb. Sorry. Cox Communications is garbage. Okay, let's talk about their internet for a second. Okay, hot garbage. How has your podcast journey been for you? I always ask different podcasts that question.
Oh man, it was slow at first. Because we was procrastinating, stalling.
That part.
Being real. Was Atlanta. We was procrastinating, stalling. We did an episode here and there because we didn't really understand how to do. We started off on Anchor.
I love Anchor.
Really
that's where we're at now.
We didn't really know how to fully do it yet because we didn't really have anybody to help us. But after up until last year when we joined the CTR Media Network, that's when we was really like, okay, you're part of a network now. You need to put out content. Otherwise, who gonna listen to you? Who even gonna watch the show? So we took that as an opportunity to really push ourselves to keep working, keep promoting every day.
Market it
with our show. So it started out slow at first. It was dead. Scratch that. We weren't doing that. We wasn't doing nothing. But after doing that, everybody like, yo, you promoting every day. Our show been #1 on CTR Media Network. #2, like we've been in the top 10 since we joined. More people starting to gravitate and catch on to us, and it's only the beginning. So it's been kind of and then we kind of just took off a little bit. But learning that, like we learned, like we said, you got to have content.
Yeah.
Be yourself. There's no wrong way to do it. You do your show, and we know everybody do their podcasts and stuff different. Be yourself. Yep.
That's it.
Take it serious. Take it serious. That's what a lot of people don't do.
Well, the reason why I asked that question, and I asked different people because when Angie and I started this podcast journey, we had no clue of what we were doing. I've had some experience with YouTube, which I still do, only because I taught myself. Everything that I've learned, I had to teach myself. But when you try to reach out to others, especially those who've been doing it for a while, you either get crickets, bad advice, or they talk down on you because they don't want you to be competition, when really it's not about competition. It's about adding to the collective. It's about adding to the knowledge and the wisdom base, because somebody out there is listening to you. And
I always give tips.
You can give a word. You can say something that's, that's inspirational, or you might just give them a parable and put it in a perspective. They can go, wow, I needed to hear this. And I was always angry about that, because why is it so hard to get help with something from people who've been doing it longer than you? It's almost like they don't want to touch you.
They're asking all the people.
Yeah, it's like you said, competition. They see you as competition when there's room for everybody. We've never understood that.
So for me, I've said this before. If there's not room at the table, we could just build another table, or we can add more chairs.
Period. My thing is, what I did is I typed up. So I do marketing and advertising, and like branding and podcast startup kind of thing. I do graphic design for logos and all. So what I do is, mind you, I have a business for it. But usually what I do when I talk to somebody and they say they're starting up their podcast, I typed something out with my suggestion on different sites they can check out to try for recording, or different ways they can, produce it, different ways they can advertise or market it. My suggestion for that, the time frame, kind of like a business plan for them before their podcast. And I always give them out, but I ask first. Because for me, my issue is I offer way too much advice when people didn't ask for it. Like, nobody wants all that, I try to help too much.
Unfortunately.
So it really,
I help just enough.
I swear you are creepy as hell, dude.
Right?
You.
Come out of nowhere.
It keeps taking me, like my fucking, I could feel it. My neck tenses up every time he talks. It freaks me out because he's like.
I'm glad I have that effect on people.
Hey, I'm his conscience. He's your conscience. I'm his conscience.
We're conscience speaking.
I think because it's so much louder than ours. That's why it trips me out a little bit. Big
booming voice here. Bob Skinowski from accounting. I just wanted to let you guys know. You guys are doing awesome. But no, to speak to what Montel was saying, a lot of reasons when I started, this is a quote I got and it pissed me off and it made me go harder. Podcasters shouldn't podcast with other podcasters. Somebody told me that. When,
I don't like
Why
that.
Though. I don't understand.
Oh, I do.
That doesn't
somebody
make sense.
Exactly.
Thank you. It does.
But somebody told me that 2 years ago when I started my show.
That's
I was
wet
on
sock energy.
it was actually wet pants energy, but neither here nor there.
How you gonna network? That's you can't.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Thank you.
They was like, oh yeah, because I don't want them on my show because then my fans, and I'm like, dog. First of all, nigga, you got 2 people following you. Like, come on, let's not act like you out here with 10,000 followers, a million listens, and all that shit, nigga. You're on Instagram. You're not doing it big like you think you is. Like, let's not to disrespect what you doing, my brother. I see you enterprising and all that, but you got 2 people on that follow you. Let's not act like. And one of them your mom, so that's not
really. Count mom now.
I ended up finding a group on Facebook called Meet a Guest, and that group I've had so many great people that I've met from there. I'm in
a lot of groups,
but that problem group, it's never spammed up, is what I'm saying. A lot of them have a lot of spam in it. This one does not have spam. They are so closely monitoring.
I can promote your podcast for 50,000 views.
They email me because it's on my page. I'm like, bro, really?
Yeah.
They literally physically email me.
Yeah, I don't like that. But no, the problem is people are afraid of competition. And it ain't really competition. People are afraid to get with other people because they don't want to be surpassed because they think they have knowledge, but you really don't.
No, you don't.
Like Montel was saying, I taught myself how to do this. So everything I know how to do, I learned from YouTube University or getting with some dope ass people or watching a lot of people do their thing. So And Angie said it best. Like, there were some tables I tried to sit at, and it was like, nah, man, you not good enough for us, or you know too much for us. We trying to do things our way. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. What the shit is gonna be a place where anybody can come. I don't care what you do. So building your table is good, but networking is key. Like, I don't know why people think that you can get somewhere by yourself. Like one man is gonna be able to reinvent the wheel. Like, you're not doing nothing that nobody else is out here doing. So you act like you got trade secrets. You're not Microsoft, Apple, IBM.
You can have all those secrets if you want, but unless you have the people or the volume supporting it, it's not going to go anywhere. Period.
Well, not only that, because I live in Ohio. Ohio's not that wealth of podcaster knowledge or resources. We're in the middle of the map, and it snows, and the Cleveland Browns are here, so we really ain't got a lot going on.
Don't do that.
I'm just saying.
Full of clicks. If you're not part of those clicks, you're not getting shit. You're not
but here's the thing, though. You know people in Philly I don't know. Montel's in VA. He know people that I don't know. So the reach is there if we all work and that's what I've been trying to tell people. Like my fan, and I hate saying fans, but my listeners can be your listeners can be my listeners. And so if I got 1,000, you got 1,000, boom, that's 2,000 in one pool.
So that's why
of people who can share.
This is somebody told me they do this, and I adopted it because I love it. I put on my audio podcast commercial breaks in. And I have people whose podcasts that support mine. I support theirs. They record an audio clip, basically advertising their podcast, and I put it in my show. And I usually put between 2 and 4 in each episode. So,
but that little thing right there
means a lot.
Is why people can grow. Like, people don't realize that sharing and just talking about it is a big thing. Because again, the people I know might not know you. And the people you know might not know me. So
a lot of people snub mine because of the name. So
if they know me, I'll be like, why? Why do you know me?
But yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Like, people don't want to work with somebody else because they're afraid that they're going to be surpassed. And it's like, if you and I told somebody to their face, I was like, if that's how you feel, you don't want to work with me because you don't want to be surpassed, and I already surpassed you.
Right. If you think you have no room to grow, then stay where you are forever. The rest of us are going to keep growing.
Well, it wasn't even about his growth. He was just afraid to be showed up on his own show.
Because he knows there's no room for him to grow. He doesn't think there's anywhere that he could.
I'm a big ass personality.
That also shows the type of person that he is. Because if you do a podcast long enough and you have the opportunity to speak, people learn about you the more you talk about whatever the topic might be.
Yep.
It's something as simple as daily events, happenings in the news, anything in the nerd community. But as these listeners are listening to you, they're learning about you. They're learning about your speech patterns. They're learning about what gets you excited and things like that. So that can get them to say, hey, have you heard about, Queen Candy podcast? I love that they're all about positivity. They're about healing and everything else. But some people out here, but they get so scared because it's like, oh, if I tell them about this podcast, I'm going to lose people. If you stop taking that mindset,
you can't lose what you never had.
Exactly. You can build on something great, because someone will say, you know how I heard about your podcast? Through this podcast. Word of mouth is way more powerful than print media, social media, any of that.
You can pay for advertising all you want, but people sharing your posts is what's really going to get people to notice. Same way.
Precisely. Yep. Angie and our followership has grown because people have talked about our podcast, have listened to us, and said,
your beard.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I got to throw jokes in. I'm sorry.
Can't see the beard, okay?
I mean, they can.
Well, that's where you're messing up.
Well, no, we're branching into video later this year. That's one of our build-up.
I can't wait.
That's one of our build-up plans. See, Angie and I have plans to bring this up to a grander scale and do more. So if you don't have room for growth, my question is, why are you doing what you're doing?
Because
to show everybody what not to do.
In something else. And they thought podcasting was going to be easy. And they didn't realize that you sometimes lose sleep doing this.
How many podcasts have popped up and then disappeared?
You know what? You know what's crazy? So everybody knows the name of my show is What the Shit. I started in July 2020. Tell me why in May of 2021 there was another What the Shit.
What? Somebody copying.
Oh,
wow.
They put out 5 episodes. I went to their page and was like, "Hi, how you doing?" And nothing. And then they just stopped making episodes.
Wow, someone did a clone jutsu on your podcast.
But it was 2 white girls. It was like a mother and daughter combination.
Yay!
So
yeah, I was watching you last night, girl. I've seen you doing your shenanigans and stuff.
Always.
Me, like I started my podcast with a network because a friend asked me if I would do a comedy podcast. But for me, I started with mine. I always wanted it to base it off my book because I teach people to feel empowered. And I feel like that's important, men and women. So I like building people up. That's what I do. You know, again, no wet sock energy. So when I started my podcast, I had a male co-host who was another friend and comic of mine. And I loved it because I gave the single girl perspective, whereas he gave the monogamous relationship male perspective. 2 great episodes, big following. The network turns around and says, this is trash. Like, basically, you need to change your whole format. And I'm like, okay. So I changed my format, and then they're like, we're pulling your co-host to give him his own show. And I'm like, okay. And then literally the next week, I go live. Everybody ghosts me, blocks me before my show. So I literally had to figure everything out on my own.
Wow.
And then I just learned and grew from there. I already knew marketing and advertising and branding because it's my business, but I had to learn everything else. So everything I've learned is just by experience or watching other people or tips they've given me and I've given them, and friggin' light bulbs going off on our heads together, figuring stuff out. Because I started.
That's what I was saying. Like when I started, like I don't mind y'all being on. It's y'all like DC said, man, y'all may know people I don't know. I know you know people y'all don't know. So I know it's supposed to be my solo, but I wasn't really tripping about that. I share the spotlight with everybody. How else are you gonna network? You got to share the spotlight. It's not a competition.
Exactly.
Right.
It's
I mean, you lead the way.
So it's not for you. It is what it is.
Right. Turn YouTube off. Come back later.
You could still go on Apple or Spotify and rate me anyway, even if you don't like my show. Even if it's not for you, you can still show support. That's important too. Rating people's podcasts is important. Everybody I've gone on, I keep all of my interviews and spots and all the guest stuff I've done. It's all on my website with a link to their YouTube channel or whatever to watch it. Audio and video, 2 different sections.
I'm gonna make y'all laugh real fast. One issue I've been running into lately, and my husband knows about this. Why don't people want to pay to do an interview?
Pay to do an interview?
I done got DM. Hey, I love to be a guest on your show because we don't do nothing for free. I said I don't know how other people do it, but as soon as we respond, like, well, you know, we charge a fee for our interviews. It's like a little cricket. We don't hear nothing back. They don't respond, and we like, you know, we have to pay out of our pocket to do everything. Like this ain't free.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me, for guests, I am not big enough in my eyes to charge because I just started in June, but also because I like other people's perspectives. So when people come on my show as a guest, I say, what are you like to like? What are you an expert in? And then they tell me, and if it's not for my show, I won't put them on. I don't charge them because I was not getting paid for my podcast. Now that mine's on Patreon, once I start making money, and it might be a little different, you know.
Yeah.
But I kind of like people reaching out to be a guest. I'm flattered, so I usually just accept. Depending, I do background checks. I'm weird like that. I had an issue that I ran into, and it taught me a very valuable lesson in a lot of ways. Because I had a goon squad literally attacking me and my podcast. Like they kept rating all my stuff down. My plummeted from a 5.0 to like a 2 in a day. Yeah,
Listen,
it was bad.
That much. This is like $25. We don't even charge.
I would
that
say
much.
maybe say instead of charging, just say maybe, would you mind donating? And that way, you know, they may or may not, but at least you try, kind of thing. I mean, that'd be my suggestion. Would just say, could you make a donation to our cause in exchange for our time? When you put it like that, people are more inclined.
You're asking them to donate to the United Negro Fund. Because if you unite this Negro with your money, I'm definitely gonna have fun.
I need to change the name of that.
You know what?
That's what I tell people. What you collecting for? United Negro College Fund. If you unite this Negro with your money, I'm definitely gonna have fun at someone's college.
You know what? We did do that with one girl we had on the show, and she did donate. You will, but she's a Muslim, like we are. So she did do that. So that may be a different approach, because we just like, and we ain't hear nothing back. Like, and I said we don't charge that much because we're still small, so we're not finna.
When you put
Yeah.
the word charge to it, people assume a negative connotation with the word charge.
Yeah, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier about how certain words can get a certain reaction depending on the
charge is a
connotation.
negative word.
Yeah, and donation is way more open and has more of a positive connotation to it. When you say when you say charge or fee, it's like people listen like
exactly.
that.
And charge is like charge, whereas donation is like, please, sir, can I have some more?
Please,
yeah, like they helping out. Yeah.
Please, sir, can I have some more? Please.
Yeah.
Pretty please.
Or say, get a little graph and say, like, this is our goal for the end of the year. We really appreciate if you can help us achieve our goal of making X amount of dollars for this. Show people your plan so that they can support your growth.
Plan?
If you're showing them where the money's going, people are more inclined to pay for it.
Yes,
we're charging $25, but the reason we're charging is because by the end of the year, we want to buy a Roku channel.
Yeah.
Which is like $1,000, $2,000 or whatever. We want to buy this channel for our network. So in order to do that, we need to meet this criteria. So we need this many people, and then you advertise it that way. We need this many people before the end of the year. Will you help us achieve our goals? People like to support goals.
I'm like that with my Twitch stream because I tell them I'm not, you popping up in my stream and listening to me talk and watch me play games and be part of the conversation is great, but whenever you donate to my channel, it goes back into my channel. It goes right back into my channel. And honestly, that's what it's all about. If you give them the option, but you show them that there is a positive outlook and a perspective to what you're doing, they're more inclined to want to do it. You have some people just holding on to their money like, yeah, I'm going to hold on to it. Meanwhile, you're going to spend $100, $200 on a pair of tennis shoes for an athlete that you don't even know, you've never met, and you're hoping to meet one day, but you can't even leave your whole living room and nothing like that, but you're getting this stuff on Amazon. Here I am, Angie and I, we out here, we putting in the work, we busting our ass, we're creating something positive with a legacy. Keyword, podcasts have a legacy. They have history. Because all of the work that you've done, this body of work that you've created, someone's going to listen to that and be able to, they're going to click with it. So why not contribute to that cause? We don't charge you. You want to come on. If we start getting monetized, we start making money, we'll definitely go in that direction. But Angie and I, we do this because we enjoy doing it when we have the opportunity, because we both have busy lives, but we still love doing the podcast.
Yeah.
So for me, another thing I would suggest too, especially because yours is based around faith, maybe doing like a spotlight, maybe like a 2-hour thon of some kind, where people can openly donate during that time. And you do it maybe like once a month or once a week. And that way people can donate all at that time. So you're not charging per interview or, getting donations per interview. Just during that time, you're like, hey, it's the end of the month and we've got XXX to pay. Can you help us? Let's get it. This is our goal. And then you're on for an hour or two and you're like talking to people. And that's when you bring all your guests up. The ones that don't want to pay, come on up during the end of the month. That's when we do our blah, 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 blah thon. And that way you can still make the money and they can still be a guest and everybody's happy. No, you don't make fake funds. You never lie to people about where the money's going.
I didn't lie. It's the United Negro Fund. Again, if you unite this Negro with your money, I'm gonna have fun. Are you not listening?
The last part, that's fine. But when you say the first part, it really sounds like a donation style fund.
Duh, that's the point. That's how you get the people going. It's provocative. It gets the people going.
I didn't wonder why I love this dude. I swear.
I'm just saying.
He is a whole fool. I love it.
But yeah,
I did do that with one person, so that's actually probably not the rephrasing. You know, I can understand that part, but I say we don't charge or go over the head, but yeah, the word. And
so when I
said that to her, and we both helped each other.
Mm-hmm.
So we donated to her, and she donated to us because
collaboration.
Yeah, make sure it's public so people can see that you're openly supporting each other. That encourages them to do it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a briefcase full of money, and y'all meeting under the closed location, and then somebody with a video camera, like Spruder Films, watching.
For me, I just moved my podcast, so I have a mental health platform that's always going to be free. So any donations for that just go towards like educational materials, like for schools and stuff that I'm working on. Okay. But my other podcast, which the name is here, I just moved to Patreon because for Patreon you have to pay for a subscription. Now the audio version will always be free, but there's going to be those commercial breaks in it, and you're not going to get the behind the scenes stuff or extra content that the people who are subscribed on Patreon will get. And you could do tiers on Patreon. So I have a $5 tier where you get the first 2 seasons for every month. And then the second tier is $7. You get 1 new episode a month and all the old stuff. And then the third tier is 2 new episodes a month because I do 4 a month. And then all the old content. And then the last one's like $20 a month. And you get like a shout out. You get all the behind the scenes content, bonus episodes that I have up, and then all the new episodes as they release. So by doing it in tiers, people are paying for it. Whoever could come on as a guest, but people have to subscribe in order to see the episodes they're in. So their fan base now has to pay in order to see that episode.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. Or they can just listen to it, which increases my listens, which is even better for me anyway.
I think at the end of the day, you know, the podcast that we do, we provide a service and we provide something that a lot of people need out here because they've gotten so connected to social media that they've turned that into their source for everything, which is not a good thing.
Everything.
Not a good thing. How many times have we seen people say, hey, have you seen this? They always preface it with, have you seen this on fill in the blank? No. Yo, this dude and this girl, they were fighting. So why are you looking at the video of people fighting? Why are you telling me about this? Why are you here? Why do you exist? Get out.
Mine is like, I saw you were online. It's like I set up my post in the beginning of the month. I'm literally never online. My computer's just open. Well, why are you worried about what I'm doing anyway? What you need me for?
Because they like you.
Why are you judging me that much?
They want you.
I mean, a lot of people do, and that sounds like a personal problem. So. Sounds like
you said something that I need to.
If you're into me, you need therapy. Write that down, okay?
I need to say.
Montel's coin phrase is, "Why are you here?"
Yeah,
I love that.
No, he said they provide a service, and I provided this service. So we are actually on the opposite ends of the spectrum. You guys do good for the community, and I just want to watch the world burn and just chill.
You're a menace like me.
No, but they do provide a service. A lot of you guys do. Like, you guys are so positive, and here I am, just a shit show. Like, this
you jokes, you make people laugh. It's a service. Making people
Ohio
comedy is a service.
Okay.
Don't remind me, Montel. Don't remind me.
Well, I can shut my Indiana-born ass up, so I ain't got nothing to say.
I agree. We all do a service. Like, I mostly interview up and coming artists.
Oh, everybody on the screen.
I mostly interview up and coming artists that rappers, singers, artists.
I love that.
Whatever, poets, authors, anything. So that's my service to our community is I want people to see you before you get big.
Mm-hmm.
And I had that opportunity to talk to you when you hungry and humble. I think that's the best part of what I do and how I do it. And then I know different people. You know different people. You bring in more artists to me. I'm sending you to other people to interview more. So it's like it's a two-way street of we're helping each other out. I'm sending you this way and you sending me that way.
Where are you located?
Huh?
Where are you located?
I'm in Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in PA, but I have like a venue that I do events for. So I'm like, are they traveling?
I could do that too. I used to live in the Pocono, so I'm from New York. So
I went to school at Bloomsburg.
Where's you from again?
Huh?
Where you at again?
I'm in Louisiana.
Okay. I thought you said Indiana.
So what's your show called?
My show is It's a Hard Not Life podcast.
Okay.
Because my name is Annie, and it's only right that it's called It's a Hard Not.
Should have called it Easy Street.
Nah. It's a hard not life because one because of the movie Annie, but also one because of my man's Jay-Z.
Get my money.
Yeah, understand.
All right,
so that's how they come about. But I talk about music, beauty, and fashion. So I had models on there, fashion designers, cosmetic lines, skincare lines, anything of that nature. I'm here for it. I do a kick of the week every week. Well, I do kicks of the week, so I show different sneakers that's coming out during the week or whatnot. You know, people is interested in that. They fuck.
That's a lot
They
of
be like,
work.
yo, what sneakers coming out? I buy a lot of the sneakers, so sometimes I got them in person. You know, I'm a sneakerhead, so it just all goes into play. But I
Ooh,
love
she
it.
got money.
But just to highlight, like, how much work that is in the background, researching, like, what is coming out, who is the next artist. That's a lot of work.
It definitely is, but I was listening to y'all. I was in there making breakfast with my kids, but like you said, you had people
Everybody
come
getting this
to
goddamn
you.
thing they call breakfast.
I mean,
right?
Oh, trust me. When I get off
Right.
here, I'm making French toast and sausage while I watch my anime. And then when I knock on my door,
I just
they gonna
made
get
them
kicked in the
waffles.
chin.
I just made them waffles. We got a mini waffle maker, so I just made them a bunch of waffles real quick. But
And all I
like
got
you
is
said-
Wheaties.
Like you said, people
I don't
come
know.
to
I have
you.
no idea what I have.
I find people on Instagram. It's so odd, but then I have people that also come to me and go, "Hey, I seen what you're doing. I would love to be a part of your show." And I'm like, "Shit, come on, what you doing?" But before I say yes, I go to your page. I look at your music. Is it some Humpty Dumpty shit, or is it something that I'm actually gonna be interested in, or you have potential to get better? Because everybody's not good in the beginning, but you have the potential to grow. So if I check your music out and I'm like, and I check your music out, and I'm like, all right, it's cool. We set something up. I didn't have people on my show that I'm like, well, what the hell? They catfished me with one song.
I hate people who have the big ego. That's what I run
Yeah.
into, especially with music and in comedy too. But they have like this huge ego, like they're already blue check mark famous, and it's like, who cares about a check mark? Like, you're more concerned with a check mark than you are with actually providing the music or the entertainment or the actual thing that you do. And they don't, like we said, room for growth earlier. I've run into a lot of that. Like, they are the
Question.
best.
I got a
Well, I
question.
can pay $11 for a check mark on Twitter, and I
Yeah.
can have
Easy. I got check marks in my inbox on Instagram. Who cares? It's just a check mark. That's no better. That just means they have articles written about them.
So I have a question. Real quick.
Scared. I'm scared.
No. It's too early for any weird questions.
Liar.
Or is it?
Blasphemer.
I love those.
Well, I actually have two questions. I'm gonna ask the first one. Have you guys feel weird with people approaching you guys like get interviews and all that stuff? After, you know, because I still feel kind of like new, I guess. Whatever's the celebrity, as they say, the kids, the newfangled thing, you know, so I still get humbled. Like, people approach me and be like, hey, you know, I like what you're doing, I want to come on. But have you ever had to turn somebody away is my question.
Yes.
Yes.
Not yet.
I learned a valuable lesson actually with the Goon Squad. So I'll tell it really quick. I had a guy on my show. His name was Roger. I did a comedy music episode, which is, you know, comedians who sing their comedy. Stephen Lynch, for example, Adam Sandler, stuff like that. So I had a guy that I met through this group that I was in the need of guests. It's the only time I ever had an issue with a guest. He does comedy and also does music. So I thought it'd be good to have his perspective. Plus he was older. And then I had a music guy here that's a great comedy musician. Now, Roger had asked me if somebody named George could come on, but George didn't have anything to do with it. So I was like, no. And when I search everybody who has to be a guest on my show before I make any kind of decision, always.
Absolutely.
I'm checking out your stuff, and I'm Google searching you. Because if there's anything that you have done that does not affiliate with my brand, which usually involves some kind of charge, you know, of a violent kind, or if I see a lot of hate videos about you, I'm not going to bring you on. So I didn't see anything, didn't think nothing about it. Brought him on, and George was commenting in on the live, which was fine because it was pertaining to the show. But then Roger started mentioning haters. And I don't allow anybody to try to take control of my show. So he tries to change the subject into haters and talking about it. And I'm like, yeah, we all have haters. It's whatever it is, what it is.
Yep.
Moved on to the next one. Then Keith from Up the Block popped on my show. Now, if anybody knows Keith from Up the Block was YouTube before YouTube was YouTube. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's also a friend of mine. Like, I know him personally, but he never comes on stuff like that. So I was like, what? So I'm like shell shocked in the corner. But anyway, after the episode ends, I start noticing all these comments piling in about how George was an alleged rapist. Right?
Oh,
now, mind you,
wow.
George was not on my show. Roger was on my show. George was just in the comments. So I delete the comments, and here's why. It is my decision as a host and as this is my fan base, what my fans know and what they don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't allow information I don't know anything about of any kind on even in the comments. Mm-hmm. So I search it. I don't even know what is going on. Something from 2007. It's 2021 at this point. I inbox the guy because I am straightforward like that. And I'm from Philly, you know? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Wake your ass up. Your ass up out of bed.
Get your ass out of bed.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. So I inbox the guy and I'm like, listen, you know, basically what I said to you, it's my decision, what my fan base knows. Do not leave comments like that. What is the problem here? They were like, you need to take this down because this. I was like, here's what you're not going to do. Tell me what to do with my podcast.
That part.
Like, second, I'm not taking my podcast down. And I said, third, alleged is not convicted and therefore none of my business because he was not on my show anyway. You know, he was like, you don't background check your guests. And I was like, why would I background somebody who's commenting? He wasn't on my show.
Right. That's
how the hell am I supposed
no
to?
control of a person that's in the comment.
Exactly.
Period.
So
and I was
what
like,
are you talking about?
And I was like,
now you're
the
just
comments pertain to my show. So I'm going to allow them to stay. So then I noticed the next day, because I was doing 2 shows a week at that point, my next show was a Muppet that came on. A Muppet with an OnlyFans. Hilarious. It's hilarious.
Oh, wow. Can you send them
Rico
my
with the
way?
cam.
I would love to talk to them.
Rico with the cam. I'll send him your way. Yeah, absolutely. There's like a whole fan base for them. He's hilarious. But anyway, so I'm talking to them, and with live streaming, it ends changing my YouTube name because y'all pronounce my name right as heck, but said Dramo wrong sometimes.
All the time. Sorry, continue. You don't have to read everything I put on the screen.
No, I didn't mean to read it out loud.
It's too late, ladies and gentlemen. The damage has been done.
Yeah, I processed. That's how I processed it. I thought I was reading it in my head. I'm sorry. So I think I said what I just did when she was like, he was like, you don't have to read the comments. I'm like, that was out loud. Anyway,
Burgundy.
Sorry. So after that, my stream ended a little bit earlier. I'm like, because the day after that was on a Tuesday. On Wednesday, I noticed they were literally live streaming my live stream and talking crap about it. Like really bad. C words everywhere. I'm a trash, like all this stuff about it. All about how I'm a feminist and it's all about women and all this stuff. I was like, I literally just did an episode on sexual dysfunction. I literally just sit and listen to someone tell me about semen retention in another one for 45 minutes. Please don't tell me that. Please don't say that.
Even
Please
if
don't tell
you're
people
a
that.
feminist, they had a problem with you being a feminist. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
She said that my content was like basically spewing a feminist agenda and that I was trash. And that's how I knew she didn't listen to any of my stuff.
Oh, wow.
So that whatever. So
That's
I
just
ignored
kind of
that.
a bored individual because if
I
you're going
flagged
to come
it.
on and do some stuff like that, you're bored. You've
Yeah,
played every
very
video
much
game in
so.
your life and you watched every Saturday morning
Well,
cartoon. You're bored.
Here's
And, and they hate themselves too. Like, you
So-
just have an issue with yourself.
their
Not
fan
worried.
base is basically based around that kind of stuff. But usually it's this guy, George. He used to be a media, like a variety show in Virginia, but he had a record or a history of allegations. So they basically just have been following this dude around his whole life and trashing him every time they see him online. And he comes back with them. So they go back and forth, and that's how they get their content. Do you? Now I know that. At the time, on that Wednesday, I ignored it, but I flagged the video because my name is trademarked. It's the first thing I did when I started comedy was to trademark C.A. Knuble. Like, that's mine. Thank you. So
good job.
After I flagged it on Thursday, when my live ended, I ran right over to them, and here they are live streaming my live. So I jump in the comments because they hadn't found my YouTube page yet. Now, mind you, in the meantime, they're leaving negative reviews on my page on Facebook. They started just down rating on every platform, and I was dropping fast. From a 5.0, I was like a 2. I was like, in a day, right?
Shit like
That's
that
how
make
you know
you
how
want to
many
get
people were
violent.
involved. That's how you know how many people were involved in it. So I comment in on the live stream and I said, well, you guys got so much to say about my show. How about you say it to me? And sure enough, they brought me up on their Discord and up on the screen to talk to them. And we argued back and forth. Now, I am not the kind to insult somebody because I do not get angry. I deflect with humor, and people hate that, them especially, because I'm hitting them with logic. Well, this. Okay, but is alleged convicted or not? Is this or not? Did you not do this or did you? And it was just like an hour of me just choo facts till by the end they were like, dang, like respected me. You know what I mean? And like all the negative reviews they took down. Obviously, it took me a little bit to build back up my YouTube, but now I have like the whole goon squad in my back pocket because I literally stepped in and said, I'm not going to take this. And they were like, you were the first person ever to actually fight back. And I'm like,
hey, but you see how you turned the negative
being a bully
into that shit, though? You see how you flipped that, where now you got them on your team, where now they probably sharing your shit like crazy.
And but they helped me with a lot of DMCA stuff because I had a woman, like, for example, anything in this live stream right now, whoever owns this live stream has complete control of it and can do whatever they want with it. Right. I never knew that. I didn't know much about the DMCA. So when the only reason I got them was the trademark because I record my podcast in my bedroom. There are 2 places you cannot steal content from. And that is a bedroom and a bathroom. They are considered private places. But because you couldn't see my bed in the background, and you couldn't tell it was a bedroom, I couldn't prove it.
Technically, I'm in a bedroom without a bed, so technically, I sleep on the floor in here. So this is also a bedroom. You know,
let me just touch it real quick.
In my house, you got 3 places.
Welcome to MTV Cribs. No,
but that's a fact. So for like what I learned out of that, we did a whole episode after me and that guy, a special on the DMCA and what's allowed and what's not, to educate other people. Because I had a lady on Zoom post an entire 2-hour conversation when I only thought she was posting an hour. I thought she stopped recording. She completely just posted everything unedited, just right out there. And there was nothing I could do.
Oh, wow.
Because I had messaged her and I'm like, hey, could you just take this part out? I didn't really want that to be public. I don't edit my content. It's staying.
And I think editing takes away from the spirit of what you're trying to convey. When Angie and we do ours, I only take out deep, really long pauses, but other than that, it's untouched. It's unfettered because people want to hear the organic conversation between us. We get into our debates, we have our talks, but see, people want to hear that. So too much editing takes away from what you're trying to do because you're trying to make it clean.
And who the hell's got time for all that? I usually don't
edit
why
I go live.
My audio. I only edit my audio now. I only edit my audio now to take out any like crackling